News about a major update has been released to the most famous game in the world. Kim Jun-woo, like many others in 2023, knew about this and was incredibly happy. With the development of technology, the quality of games has improved greatly. Technology has advanced to the point where it has created virtual reality. One of the games was Above Fantasy, or NADFANT, which was not the most popular. The reason was that the system created a world that was too real, so it was very difficult to complete the levels. In other games, you could become stronger and win thanks to money and donations. But in NADFANT, you only had to pay for the game itself, and there were practically no other expenses in the game. There were things you couldn't get better at unless you had the skills. But these conditions attracted Jun-woo, who became addicted to this game constantly. On this day, he wanted to finish the work quickly, since at midnight the first major update of the game in 3 years was coming out. It was already 7 p.m. and Jin-woo decided to get ready. The working day is over, which means it's time to act. He pressed the button and activated the system, sitting down in the chair. It was a gaming chair that recognized the guy by his retina and led him into the game. The guy immediately opened his eyes and found himself in the world of Above Fantasy, where he had to choose a character. In this world, a person was ignored even if he only had 3 max-level characters. That's why Jin-woo had all 7 main characters. They were all strong, because the guy pumped up all of them except one. And this one didn't have a maximum level or even a minimum level. Level 10 guy named Dio. He didn't even have a class, but Jin-woo chose him. This character is usually used for inventory, but Jin-woo wanted to use it to store items. Thus, Jin-woo became Dio and started playing as his character. He immediately opened his inventory and decided to put all the items in order. However, there were several hundred of them, and it was not easy to cope. The guy realized that this would take quite a long time. After a couple of hours, Dio finally got it done. Now all that remained was to dismantle the storage facility of the village of Evra. But then Dio decided to turn to the warehouse keeper, Tony's grandfather. He asked to open the subspace, and the grandfather, having greeted his old acquaintance, asked for a silver coin. The game, Above Fantasy, is a system where the fee for use increases proportionally to the level. That's why players keep a character with an inventory up to level 10 separately. And so Dio reached into the vault and pulled out Lycan Kukri's knife. He had to put it in his inventory first and then pass it on to another character. But Dio himself was surprised at how he had so much junk in his inventory, like in a woman's handbag. And then suddenly a notification came that an update on the server would soon begin. Dio couldn't believe it took him 5 hours to organize his inventory. The system continued to ask users to go to a safe place. The guy decided to deal with this a little later. Until you leave the village of Evra, which is suitable for level 100, you will be safe anyway. So Dio decided to finish sorting out the inventory. Meanwhile, there were 5 minutes left before the major update. The system was already screaming and demanding that the players leave the game. But the guy didn't hear. And when it was time for the update, there was an explosion. The system showed an error, and that the guy could no longer be sent messages. But he didn't seem to notice this, and after a couple of hours, he finally finished sorting out the inventory. The guy stretched, realizing that he had finally succeeded. But when he raised his hand, he noticed something strange. The world around him changed beyond recognition. The characters turned gray, and there was no player around. The guy didn't understand why he didn't switch off. At first, he thought that the inspection was taking too long. But if that were the case, notifications would have arrived. Then, Dio decided to log out directly. He opened the panel window, but it was different. There were no markings or signs. And at that moment, the guy noticed that he felt different. His technique was off the charts now, but could a game be so realistic? That's when Dio realized something was wrong. Most likely, you need to find the gap between the changes. And Dio decided to head there right away, to the only place in this game where you can play with others. There are often other users there that you can train with. But when he approached the gate, Dio noticed that there was no one there. It's weird, because there are always a lot of players there. It feels like the game has changed. And then suddenly someone pushed Dio. It was a little boy who was running past. Dio realized that he was feeling the effects of the touch too strongly. It was a very strange feeling in this game. And only then did it begin to dawn on the guy that everything around him was real. But how is this possible? Perhaps the touch sensor was simply damaged. The guy wanted to sue the gaming company, but he hadn't been able to get out for 3 days. And now Dio had no choice but to accept that the game had become reality, and that he was also a level 10 character. 3 days later, after Jin-woo accepted the situation, he found himself at the training ground. The head coach encouraged everyone and shouted for the guards to fight harder. Dio looked at all this, trying to figure out what to do next. The game took possession of him, and he could become a max-level character. But out of all the possible characters, he became a level 10 guy. Luckily, at least he had money. But that didn't save him from the fact that he was stuck inside the game. And then one of the warriors called out to the panicked guy again, asking what Dio was doing on the training ground. Dio winced, but replied that he was just looking around. The warrior offered Dio to train together, but he kindly declined. He himself understood that his character didn't even have a class for training, but then an idea came to him. He suddenly asked why warriors were doing group training. The guard thought for a moment, and his expression changed, replying that it was all because of the waves. Even though Evra Village is a peaceful base where NPCs live, it is sometimes overwhelmed by waves of monsters. They can be fought by interacting with other players to level up faster. But for Jin Woo, who was only level 10, it would be a disaster. But now was not the time to grieve. It was necessary to think about what to do next. Even if the guy dies here, it doesn't mean he'll return to reality. This means he needs to try hard to survive. So he decided to open his inventory first. There were supposed to be items there that could help. It turned out that if you change the character, you can also choose a class. Now the guy had access to a martial arts master and killer. With such characteristics, Dio could only dream of changing classes. But then suddenly a new system opened up before the guy. It was the first time he had seen something like this in a game. The purple glow only appeared when changing the Stage 2 title. This manual told how to change the title, but Dio initially thought that he wouldn't be able to use it. However, after reading the terms and conditions, he realized that they suited him. Most likely this was all a hidden part of the game that the guy simply didn't know about. Nadfant is more realistic than other games because it was better developed. There were never any bugs, but the amount of information for users was small. To enjoy games, you need to track and find hidden content yourself. There were a lot of negative reviews, but Jinwoo liked it. What he found now was definitely a hidden part of the game, and it could be used at the altar of the Forgotten Temple. To use it, you needed one class and a reputation of more than 500. And although survival was more important for Dio now, it was interesting to discover all the secrets of the game. The guy's eyes sparkled at this news. He thanked Grandpa Tony and rushed away. Grandfather waved goodbye to him and told him to come again. Meanwhile, the guy ran to the Mercenary Guild of the village of Evra. There were quite a lot of people inside, and so Dio decided to decisively enter and go forward. Everyone immediately looked in his direction because he was new. One of the mercenaries rudely told Dio to get in line. It seemed to him that the guy was not the kind of person who could afford to be here. But Dio simply crossed his legs and walked up to the counter, skipping the line. Then the mercenary asked what such a poor and weak man was doing here. But Dio, for the first time, expressed his request to see the master and threw something that looked like a medallion on the table. It was an old A-class mercenary card, proving that its owner was a cool mercenary. Its owner should have already gone beyond the veteran level and achieved the rank of expert. Everyone around was shocked to see it on a character like Dio. Only 0.1% of mercenaries had such a thing. And Dio, fortunately, managed to take it from his inventory. He had a plan. Using this mercenary badge, he was able to disguise himself as an A-class mercenary. It was essentially a gateway to any place where there were mercenaries. To hide his true identity, the boy wore a hood with camouflage charms. To convince everyone of his fictitious status, he could show something else. Dio had an imperial medal, a free pass to anywhere. But if someone saw her, Dio might get into trouble. So the guy decided to limit himself to the mercenary card for now and asked how he could get to the master. And he himself hoped that he would not be asked to prove his status. And then there were footsteps behind the guy, and then a man's voice. He respectfully introduced himself as Cotton, the leader of the Evra Mercenary Guild branch. He told the guy to go upstairs with him and tell him everything in detail. Kim Jun-woo realized that he should not show fear under any circumstances now. Therefore, he repeated once again that he wanted to see the gentleman. Cotton bowed and said that the guildmaster was currently absent, so he can listen to Dio if he doesn't mind, and Dio didn't mind, and they decided to go upstairs. The guy was glad that he had made the right impression. Now, all that was left was negotiations. When Cotton and Jin-woo were alone in the office, the boy voiced his request. He wanted to be assigned to go to the Forgotten Temple, and the guy had no other conditions. Cotton found this a little strange because why would an A-class mercenary ask for this? Then he answered the guy that he needed an escort for the priest, and since all the other mercenaries were busy, Dio could help with that. Then the guy added that he didn't need a reward. He just wanted to get to the temple in comfort. Cotton realized that Dio wanted to participate as an escort subject. But the guy wasn't going to sit back if something happened. He understood that there was no need to ask for a reward. After all, from the guild's point of view, as the combat force increases, the risk of failure decreases. So Cotton answered positively, and the guy was happy. Now all that was left was to check the request form. Dio signed a contract to request a mercenary, and after a while a quest appeared. Cotton thanked Dio and said that their client would be pleased and that the guy needed to come to the north exit tomorrow morning. Dio thanked Cotton and said goodbye. Now all that remained was to thoroughly prepare. If his identity is revealed, he will be in big trouble. When Dio was about to leave, Cotton smiled evilly, but the guy didn't notice. Rumors about the A-class mercenary quickly spread throughout the city. It's strange that such a specialist would forget himself in their area. And then one of the mercenaries noticed Dio and respectfully introduced himself as Raymond. Dio extended his hand and introduced himself as Monty. At first, Dio used his original pseudonym, but he didn't think that because of his status the number of accompanying persons would be reduced to 4. He didn't think about it because now he is weaker than he actually appeared. On Dio that Cotton had simply fooled him. And then one of the 4 mercenaries said that the client was already here. The sound of running heels was suddenly heard. A girl appeared from a corner and asked if they were the mercenaries who would accompany them. She ran closer and apologized for being late. The girl introduced herself as Clara, a priest of the Temple of the Moon, and said that she had been entrusted with a mission in this forgotten temple. Raymond immediately and willingly introduced himself in response. But Monty only noticed that the girl's clothes were shabby, which meant that she had been through a lot. And then Clara suddenly raised her eyes and stared at the guy. Monty couldn't understand why this girl was looking at him. Does he really look so suspicious that he deserves that look? Perhaps it's rare to see Class A mercenaries here, which is why she looked like that. In any case, it was necessary to set out on the journey. And soon, the guy found himself in a place that was much higher than his level. At night, the boys set up camp and decided that tomorrow they would head towards the second settlement. It was a bit of a detour, but it was safe, so they were in no danger. Everyone agreed to this, but then a sharp and negative no was heard. It was Monty, who insisted on taking the shortcut. If you go to the third camp, you will come across a secret cave through which you can quickly get to the temple. But Raymond objected, saying that they knew the area better. But Monty replied that even with his eyes closed, he could find the way better than anyone else here. It would be much faster to go through the cave in the Danville forest, but this caused a lot of indignation. There were a lot of terrible monsters living in this forest, but Monty himself didn't really want to go there because he would definitely be exposed. They will understand that he is not a rank A mercenary, but a level 10 character without even a class. That's why you should never be afraid, break through, and act confidently. That's why he confidently said that he would go towards the third camp. Considering the lady's endurance, it would be better for them all to accompany her along the short route. He was not in this place for fun, and time is money. The guy himself understood that he had asked for the mission, and now he was indignant, so this would definitely anger everyone. But now he decided to ask Clara what she thought. She replied that she wanted to take the fast route, so she was not against Monty's plan. And on the way back, you can go in the direction that Mr. Raymond showed. Raymond eventually agreed, but warned that if the situation got out of control, all hope lay with the mercenary Monte. Only he, having an A rank, could protect them. And the guy agreed with that. He was glad that he had lured Mrs. Clara to his side, because now he would be less likely to be discovered. Now that everyone has decided everything, it's time to get some sleep. Early in the morning, Monty got up and stretched well, preparing for a long journey. His body was stiff from sleeping on the ground for so long. The guy also thought that if it were a game, then one day of sleep would remove all the fatigue. But now that his reality was a game, he was dying of exhaustion. Raymond asked Monty again if they would definitely find the cave by going this way. The guy claimed that it was true. The main thing was not to deviate from the path. Otherwise, you could end up in werewolf territory. But Raymond didn't listen, saying that he didn't need anyone's permission and stepped aside. Monty realized that the mercenary was upset about what happened yesterday. But the guy decided to use this to wipe everyone's nose and suggested that the lady take a rest. So the mercenaries and the priest set up a small camp for the time being. But then they heard Raymond's loud cry, and turning around they saw him, wounded, running from a huge werewolf. Monty smirked and repeated what he had already told him to be careful. They didn't listen to him, so now they have a problem. One of the mercenaries turned to Monty and said that it would be better for him to help them than just stand and watch. But the guy waved it off and said that he had warned everyone in advance, so let them sort it out themselves. The mercenaries got angry, thinking that Monty was only good at talking. But the guy shielded Clara and told her to stay behind him. Monte thought that now would be a great opportunity to test the strength of the mercenaries. It turned out that they fought quite well. Even though they are D rank, they are still above level 100. If they were able to defeat even a werewolf, that says a lot. But suddenly, another werewolf appeared unexpectedly. They all attacked Raymond, but his comrades defended themselves. The werewolf was already almost on the edge. Then Monty took out his sword because, since he demonstratively called himself an A-rank mercenary, he would prove it. It was time to show my cool and strong side. From his inventory, he took out something that could help him. He slung his weapon over his shoulder and headed towards the enemies, warning Clara that he would help them. These mercenaries have enough skills to catch 1 or 2 werewolves. However, if you don't have this skill, it will be difficult to finish the game without getting injured. Then Monty shouted to his comrades to retreat quickly. One of the mercenaries looked at the guy with an angry and surprised expression. Raymond asked angrily, "Did Monty really decide to join in when they had already caught everyone? Then it can be said that being an A-rank mercenary is not that difficult." But then suddenly the werewolves seemed to begin to change, revealing their true nature. They seemed to have grown in size and began to look much more terrible and stronger. Raymond, with fear in his eyes, did not understand what was happening. The werewolf attacked one of the mercenaries, who barely blocked the blow with his shield. The next second, the shield broke in half and Raymond ordered a retreat. One of the mercenaries was thrown to the side by the enemy's blow. He watched in horror as the terrible monster approached him. But then Monty stood between them, attacking the monster. The guy told the mercenary to quickly get out of the way. He himself struck the werewolf on the head and he became disoriented. He stood for a long time without moving, and then suddenly collapsed to the ground. So in the eyes of the mercenaries, Monty single-handedly defeated the werewolf. Moreover, he did it with one blow of his unusual weapon. However, it just used the characteristics of magical beasts that became mad before dying in battle. In this state, their abilities are greatly increased. But there is a way out. A sedative plant. Monty applied it to his weapon so he was able to defeat the rage. But that was not the end because Monty knew all the monster's habits, which is why he ordered everyone to step back. After all, there was already a second werewolf standing in front of him, but the guy knew that the difference of 100 levels meant nothing. The first claw attack goes from right to left, so the second attack is easy to dodge as well. When the distance between opponents increases, you need to attack head-on. This prompts the werewolf to turn his back. After being hit in the head, the werewolf cannot stand on his feet. This lasts about 5 seconds, giving you the perfect time to strike. And then Monty finally struck hard. This was enough to destroy the second monster. And Monty did it, defeating the second monster. By the time the werewolf comes to his senses, he will have already left this world. He put on a whole show for the mercenary. In a normal state, the monster would not have suffered because the guy would not have hit it. And so everything went well. And Monty went to thank Clara for starting the healing of his comrades. Clara replied that it was her job and the guy asked how Raymond was feeling. And then he immediately apologized for choosing a dangerous path, which resulted in the mercenaries getting hurt. But Raymond softened and replied that everything was fine, because it was his fault too. Everyone made peace, and the mercenaries admitted that although Monty was a little rude to them, he was helping them. His skills are acceptable, and the guy himself is not that bad. So Monty gained respect among the mercenaries, and everything went according to his plan. Soon evening came, and the mercenaries set up camp in the cave. They found her after all, although they didn't really believe Monty at first, although they admitted that it would have been better to listen to him. The guy replied that anyone can act as a guide, but he was told not to be modest. Raymond added that he would like to hear Monty's stories after the mission is completed. The mercenaries asked him to tell Monty about the Imperial medal, but the guy didn't want the mercenaries to trust him so much. He said that it was not time to rejoice yet. This cave was protected from monsters, so one could sleep peacefully here. But they still decided to determine the order of those on duty at night by playing rock, paper, scissors. After that, the guy thought that everything was going just fine, but he was still worried about the large-scale update. Jin Woo has leveled up 7 characters to max level and knows the game by heart, but that knowledge can become useless. Therefore, you must always think and act even in the worst-case scenario. Everyone had already fallen asleep, and Jin Woo was thinking about his survival. He promised himself that he could handle everything. The next day, the boys set off again, and a monster stood in their way. We had to fight, but Monty knew a couple of secrets. He himself slew the Ents, and the mercenaries were shocked, thinking it was amazing. And all because the guy simply used a herbal cure for the plague. He invented it himself when he was playing as a max-level alchemist character. The guy regretted that his points were cancelled, but there were creatures that would attack even if the medicine was spilled on them. It's best to block the stems of the Leica and NTI, but not with a shield. Raymond Monte was advised to be more aggressive when fighting enemies with status ailments. Everyone listened to the guy's advice and they worked, for which everyone thanked Monty. But he instinctively advised, not wanting to stand out once again. But now they moved on, and Monte was looking for one place. Everyone obediently followed him, and Clara was interested in what he was looking for. And then the guy stood next to the glowing hole and said what he found. The mercenaries were surprised. It was difficult to get through this narrow hole. But this was the shortest route to the temple. But the mercenaries were worried that they would get stuck. But then the guy turned to Clara and told her to be especially careful. The girl was embarrassed but agreed to follow the instructions. The guy took Clara by the hand and said that now they would have to fall, so she shouldn't worry. But the girl became worried when Monte suddenly took her hand and jumped into the hole. But the fall was not that high, so they soon landed. Dio immediately stood up and walked forward. Clara looked around in surprise and asked, "What is going on here?" She saw around her a beautiful stone hall with statues. The girl looked at the wall painting in admiration while the other mercenaries were just landing from above. Monty also looked at the drawings and thought that they meant something, clues in the main plotline. As far as he remembered, this fresco depicted a battle between an evil god and the moon. The evil god followed the demon god, the source of chaos, and the moon god fought evil. And while Monty was looking at this, Raymond noticed something else. He pointed to one of the frescoes and said it looked like an execution ceremony. But Monty called the mercenary a fool and replied that it was a ceremony to inaugurate a knight. And suddenly, unexpectedly, Monte pushed Raymond away and ordered him to quickly step back. It was an unusual fresco and different from any he had seen before. Old memories suddenly began to surface in his head. The knight on the frescoes is the same character the guy saw in the trailer for the update. Clara suddenly added that this was a prophetic book. She had seen many things in temples, but this was the first time she had seen something hidden in a passage like this. Monty remembered that the girl was a priest at the Church of the Moon, and she might know what it meant. Clara explained that it was an ancient sacred language that was no longer used. But all this is interpreted as the end of the world. And the guy suddenly remembered these words from the trailer. It was in the first verse of the song, and it dawned on Monte. Now, a new event is taking place in the temple, in which he has not yet taken part. It's scary, but he has to move on because it's the only way for him to survive here. Then he turned to his comrades and said that they needed to go to the temple. The path lay through a huge stone corridor. It was beautiful and had many columns and ancient statues. Everyone agreed that this was an amazing place, and it was good that this road led straight to the temple. And then Monte noticed a familiar statue. This was something new besides the previous fresco. A knight in armor from the trailer. Clara admired the beautiful statue in surprise. The guy replied that it even seemed to him that she could start moving at any moment, although he himself was 100% sure of it. But Clara said not to worry, because the church had already confirmed that there was no danger here. Monte remembered that when a non-player character comes along, everything changes. And if this statue is the guardian of the temple, then he will not be able to fight it with such strength. It would be destroyed immediately, but suddenly Monty noticed an altar located in the area of the lost heritage. The first condition of the quest was successfully completed, and Clara bowed to all the mercenaries in gratitude. Thanks to them, they arrived safely, and Monty thought only about the next goal, to change the character. And then suddenly the glowing scroll with instructions opened before him again. The system said that the hidden conditions of the ancient legacy had been fulfilled. Monty was surprised that this system book appeared automatically. And at that moment, a loud, terrifying roar was heard in the hall. Clara asked in surprise, "What was happening now?" And the statue of the warrior from the fresco began to come to life and move. The stone shell cracked and a warrior emerged from it. Raymond pointed at the statue in surprise and said that light was pouring out of it. Monty himself did not expect this and stared at the statue in horror. And at that moment, the stone cracked completely, releasing the knight. The fragments flew in all directions, and Monty realized something. All this time it was not scary, but something worse. He straightened up, freeing his limbs. It was clear that this was someone very powerful, an opponent that even level 300 players would fight. A cursed paladin who transcends death, a death knight. His eyes opened and glowed red. Monte realized that this was definitely not a level 100 monster that appeared on the field. The Death Knight was much stronger than his previous enemies. However, the guy just smiled and said that it would be fun now. But the level 100 field contains more than 300 knights in death. The nerd instincts speak for themselves. This is an unexpected event. Defeating the Death Knight is not the end goal, as the developers are very secretive about their intentions in planning all the events. So there must be another way to deal with the event, for example, using the Book of Changes. A hidden quest was activated, and the guy fulfilled the conditions for its activation. For this, the system rewarded him with the Death Knight's sword. Monty smiled contentedly, because this was what he had been waiting for. He had previously read posts about character classification in Nadfont. He remembered how easy it was to defeat Death Knights, as anyone who chose a paladin knew. In the middle of the game characters, you need to take the priest. The shield the priest uses is applied to the Death Knight. If you do this, you can crush the Death Knight, break his shield, and skip Phase 1. His opportunity was now just right, and Monte, standing next to the priest, had already come up with a strategy. Suddenly, the knight looked angrily at those present and asked how they dared to enter the sanctuary. Clara shouted to Monty that it was too dangerous to stay here. However, the guy looked at the priest and quickly approached her. He turned to Clara and asked her to prepare the holy shield. The trigger that caused the sudden events was Monty's title change. So the event requirement will likely be level 10 or below and no class. Clara couldn't believe that the guy was going to fight, and she didn't want to let him. She thought there was no chance of winning. But Monty shouted that they couldn't just run away. He grabbed the girl by the shoulders and told her to quickly put a shield on the Death Knight before he struck. Clara trembled in fear as she looked at the enormous power in front of her. Her hands were shaking, but she had to follow the guy's order. She cast a spell and asked for the protection of the holy moonlight. And her staff caught fire, and the moonlight was supposed to protect them. Clara pointed her staff straight at the enemy as he raised his hand to strike. Clara was afraid, but suddenly she felt the touch of someone's hand on top of hers. It was Monty, who supported the priest and helped her concentrate her power. In this spell, they merged into one. And when Monty gave the command, Clara fired a light shield at the monster. This method immediately worked as it was supposed to. The Death Knight received a strong blow and began to fall, which surprised and pleased Clara. Monty was surprised that she used the shield as a rope to hold the knight. This girl was unusual, but Monty said it was too early to relax. They've only just passed the first phase of the Death Knight. Now the second was about to come, the knight was ready for it. However, Monty already knew what would happen next, thanks to his strategy. All second stages proceed in the same way. The knight becomes stronger by releasing all his power outward. He threw several swords at the guy, but they stuck into the ground. Clara screamed that this could be very dangerous, but a very interesting thought came into the guy's head. He looked at the monster and asked if he didn't remember him. At this point, all the conditions of the quest were met. In any game, the Death Knight is an unusual mob, but now his work was done. The dialogue was activated, but Monty understood that if he told a story related to himself, it would not be the same. He wouldn't be able to move on to the second stage, and he knew it. All these clues were shown in the trailer. Mistress Dark, a paladin in golden armor, was shown in the trailer. She waited for Pabal, who had gone to call for reinforcements, so that he could complete his mission and return. However, he did not return, and Dark became a Death Knight, and Pabal turned into a wandering ghost. This imperial medal, which could be obtained by catching a ghost, meant that the line continued. Then the boy shouted out his name to the knight, calling him Lady Dark. He handed her the medal and said that the mission was accomplished. The knight stood for a few seconds and looked at the medal the boy held out to him. And then he sat down calmly to be closer to Monty. A menacing voice of praise came from the armor, and Dark said that a good job had been done. The guy didn't believe that he had succeeded, and Dark recognized him as an ally. Thus, he found out that the Death Knight was Adeline Dark, the Holy Knight of the ancient Holy Kingdom. The knight said that a long time had passed since they were defeated and lost their god. The wait lasted forever and many comrades died. Langbold, Fonte, Chris. But Monte didn't hear these names, as if the developers had deliberately added noise. It turns out that not all conditions had yet been met. What did the guy think he might have missed in this game? Darks also said that the new soldier was seeing off the forgotten hope. She pointed her sword at him, placing it on Monte's shoulder. It wasn't very pleasant because the sword was simply huge. It looked like the inauguration ceremony that was shown in the fresco. Dark said that Monty blossoms even in war, and it was like a flower. The guy himself thought about all the clues from the trailer, but then he realized that something was missing, especially the lyrics of the song that was in the trailer. What if the Dark is waiting for more than just factions and reinforcements? What if she lost something or even someone more important? Perhaps it was her love that she was waiting for. Either way, the events had been set in motion, meaning the guy now had a clue. There is something to do with the man that Dark is waiting for. And then the guy remembered something. He also has an A-rank mercenary card. She's from the Tanto Temple, a place associated with the ancient Holy Kingdom. This is definitely not just a coincidence, and some items have changed. As the update progressed, existing items were given new uses. So even though Dark was cursed to become a Death Knight, someone is still waiting in the body of the undead. It was necessary to make the knight come to his senses. So Monty handed the knight an old A-rank mercenary badge, a card proving that its owner was a mercenary. Moreover, the owner of this badge has already gone beyond the ranks of veteran and has risen to the rank of expert. The knight, seeing this, abruptly lowered his sword. It turned out that Adelia's expectation was satisfied, and she deserved the right to reach the path of truth. The knight's armor began to disappear, revealing a girl hidden behind it, asking if he still loved her. Even if she is very angry now and if her skin is no longer so smooth and dry, Monty didn't know how to answer these questions because he didn't even know who they were talking about. Dark bowed to the boy, saying that he saved her between light and darkness, so his spirit makes her tremble. Monty said in fear that he was not the one Dark was looking for and waiting for. He is just a messenger who brought his things. Dark sadly replied that she knew and understood everything. She repeated this many times and with trembling hands reached for her lover's things. When she took it, light poured out of her hands, and Dark herself asked to send her beloved to heaven. He is her son, her flower, and her truth, from which she will never turn away. There was a flash of light, and the girl disappeared, and the story of the fallen paladin was complete. The reward is the sword of revenge of the ancient dead and the energy of life, and this began to change the state of the user. Monte looked in fear at his hands and body, which were changing, although this had never happened before. It felt like he had exploded and come back together, but he didn't remember anything else. When the guy woke up, he felt that he was lying on something soft. Opening his eyes, he suddenly realized that he was lying on a bed in a room. Standing up, he realized that the things around him were his things, and this was his old room from the real world. Junwoo was happy, thinking that everything that happened was a dream, but it was real. There he and his mercenaries caught a monster and attacked the Death Knight. And then the guy realized that he was even a little sad to return to reality. But then he heard someone calling him by his game name. The guy seemed to start falling down and suddenly woke up, but already in the game. Clara stood in front of him and asked if Mr. Monty had come to his senses. The guy realized that this dream about reality was a dream, and the game life is real. Suddenly, at Clara's words, all the mercenaries gathered, joyfully looking at the awakened Monty. They were all extremely happy that the boy had woken up, because he had become a hero who had caught the knight single-handedly. Monty realized that the mercenaries had then fled upon seeing the Death Knight, but replied that he was fine. He asked everyone to let him rest alone, and the mercenaries moved away from the tent. The guy decided to look at his rewards. The Sword of the Ancient Dead was limited to level 350. This is the first time Monty has seen a video of something like this, especially with such restrictions. It was expected, but there were too many changes, and all he learned was that the core of the update was the ancient Holy Kingdom. This didn't play into Monty's hands at all. He never thought that the benefits of being a nerd would disappear like that. Since this issue is directly related to survival, one must be careful. The guy came out of the tent and Clara ran up to him, immediately asking how he was feeling. He replied that he was fine and added that he now had another mission, so she and the mercenaries would have to go separately. This was necessary to understand the new game. The guy no longer had to doubt, and he opened the system. This purple scroll was supposed to help him, and the guy opened it. The system immediately said that the title would now be replaced. Monte felt the energy that the Death Knight had given him flowing into him. The sword that Dark used had the same energy. This girl clearly rewarded him for bringing her her lover's things. And it was thanks to her that the guy could now change his title. The replacement was successful, and the title type has now changed to General. The system notification said that the guy's level had increased. Experience points from the monsters he caught accumulated, but this was the first time Monty had heard of such an increase. But this is a normal level, and Monty expected something a little different. Suddenly, Clara appeared and said that it was time for them to return to the village. But the guy stood there and thought that something was wrong. But when Clara asked this question, Monty replied that everything was fine. He agreed to return with everyone, and they set off on their journey. Soon they entered the area of ancient Everest, and this meant the end of the road. Raymond said that as expected, A rank is really amazing and he feels stronger now thanks to the journey. He wanted to go to the guild quickly and report his success, but Mort replied that he was too tired. He didn't even ask for a reward to report back to, but Clara called out to the guy and said that the Church of the Moon simply had to thank the guy. Raymond nodded in agreement and said that Monty should not be so mean and should accept the gifts he deserved. He even invited Monty for a drink. and the guy felt an older brother vibe from the mercenary. Monty knew he was getting attached to the boys, but he had urgent matters to attend to now, so the meal would have to wait. Also, he lied about his identity, so it's best to keep your distance from those friendly guys. They were, of course, upset, but they could not contradict Monty, who went to the city. Moving away from everyone, he finally took off his annoying hood. Now he needed to seriously prepare. The reason he took such a risk and changed his title was because of the monster wave. Entering the quiet place, Monty opened his status window, which stated that he was at level 35 of the Forgotten Swordsman class. As expected, this was the first time Monty had seen this class. It could be related to the Death Knight and Adelia Dark, because the red energy from her became the key to changing the title. The guy decided to calm down and think, because this is not the first time he has leveled up a character without knowing anything. All other max-level characters were leveled up following his path. However, the only or significant difference is that it is now a reality. Monty had a whole wave of monsters waiting for him that he needed to prepare for. And now, the guy decided to focus on exactly this. Now he needed to test the skills he had acquired when he changed his title. One of them was the Oath of Liberation, which allowed one to make a pact with only one target, which became dependent on the caster. This was quite risky, as 10% of the caster's stats would be lost every time a contract was entered into. Is destroying characteristics a good skill? But if the other person's stronger than Monty, the skill will not work. And if weaker, it will be useless. It was too difficult, so the guy didn't bother to figure out the slashing skill. It allowed you to swing your sword to damage enemies in front of you, but it felt like just a normal strike. It was strange that such a common skill was considered something special. But then the guy realized that the skill changes accordingly depending on the player's status. A red energy appeared around him, which he received from the Death Knight. The system said that the power of the Forgotten Swordsman would recognize the Seal of Fire, so the slash skill was changed. It didn't last long, but it seemed to wear the guy out. He opened his stat chart again and realized that he had obtained one of the old Forgotten Sword techniques. Now he could use Herbivorous Fire, Fire and Herbs, and Containing Power. In addition, this skill had a history. First, it was necessary to raise the mastery level to 100 and get to the 100th level. The last condition was to obtain the Flame Essence, which the guy did, thanks to which he changed his skill. The Flame Essence, which was the condition for skill development, was stored in an inventory in another big city. This is a chance item that appears when you defeat a high-level fire monster. When Monty got home, he decided that he needed to gain at least 50 skills before the monster wave in Evra village. So now he has decided to train and improve his skills. In a few days, he destroyed a level 83 armored turtle. She was big, but very slow, so it was better to dodge attacks and aim for weak spots. That's what Monty did while fighting this huge monster. He deftly dodged the blows, avoiding contact. And when he found himself behind, he delivered a powerful blow, easily overcoming the difference in levels. So he received 15 experience points, realizing that it was not in vain that he rose to the maximum level. If he had a better weapon, he would have destroyed the turtle faster. And so his sword was a basic item, but he still couldn't use weapons from his inventory because he didn't have enough level. So all he could do was continue to defeat monsters and level up. Who else could do this in this game except him? By the end of the day, Monty has finally reached level 50. He had killed too many monsters and was very tired. The guy was already on the verge of death, but now he had to take the items that had fallen to him. Suddenly, the system showed him a local task. Stop the wave of monsters. It was necessary to help the villagers stop the monsters, before whose arrival there were 5 hours left. The military cities had been preparing for this for a long time and were holding their defense. Soon, a lot of terrible monsters appeared on the horizon. The commander also commanded the archers to stand in their places and take aim. As soon as this happened, he lowered his hand, giving the command to shoot. At that moment, 1,000 arrows flew towards the approaching monsters. They hit their targets, but not everyone. The commander told his soldiers to use shields for defense, and all the warriors who were on the ground went on the counterattack. Row number 3 was disorganized, and they were trying to fix it to prevent the monsters from breaking into the village. The spearmen were ordered to remain in formation. But suddenly something very fast rushed past the commander, and it was not a monster, but some kind of warrior radiating red energy. The commander looked at him in amazement until he apologized. His equipment resembled that of high-ranking warriors. He himself looked quite serious and powerful, and it was hard not to recognize him. In the mercenaries' village, everyone already knew Monty and was happy when he arrived. The commander thanked the guy for his help and said that he was quite famous. But then, the commander said that the guy's face was very familiar to him. Monty thought about it, because he was indeed familiar with this world character. He already invited him in the form of Dio for training. But the guy said that most likely the commander just imagined it. He didn't focus on this and still thanked Monty for his support. He was glad that an A-rank mercenary stood up for them, and he was sure that it would help a lot. Even though Monty said they could rely on him, the level difference between him and the monsters was almost 2 times. He used the magic class's confidence lens and the lens category that displays the monster's health value. And all this thanks to the training items he collected. From now on, he will aim for a critical hit. With it, he can at least prevent the monsters from attacking. Using it, the guy threw monsters in different directions. With his sword, he could fight on par with monsters. And here he is repelling another unexpected attack from the enemy. And at that moment, suddenly one of the guards says that Mr. Monty boldly kills monsters. To them, it seemed like something very brave and fast. But the guy knew that in reality, everything was much simpler. Any warrior, even of any level, could destroy these monsters. Moreover, this could be done by anyone even with 1 blow. You just needed to know a couple of tricks. Due to the seriousness of the situation, the guy could not create squads with NPCs. He couldn't gain experience unless he executed monsters himself first. Therefore, his task was to destroy as many opponents as possible. The guards couldn't believe it. Monte uses such a huge sword. They explained this by saying that the guy was an A-rank mercenary. At this time, he saw a mad werewolf and was going to help the guards attack him. Taking the sword in his hands, he jumped on the monster from behind. And then with 1 blow, he struck the werewolf and defeated him, raising his level. The guard already wanted to thank Monty, asked for help, but he suddenly pulled him aside. The guard didn't even understand what had happened, but Monty saved him from the monster's attack. The guy was really annoyed that they were attacking him from behind. The guard took it personally, but Monty left, deciding to turn off the status window for a while. The guards called for help as they were being pushed back. Huge monsters resembling praying mantises came into play. The guy squeezed the sword tighter. There were 5 monsters in front of him. Each of them has below 10% health, which means this is exactly the prey he was looking for. Monty ordered everyone to retreat and rush to attack the monsters. The warriors saw that their attack was too strong and the monsters could strike back. But Monty categorically disagreed with this. Dodging the blow, he delivered a 3rd counterblow to the monster. His attacks were unusual, and the guards wondered why the guy was attacking like that. But Monte knew all the weak points of these monsters and gathered them around him in one circle, after which the 5th stage of his plan began and he attacked. The sword pierced one of the monsters and the guy smiled. He knew that now there would be a huge explosion that would parasitize all monsters. The warriors looked at this in surprise and thought that Monty was using magic. They were sure that he was a magical swordsman. Soon the smoke from the explosion began to clear. Monty appeared in it without a scratch on him, and the rumor that he had received the Imperial Medal became true among his comrades. But they didn't know that the guy had been training for a long time and had reached the 100th level of mastery. For this, he received a forgotten sword art, an explosion, which required marking targets to use. Their maximum number was 5, and they exploded, and for each mark you get 150% experience. So the guy realized that he could blow up 5 opponents if he first touched them with the tip of his sword. However, such skills have a drawback. They can also work against the caster. But Monte decided to rummage through the inventory and look for something useful. So, for the fight, he found knee pads and the rest of the armor that increased fire resistance. And now he had complete immunity to any explosion. He used several sets with resistance attributes and high defense at once. That's why I now calmly used fire in my attacks. This was beneficial since the monsters were vulnerable to fire, and everything would be fine. But suddenly someone shouted that a huge monster had invaded the main square. It was a level 150 guillotine bear. Even Monty was surprised by the size of the monster. He was well above the village average. Evra, it would have been better to leave it to the guards and avoid the mercenaries, but they stepped back, letting Monty go ahead. For the guy, this was absolutely unprofitable and unacceptable treatment. But what can you do? He had planned to catch him anyway. He just didn't think he would do it now. The huge bear, seeing the target, raised its paw to attack. However, Monty managed to dodge, jumping high. Then he slashed the bear across the face, causing it to roar. This monster may seem to attack recklessly, but it has habits too. Since he has very thick skin, the damage from the explosion will be minimal. To prepare for this, the guy put a lot of emphasis on agility. He tried to maneuver between the blows and suddenly stopped abruptly. Monte turned towards the other monsters, and his plans were to jump into their crowd. Along the way, he cut his way through, scattering monsters with his sword. The monsters chased after him, not realizing that their blood was being shed in vain. The guy's plan was brilliant, and he soon lured the bear into it. He stopped abruptly and turned around to face the monster. Then Monty took out the flask and said goodbye to the bear. And then he threw the flask right into his face. The bear was immediately enveloped in some strange red haze. And at that moment, Monty shouted an explosion as if giving a command. And then everything that was doused with the contents of the flask suddenly burst into flames. The bear roared sharply and loudly, rising to his paws. And Monty just watched as the fire spread to other monsters. In this way, he easily destroyed the huge bear. He fell. And immediately after that, the warriors began to shout enthusiastic cries. They praised the mercenary of a rank, and Monty was glad that everything worked out for him. However, these were not all the monsters that attacked the village. But when they saw what this guy did, they looked at him with fear. Monty pushed off the ground sharply and jumped. The guy flew up above all the monsters, preparing to attack them with explosions again. Explosions became an art for him, and he then won this war. After all this, he rode calmly in the carriage. One of the guards said that there would now be a brief inspection. He was a sort of customs officer who inspected the carts. But what was his surprise when he saw the famous Mr. Monty right on the hay? He heard about his activities in the village. Ever asked if the hero was heading to River North? It was an honor to meet him, Monty, and I was looking forward to our next meeting. The guy, unfortunately, became more noticeable than he expected. He continued riding in the cart and soon found himself on the Paramount Plain. It seems like just yesterday he had no idea how a level 10 character could survive, and now he's reached 80. Choosing the gap was the right decision, and now it was heading to storage. In the North River. He was looking for the essence of flame and wanted to take it into his inventory when he reached level 100. And suddenly an idea came to his mind, and he decided to ask the coachman about something. Was there any news from the Empire? The coachman became thoughtful, thinking about the latest events that had taken place. He said that about 10 days ago, a group of bandits launched an uprising in the west. He heard that the third prince was recruiting troops to pay it off. Monty remembered how he had previously completed this quest with another character. Well, then it was necessary to establish good relations with Prince Friot. The coachman said that there was another problem. In the village, River North missing persons numbers rise. The Lord has it tough, but it plays into his hands, Monty. They are just on their way to this place, and he will be ready to help. He thanked the coachman for the information and asked him to give him a lift to the village. The man agreed, and together they drove off towards River North. The only thing that upset Monty was that he constantly had to hide his identity. If you ask him why he got out in the middle of such a plain and didn't drive to the village, the answer will be simple. This place reminded him of a hidden quest where he could make a profit. The boy saw a slave trader's cave in the Tier Mountains bordering the plains. This is the most inhuman gang in the game, Nadfont. And because of them, people have disappeared in this area. All this, kidnappings, human trafficking, various criminal activities did not particularly interest the guy. He was not driven by a sense of justice, he just wanted to get the elixir of agility. It can only be obtained by defeating the boss in this location. And thanks to this goal, the guy decided to complete this quest and find the bandits. At this time, they were talking about another deal that went well. They wanted to celebrate already, but they didn't know that they were being watched. Monty. The guy listened to them for a while and then took a rope out of his pocket. The bandits clearly wanted to have some fun today. But then, a strong rope wrapped around the neck of one of them. And then someone suddenly pulled him into the bushes. The bandits' partner did not understand who this guy was who looked out from behind them. But one of the bandits had already been thrown off the cliff. The partner started shouting that an invader had broken through to them. But he didn't have time to say anything else because Monty killed him with one blow. It was very easy, and the guy began to think that the average level of these guys was only 50. He didn't even have to use his skills, but suddenly Monty heard a chirping sound. Turning around, he saw a small bird sitting in a cage. The first thought that came to the guy's mind was not to open it. He released the bird, realizing that he now had to be more careful. He had found the slave trader's hideout, and now all that was left was to catch them. At this time, one of them was reporting to his superior about the latest events. But it was not the slave traders, but someone else, who received a lot of money thanks to them. One of the bandits did not understand why the people from the city could not find them. Was it because they hid well? But their leader said not to worry. The greedy nobles would not spend their own money on a search. They won't even think about searching this wide plain to find them. But suddenly unfamiliar steps were heard in the cave. The bandits turned around and asked who dared to stop the boss from drinking. Monty smiled and asked, "What's wrong with that? Hasn't this jerk had enough to drink yet?" and suddenly a barrel with a hand sticking out of it appeared at the bandits' feet. It was one of their comrades who somehow ended up inside. It was clear that this was done by the stranger, and because of this, the bandits had to take revenge on him. They shouted at him that he wouldn't be able to get out of here alive. But one swing of Monty's sword and all the bandits scattered in all directions. He fought them with astonishing ease. After just a couple of seconds, all the bandits were lying at the feet of the guy and the boss. The man looked angrily at the stranger, his face trembling with anger. Monty explained that now it was just the two of them left, since he had gotten rid of the rest along the way. Now the boss will have to take the fight one-on-one. Monty added that it was so exhausting that he wanted to end it quickly. The boss tried to resist him, but it was in vain. He was already lying on the ground and begging for mercy, ready to give anything. He said that he was simply following orders from above. Monty understood that this man was about to die, but somewhere his sense of confidence that he had to do it had disappeared. Then he asked the men if they had ever pitied someone who deserved to die, and when he didn't answer, Monty swung his sword. It was the last swing, after which the guy took the key out of the boss's pocket. It was the key to a large chest standing nearby. Then, the guy quickly inserted the key inside to find what he came for. And finally, he got a potion of agility, which increased his stats by 5 points. All that was left was to drink it, and the guy opened the cork. It tasted absolutely simple, like water. But after using it, Monty stopped feeling any fatigue. Surprised by the effect of this potion, the guy decided to continue on his way. But suddenly he heard a voice asking if there was anyone there. This sound came from right behind the wall. Monty knew that the trade was over, so there shouldn't be anything here. But then another obvious scene popped into his head. He realized what was about to happen and began to feel the walls. Finally, he found the fragment he needed. He pressed on the brick and the wall around it collapsed. So the guy found himself in a secret lair where there were many cells. There were completely exhausted people sitting in them who were scary to look at. The guy had seen this before in the game, but now these terrible smells and sights were too strong. If he had seen it for the first time, it would have been hard for him to just leave. But suddenly, he noticed a wooden door at the end of the corridor. Then he easily opened it and walked inside. In the center of the room sat a captive, trapped in some kind of magic circle. She was not like the others. Exhausted, dirty, and thin to the bones people. It was a beautiful girl who looked at the guy pitifully. The first thing she said was to ask for it to be destroyed. But Monty already knew who she was. A gang of thieves sold her to a sorcerer, and this minor character was to become the object of a sacrifice. Her older brother is Sigman, the second in command of the Knights. North River appeared precisely because of this incident. He was the strongest swordsman of the Church of the Moon, also known as the Knight of Justice. In other words, Sepia's death is a major event, and it's not that players didn't try to save her, it's just that no one succeeded. Not a single potion helped me free myself because there is a status ailment called the death mark. She is considered a character whose death is inevitable, and she herself understood this, so she asked to destroy her. But Monty saw this as a huge opportunity for himself. He had the skill of Oath of Liberation, and if the target accepts the oath, the caster's stamina is consumed. However, all status deviations of the targets are neutralized, and the target becomes dependent on the caster. The guy didn't yet know if this could remove the stigma of death, but for some reason he thought it was possible. However, there was one problem. 10% of all characteristics were taken away from him. He wondered if it was worth taking such a risk for the sake of submission. Sepia? He became lost in thought, and his thoughts went too far. A minute later, he came to his senses and looked sharply at the girl. He didn't understand how he could even think about it. But he was in the game, and we must not forget that this is now his reality too. He sees a man suffering before his eyes, and he stands there lost in thought. And this has happened many times already during this game. However, he destroyed people because it was necessary. But he wasn't a monster like all these people. Therefore, he will help everyone he can help. So he sat down opposite the girl and said that he would save her. He added that there was a way to remove this terrible curse from her. But first he asked her what exactly she wanted, to be saved or to be destroyed. This was the first time Sepia had heard that she could be saved, so she was surprised. She didn't believe in the impossible, but if there was even one chance, so she came back to reality and asked what needs to be done. Monty smiled and said that all that was needed was to accept the conditions that he would name. The girl agreed and gave her hand to Monty. He used the first level release oath and the subject accepted the contract. However, there was a condition that if the guy did not have enough stamina, the contract could be invalid. But Monty still wanted to continue and carry out his plan. However, everything around suddenly began to glow red and energy raged around. Monty didn't understand what the hell was going on, but the system said that a hidden quest had been discovered, saving Sepia. It was a very, very strange phenomenon, and light poured out of the guy's hand and suddenly a hidden quest appeared. When he opened his eyes, he didn't even understand where he was. However, I saw a whole bunch of monsters in front of me. Looking in the other direction, he saw many knights. They fought with these terrible creatures. It was the first time Monty had seen such equipment and such patterns on the warriors' helmets. Suddenly, at the other end, he saw a huge dog with 3 heads. It looked like it was a Cerberus. And all of these opponents were very powerful. If things continue like this, Monto could easily lose. But this cannot be launched, since this is now his new reality. And suddenly a bright light poured down from above again and the sky was cut in half. And suddenly a beautiful figure of a girl appeared in it. And she was beautiful, like an angel who had come down from heaven. Monty was surprised when he realized that she was looking straight into his eyes. He looked back at her to see what she wanted. The girl stretched out her hands and said, "May the radiance be with him." Monty didn't understand what was happening and suddenly began to fall down again. And then he suddenly woke up and stood up as if he had woken up from a terrible dream. Turning around, he saw that he was sitting in the same cave, and Sepia was lying unconscious in front of him. Monty realized he had just had a vision, but how did it relate to Sepia? The girl was still lying unconscious and Monty tried to think. He wondered what the meaning of the vision he had just seen was. War, an unknown woman who descended to him from the sky. Could this behavior be somehow connected with Sepia? And perhaps she's not just a minor character. Suddenly, the system showed the hidden rescue quest again. Sepia said that there were powerful spells on her that would not work even against the divine power of the moon. But the guy found a way to free her, and got a reward in the form of an oath of liberation of the 2nd level. Monty decided to finish what he started and made a contract, because of which he lost a small percentage of his power. His health was only 80%, and then 50%. All this went straight to lifting the curse, Sepia. But in the end, the guy suddenly felt a surge of strength. However, the system suddenly issued a warning that his health was only 10% left. Monty realized he had overestimated himself when he started coughing up red liquid. Not only do the numbers decrease, but the pain spreads throughout the body. It was incredibly painful, but he went for it voluntarily. Suddenly, Sepia woke up and opened her eyes, seeing a guy in front of her. At this time, the pain began to disappear, and the red energy became warm and gentle. It turned out that she herself shared this energy with him. Sepia, but why would she do that? Suddenly, the system notified that the guy had successfully completed a hidden quest and increased his skill level. Then Monty realized that the pain was due to the increase in skill level. Now he could get up and take the girl with him. He put her on his shoulder and decided to take her to a safe place. At this time, Sepia had a dream where she was alone in some strange, cloudy space. Suddenly, she heard someone approaching her. She turned around and asked the dark figure if it was her brother. The figure did not answer but only extended its hand in response. Sepia realized that this was not her brother because he had silver hair. But she is not afraid of the owner of this figure. Rather, she feels that they want to help her. And at that moment, the girl suddenly woke up and stood up. Her head was completely clear and she didn't even feel pain. She couldn't remember the last time she felt this good. Looking straight ahead, she saw Monty sleeping in front of her, with a pile of blood around him. Sepia didn't understand why this man would risk it to save her. Was he really sent by her brother? But he didn't look like a knight at all. North River. Moreover, his sword remained perfectly clean, which is strange. And for now, Sepia looked at the guy. He suddenly opened his eyes. The girl jumped back in fear and embarrassment. Monty didn't even notice how he began to doze off. He sat down more comfortably and extended his hand in greeting, introducing himself as Dio. Sepia also introduced herself and thanked everyone for saving her. And then she asked if Dio had come here at her brother's request. Monty thought that there was little information about this girl because she was a character who disappeared from the game early on. She is a victim and Sigman's younger sister. But even if he pretends to know her and her brother, everything will become even more confusing. So Monty asked the girl who her brother was. He wanted to ask something else, but he saw the girl's embarrassment. He himself did not understand why he risked his life to save someone he had never seen before. In this situation, he decided to simply remain silent and give an elementary answer. He said he just wanted to hear words of gratitude from her. Monty knew how strange it sounded, but he really didn't know any motive. They talked a little later, but she didn't seem to remember anything. Sepia has entered into a contract and is bound by it, and therefore most likely has many restrictions. As one might expect, there are characteristics of subordination: obedience, solidarity, destruction. Obedience involves suffering when disobeying orders, and solidarity involves going beyond a certain distance. And if the oath is broken, the character is threatened with death. And this was even harsher than Monte himself assumed. However, if it were not for the oath, this girl would have died a painful death. Therefore, the guy decided not to blame himself for the fact that she was his subordinate, so he decided to explain everything quickly so that she would not worry. He began the conversation by asking about her brother Sigmund and promising to take the girl to the North River. She had doubts, not quite trusting her new acquaintance. Monty understood this because to her, he might seem like an ordinary slave trader. So he reached out. Sepia took her hand and asked her to give him hers. The girl was surprised and did nothing. But the guy said it was his order. Now she definitely couldn't help but obey. Sepia's hands reached out towards the guy's hands. She didn't understand why all this was happening, but Monty explained that they were now bound by an oath and that she was his subordinate. The subordinate suffers if he does not obey orders, and this does not depend on him because they both made an oath to each other. Monty had to save the girl, and now everything will be exactly like that, even if she is against it. These conditions were not at all pleasing Sepia, who silently stared at their new acquaintance. Monte understood her reluctance to follow the unknown wanderer. Even if she were to unite with her brother, she would have to leave with him again. But suddenly the system said that trust Sepia to Monty increased by 3 points. The guy was surprised, but the girl said that now she also owed him her life. Monte was glad that she realized it so quickly. So now he got ready and went with her to North River. Meanwhile, his superiors learned about the disappearance of Sepia's victim. The slave traders were really just following orders from someone higher up, and this someone was clearly unhappy that the victim had disappeared. The bandit justified himself by saying that when he arrived there was no one alive around. But apparently, for such bad news, his boss decided to tie him up. He asked if none of them understood how important it was to look after their main victim, and now the one who brought the bad news will pay for it. At first, Sepia was a simple girl, caught to deal with the annoying Sigmund. However, she turned out to be an archmage with very great powers. If you let her go, the sacrifice from the 3rd circle will increase to the 7th. He could not bear this loss and destroyed the pathetic ambassador. Now everyone around him was to blame. Then one of the bandits approached this Mr. Victor and said that they had found the place of sacrifice. It seemed that the fugitives had not gone far from the cave, so Victor ordered to follow them. He was ready to tear it apart with his own hands, the fool who took their victim. And at this time, the fool and the victim were heading towards the city. Towards evening, they decided to take a break, as their health Sepia has not yet fully recovered. She moved slowly, but the guy had a very bad feeling. He wanted to get out of this place as soon as possible, but then someone called out to him. Sepia. She asked Mr. Dio if it was true that he was just a wandering mercenary. So where did he get such strength from? She had never heard of such a powerful curse being lifted. The guy thought that she was asking questions only to take away his energy, so he replied that he received this power in some temple. Sepia looked at him with distrust, and her trust dropped by 1 point. Monty was surprised because her trust level was at its maximum. Then he decided to ask how they caught him. Sepia. The girl was surprised, sat down and asked if this was an order. Monty smiled and said, of course not. If she doesn't want to talk about it, then let her not talk about it. The girl thought for a moment, then smiled, and her trust rose by 1 point again. Maybe this guy was better than she thought and she had nothing to hide from the man who saved her. But suddenly this man grabbed her hand and pulled it to the side. Sepia almost fell right on the guy who covered her. She screamed, "Ask what happened!" Hugging the girl, Monty told her to look behind her. And behind her she saw a strange dark cloud. It was some very interesting and sinister energy. She felt exactly the same back then in the cave. Monty immediately understood this, as well as the fact that he was about to have problems. From this evil haze, Victor and his minions appeared. Monty had known this annoying, creepy character for a long time. Victor was surprised when the stranger called his name. Did this guy really recognize him by his mark? The stranger looked neat, like a nobleman, without any fear touching what does not belong to him. Monty told Victor to take it as he wished, and then he threw something strange at him and told him to catch it. They were small clubs with red designs on the ends. It turned out that they had the ability to explode like grenades. Monty was sure that Victor did not have such power, but it wasn't that easy to defeat him with these explosives. He said it was even fun. Monty noted that there was no serious damage, but after all, Victor was a 3rd circle wizard. However, this was before Victor made the sacrifice. Sepia and reached the 5th circle. The third circle is roughly equal in strength to his level 80, so he should be able to win. At that moment, Victor attacked the guy with a strange object, but he dodged. And then he jumped up and rushed to attack straight at his enemy. Victor was surprised because he thought this guy was much slower. But Monty was next to Victor in the blink of an eye, and then he attacked him with his sword, causing damage. The remaining bandits decided to use shields against the attacks, but they were easily broken as soon as the guy struck them with his sword. Like glass, they cracked and fell apart in half. And Monty, as soon as he did this, destroyed a couple of bandits. One of them shouted that they needed to protect Victor until the magic circle ended, but Monty simply took the club and threw it towards the bandits. She exploded, breaking through his path to Victor. 3 more opponents appeared ahead, but the guy knew what to do with them. Having hit one, he said to himself that there were 2 left. Then the second one was also quickly destroyed. And here is the last bandit, completely clearing the way to the main one. At this time, Victor was conjuring something for himself. Then he raised his hand up and shouted something about eternal damnation. This spell will pursue the target to the end, no matter how long they run. Victor already wanted to end it, but it was not to be. Something flew towards him, knocking him off his feet, and then he felt someone grab him by the collar. It was Monty who even laughed at this. He smiled and said that it was good that the curse didn't hit him, and then he added sarcastically that this warlock's aiming ability was simply amazing. It turns out that Victor cursed himself because Monty simply turned him the other way. Victor shouted some curses at the end, but they no longer had any power. For Monty, this was stupid, and he decided to use the flash for the final blow. When it's the third circle, the spell will work very slowly. If only Victoria were Sepia, he would be the 7th circle now. Monty rolled his eyes and said that Victor's limit was 5 laps maximum. He gathered all his strength and was ready to attack the guy, but he seemed to be expecting this and suddenly moved away. And then he took one of the bandits and pushed him straight at Victor, after which he commanded the explosion, and everything around exploded. The shockwave threw the guy aside, but he was ready for it. Landing on his feet, he saw Victor, looking very bad after the explosion. It was surprising that he was still standing, so Monty simply asked to let him finish. He was about to use his strength when he suddenly stopped. It felt like something clicked inside. It was a very strange feeling caused by the explosion. It's true that explosion is a flame skill, but it looks different now. And then he heard Sepia's wheeze standing behind. The guy immediately turned around because he even forgot about who he was protecting. His partner was actually an archmage who amplified his explosion. Monty tried to call out to her, but it was as if she was somewhere deep inside herself. She felt such hatred for this bandit leader that she could not contain herself. She wanted him to suffer now, just as she had then. So she cast the same spell on him, and Victor didn't even have time to come to his senses. The chains squeezed him all around and he screamed. However, the princess did not even think of stopping. Victor begged for mercy, but she did not spare him, just as he did not spare her then. Monty watched in amazement at the magic that Sepia used. It was also red fire magic, just like his. But it was a little different. The magic of the ego. Non-player characters who are capable of using this magic can only be found in later versions. It is used only by those who have risen to the rank of the strongest. The ability to use such magic is given very hard. Having done this, the girl fell right into Monte's arms. She was exhausted, but her face expressed complete satisfaction. This even made her cry, but it surprised Monte More. He thought she couldn't use her powers yet, but she did great. At this time, Brother Sepia never stopped looking for her, and as vice captain, they reported clues to him. Now he was told about a trace on the border with the Tyr Mountains. They also added that apparently bandits and slave traders were involved. This news made Sigmund incredibly angry. He became furious and said that they all needed to be found immediately. When the soldier left, Sigmund looked at the floor and said his sister's name. He missed her, but he couldn't even imagine that she was now heading to the kingdom. Monty led her down very strange paths, which the girl was not sure of. But Monty repeated once again that he knew a shortcut. To the North River. Sepia didn't really like these ideas, but she followed the guy. He understood that the girl still doubted him, of course, since he found the way without a map or compass. He didn't want to lose her trust, so he decided to keep his mouth shut. He really thought that Sepia will have to be protected, but it turns out that she has tremendous power. Once again, when she got tired and had to be carried, the guy decided to open Sepia's status window. Everything was logical except for the class, which remained hidden, and it was possible that she had the same abilities as her older brother. In a couple of hours, Monty pointed the girls forward and said that they would be there soon. She didn't express any particular emotions and said that she was very happy. Monty knew he had to gain her trust before she asked about her abilities. If he is not careful, he could die the same death as Victor. He had seen her other side, but how could he now find out more about Sepia? The very thought of having to gain someone's trust was a little depressing. At this moment, Monty decided to call out to the girl. He said that he had wanted to tell something for a long time. Or rather, ask, is Sepia a heretic by any chance? This question made them both remain silent for a moment. The girl was in no hurry to answer, and this question frightened her. The girl's trust dropped by as much as 5 points, after which Monty stopped trying to gain her trust. And while they were walking, something interesting happened in the Atra Cathedral. Clara, as usual, was doing her job as a priest. One of the men standing nearby thanked her for this. Clara was used to receiving praise because she did her job perfectly. But she was always grateful that people appreciated her. But it was no ordinary man who asked her to follow him. Clara hadn't seen such large, beautiful cathedrals very often, but the man finally led her to the right place. He also warned that despite the fact that the girl had undergone training, she should be more careful. Clara thanked him and entered the hall, where a woman sat on a throne in front of her. Clara was very nervous when she appeared before her because she was an authority figure. It was Luna herself, and Clara bowed in greeting. The woman looked at her and told her to look up. And then, she sincerely thanked him for the work done, and the gratitude of the St. Kalini Luna was highly prized. And suddenly Clara, excited, raised her eyes to the holy moon. She guessed that Clara might know why she invited her here. Luna heard that the girl visited the Forgotten Temple, and Clara confirmed this. However, Luna wanted to know all the details of her journey. She must tell her everything she saw and heard. Clara began to tell the story and mentioned the Death Knight they had defeated. At this point, the Saint Luna stopped the girl and said that was enough. She said again that Clara had done a good job and had helped the order a lot. The diocese will provide her with assistance compensation, and may the blessing of the moon continue to light her path. Clara was delighted with such praise and shouted, "Endless glory to the moon!" At this point, her audience ended and she left the hall. Well, the holy moon thought about telling the girl a story. Without thinking twice, she turned to her advisor Paul. Paul Eppenhaus was the archbishop of the Lunar Church and served Saint Luna. She said that there was no lie in what priest Clara said. But how Paul had already guessed that Monty's name was made up in this story. Luna ordered a personal letter to be sent to North River. She'll have to keep a close eye on this stranger now. And the object of her surveillance was now talking to Sepia about heretics. The girl didn't understand why Dio thought that about her, because the sorcerers who kidnapped her must have been heretics too. The guy replied that those they called heretics must have something in common. For example, the desire for infinite power, not for strong faith, and the strength that the girl showed, Monty had never seen before. It was just unbelievable, and this statement was very surprising. Sepia. All this time, she suspected the guy of having this power. She didn't even know what she would answer him now, because she herself didn't understand where she got this strength from. Judging by Dio's abilities, there is a possibility that he is a heretic, an inquisitor of the Holy Emperor of the Church of the Moon. So she decided to tell everything. In her youth, Sepia often lost consciousness, and her magical power went out of control. She turned to the magicians and they told her what was wrong with her, but they still couldn't find a solution to the problem, and she couldn't control magic at will. It's hard to believe, but this is definitely not the power of the devil. And during her escape, she used fire and light magic. Monty thought about it, because the vision that came to him when he made the oath with Sepia was bright. Does this girl really have some kind of divine power? Sepia asked to trust her, and although she looks scary, she will never cause harm. But the guy remembered that she had wounded Victor and had done it because she had lost her memory, and was she even human? Why did she suddenly start telling everything? Perhaps he scared her himself. Then Sepia turned to Dio and asked if he was the Inquisitor of the Sacred Emperor. The guy shook his head and repeated that he was an ordinary mercenary. The girl found it hard to believe and assumed that Dio was from the East, but he denied that too. He asked, what difference does it make where he is from? Sepia replied that many of the people in Songhuachin come from other countries, but Monty waved it off and said that he couldn't stand heretics. The heretic inquisitors of the Holy Emperor possessed enormous power. It was called the first month of the moon, but the clan itself was not that strong. If there was even the slightest suspicion of heresy, the righteous man was immediately imprisoned. And if Dio were a heretic inquisitor, he would have finished him off Sepia at the first suspicion. The girl agreed, and Dio said that they would come soon and suggested not to tell about their agreement. He didn't want to tell her brother Sigman that he had subjugated his sister. The girl agreed, and Dio added that she couldn't get rid of him anyway, so let him pretend that he was just accompanying her. But Sepia said that her brother would not let her go because he would be worried and would not send her with the guy. But Dio still found it a better option than saying she was subordinate. Then the girl stopped and asked him to make her a promise. Let Dio be sure to tell her if her brother doesn't want to let her go. Her brother grew up in the slums and rose to the rank of second in command. He could have given his honor, his rank, and even his life for his sister, but she hoped that this would not happen. Dio thought. He thought that he would be exposed by Sigmund's appearance, but that could be a problem. But there was nothing to be done, so the guy just made a promise that he would keep it. I'm aware of Sepia. It was time for them to leave, as the city was already too close around the corner. But suddenly they both heard some strange sounds. Looking closer, they saw horses and knights' flags north river. Sepia immediately rushed towards them, but the guy warned her not to run too fast. One might have thought that he was chasing her, but the girl was not going to listen to him. Dio shouted at me to be careful, otherwise she could fall, but he understood that he and his brother had not seen each other for a long time. It may even look very worrying, but the main thing for him now is to convince Sigmund. However, he didn't look friendly at all and looked angrily at Dio. He rode his horse straight towards the guy, holding his weapon out in front. All he wanted was to destroy this strange stranger. He was sure that it was he who held his sister captive. So Sigmund thrust his sword forward to attack. Luckily, Dio managed to defend himself and thrust his sword forward. The guy replied that why would he suddenly die now? However, Sigmund's blow was strong, and Dio was sent flying to the side. He caught his sword and thrust it into the ground to stop. He stood up and held out his hand, asking Sigmund to wait, saying that there had been a misunderstanding. But Sigmund did not want to listen to anything, and again rushed into the attack. His sword almost hit its target, but Dio dodged again, and then he held out his sword to block the attack again. Sigmund loved his sister too much and was blinded by rage. He struck again and Dio flew to the side. Sigmund's sword left a scratch on his face. Dio stood up and glared at Sigmund. Other knights had already arrived to help him defeat the enemy. Sepia's face at that moment was distorted into a grimace of fear. Monty did not expect any help from her, knowing that she would not be listened to. However, Sigmund is clearly not yet mature enough to control himself. So Monty got angry and thrust his sword into the ground, creating a shockwave that sent the guy flying back. But he quickly stood up and again angrily and furiously rushed into the attack. He raised his sword and struck, but Monty jumped and dodged. He jumped so high that he ended up above Sigmund's head. And then, using his powerful kick, he landed and dealt damage directly to the knight with his foot. Tom was not pleased, but he stood his ground, continuing to look angrily at Monty. He said that it was the first time he saw such a technique, especially executed so precisely. But he also had his own special talents that he intended to show. He was about to attack when suddenly a stone flew at his head. He turned around angrily and asked who dared to do this. But behind his back stood his displeased sister, looking angrily at Sigmund. He was shocked, not understanding why her sister was interrupting her from destroying her kidnapper. But Sepia asked if her brother had gone crazy and wanted to destroy her too. Monte's face immediately became distracted. They had agreed not to talk about their relationship. At this time, Sigmund did not understand what his sister was saying, and then Sepia paused and realized that she seemed to have made things worse. Sigmund screamed why they had to die together, and Sepia remained silent, realizing that everything had not gone according to plan. However, Monty thought that since it came down to it, he would have to explain himself, so they went to the city of North River. In the mansion of the knight, Sigmund they entered the living room and Monty told everything. It was now clear that he came from the Eastern continent and cured Sepia of her curse using Eastern magic. And then he dealt with all the dark magicians to protect her. Sepia was surprised at how confidently Monte lied, but she knew it was necessary to convince her brother. After listening to the guy, Sigmund apologized to him for attacking him so suddenly and unjustifiably. It was surprising that Monty was so strong. Was everyone on the Eastern continent like that? He replied that if he was able to cross the sea to get to them, then he had enough strength to defend himself. Monte also decided to clarify the Sepia curse, which has not yet been completely cured. As a temporary remedy, the guy used treatment from the Eastern continent. But the curse was not so easy to get rid of, and Sigmund asked if there was a way to cure her. Monty smiled and said that it was indeed possible. After all, he is one of the best and most powerful mercenaries in the East. This was, in Sepia's opinion, already an unnecessary lie and boasting, but oh well. Monty said that there was a similar case in his hometown, and they called it intangible poison. Treatment requires constant monitoring of the patient's condition because the prescribed medications are constantly changing. It will take a long time to find suitable drugs. And then Monty said something that came out of the blue. Sepia must go with Monte to the east. Sigmund immediately stood up and shouted that he would not allow this to happen. He just needed to get his medicine. Monty replied that, unfortunately, without him, this medicine would be difficult to find. And if he drags on searching, it will only get worse, but Sigmund couldn't just let his sister go. But here, Sepia walked quietly and took his hand. She smiled and said that everything was fine and she would definitely come back healthy. Sigmund didn't want to let go of Sepia, but the voice had a calming effect on him. They sat down and Sigmund said that his sister was very tired, so he told her to go to her room and rest. He wanted to talk to Monty alone, and my sister agreed. I'm glad that she and my brother finally met. They agreed to eat together, and then the girl got up and went to her room. And suddenly Monty intercepted her hand, stopping her in the middle of the room. He asked to be allowed to check her injured wrist. Of course, there were no wounds on him, but the guy moved her closer and told the girl not to go far and to constantly pretend to be sick. He wrote her brother a farewell letter, and then he let her go. Sepia, and wished her a good rest. As soon as the girl left, a tense silence reigned in the room. Here, Sigmund stood up, saying that they had no need for formalities now. If a guy doesn't like something, then let him think what he wants. But Monty thought it was a great coincidence, since he wanted to say the same thing. Then Sigmund looked at him angrily and asked who he was anyway. Monty realized that the previous answer would definitely not satisfy him, so he would answer honestly. He introduced himself as Dio and said that he made his living as a mercenary. Sigmund assumed that this guy had a mercenary squad, but Monty replied that he didn't have one yet. He added that he wanted to form a detachment in this city. Then Sigmund said that he did not believe that the curse could be lifted. Dio understood that the curse had already been lifted and his sister was bound to him by a pact of submission. But he couldn't tell that to this caring evil brother, so he replied that he simply had experience in removing curses. Sigmund said that this was completely unreasonable and could not happen. Why would he risk his life for a stranger? But the guy himself didn't know the answer to this question. He just saved her, and that's it. It was as if something inside told him to do it. It didn't follow any logic or explanation. It was difficult for him to answer this question himself. Last time I asked Sepia, he gave her the answer he didn't really know. And then he asked Sigmund if a reason was really needed for salvation. These words made the knight's face change. But he still didn't know if he could trust him with his sister, as this guy seemed too suspicious. Dio himself understood that Sigmund's thoughts were very logical. He wouldn't trust himself either. However, being a character 10 level, he was unable to honestly explain his actions. Then Sigmund said that Dio saved Sepia, who was kidnapped by a black magician. And he knows about the curse that Sigmund never told anyone about, so he asked if this guy could definitely cure his sister. But Dio replied that he was most likely the only one on this continent who could do it, but he could also ask the Archbishop of the Moon. But Sigmund still couldn't just trust Monty. The boy realized that the knight did not trust the Moon Church, and he knew it, so he said so. If Sigmund were to compare him and the Lunar Church, who would he choose? Should he make a few more moves to tip the scales in his favor? And then the silence was cut by the voice of Sigmund, who said that people were disappearing in the city. Dio immediately said that he could help sort this out, so he wanted to gain trust by demonstrating his abilities. But Sigmund asked how a stranger could help him. But the guy said just one word, Ali. And that changed everything. Sigmund's eyes immediately lit up with a furious flash again. He jumped up and pointed his sword at the guy, but he didn't even flinch. The knight's furious reaction was clear to Dio, because he had hurt him for something that no one should know. That's why Sigmund left a scratch on his face, but was in no hurry to move on. So they both stood frozen in bewilderment opposite each other. The sword remained pointed at Dio, but he didn't budge and only told the vice captain to calm down. He realized that he was unhappy with the fact that he knew everything. The number of missing persons has increased significantly in recent times. And the only one to blame for this is the criminal alley of the North River, from where Sigmund began his search for his sister. There must be complete chaos in the alley now, and in general the back streets of the city are very dangerous. Even the knights can't do anything about it, and the city is said to be known for its powerful criminal gangs. However, they have nothing to do with the Sepia incident, so there may be problems in the future. And since Sigmund no longer trusts him, he himself will show what he is capable of. The captain asked the boy what his talent was, and he replied that he knew everything about everything in the world. So now he will begin the operation to clear the alley. Dio came up with a pretty detailed plan, and the vice captain approved of it. But it was strange that the guy knew the city so well. Dio replied that in his youth he was a military doctor and also tried his hand at being a detective. He didn't have bad intentions, so why would the guy trust him? Sigmund thought about this for a long time and then asked what Dio really wanted. He was impressed by the news that Dio had been a detective before. Even if he had heard about the alley in another city, he would not have been able to guess everything that was happening. The alley has been a nuisance to everyone for a long time, and will he really be able to solve this problem? Then Sigman stood up and said that, whatever the case, Dio should not be trusted completely. The next morning, after a good rest, the guy got down to business. The city lived as usual. The center was noisy and many shops opened and sold their goods. Amidst this everyday chaos, Dio walked around the city and thought. He saw that everything in the game was the same as before. This place appears after passing a busy shopping street. At the end of it was a road leading to the criminal world. Because he had played in the game before North River, he remembers the alley scene well. There were two groups in the criminal world, the liberal group Golden Dawn and the extreme group Bloody Fight, and each of them had their own symbols. As the story progressed, the Bloody Howl took on a dominant position. In the end, Sigmund got even with the alley for his death. Sepia, however, this time she remained alive. That's why Sigmund won't touch the alley, and the guy couldn't even imagine how the story would develop further. However, the clue is hidden in the plot itself. The Golden Dawn was defeated by a Bloody Howl, all because he suffered greatly from Sigmund, and now the time has come to unite them. So Dio went to one of the shops where the gang representatives were. He said that he came from Sigmund, which surprised the bandits, because the captain had never apologized before. Ludens of the Golden Dawn smiled, and the boys said that now they wouldn't have to wander through the alleys. Even after suffering great damage, Ludens still greeted the boy with a smile. Although he is the leader of a liberal group, he is still a criminal. Leaving, Dio said he hoped they would get along. Ludens was also in a positive mood and said goodbye to the guy. He left, thinking that half the job was done. There's just a few things left to add, but he'll need some inventory for that. He looked at the NPC girl and realized that he needed her inventory, after which he headed back to the alley. But he had to fight monsters. It looked like little werewolf monsters were attacking the guy, but he already knew this moment and knew how to defend himself from them. He thrust his sword forward and destroyed another monster, but another one just like it was flying at him from behind. However, they were too slow for Dio. He turned and easily struck the enemy with his sword. Having opened your characteristics, Dio realized that even though he had obtained the flame essence, the skill hadn't changed much. At this time, another monster was flying towards him from the side. The guy made a bored face and turned towards his opponent. Even without a sword, he was able to create a barrier around himself. The monster hit him and howled in pain. He was thrown back by the shockwave the boy created with his sword. The monster flew towards the other monsters with an explosion icon on its belly. And then Dio commanded an explosion and everything around exploded. The bright flash of fire was so powerful that it created a strong shockwave. But Dio didn't move and only watched his abilities carefully. Then one of the guards called out to the guy and asked if everything was okay. Dio responded to Priest Craas that everything was just fine, since his fire resistance had been increased by the salamander set. Craas said with admiration that the master was very strong and the explosive spell was strong enough to destroy his shield. It was a priest from the Church of the Moon whom the boy met after he started the quest. It consisted of defeating the rat, man monsters in the city's underground waters. At first, the guy thought about doing the quest alone, but then he thought that there was nothing wrong with taking a priest with him. Moreover, he was nice and thanked the guy for his help because they dealt with all the monsters together. There was only one place left, and Dio decided to go there first. The priest said that may the blessing of the moon be with him. Dio walked inside and found himself in a long stone corridor. The priest smiled slyly at this time but said nothing. He analyzed a mercenary who wielded a huge ball and used explosive magic. Craas acted on the orders of the archbishop and seemed to have found the one she was looking for. Soon evening came and bandits gathered in the alley. They were just looking for someone who fit Dio's description. They were sure that it was a Golden Dawn scout. The boy was surprised at how quickly rumors about him spread through the alley, but it was expected. The bandits asked if this kid was too self-confident. He would not advise him to relax since he joined the Golden Dawn. The two gangs were competing as usual, and one of the bandits had already begun to draw his sword. They were bloody howling and ready to destroy all rivals from the other gang. But Dio didn't even bat an eye when the bandits in front of him pulled out their weapons. The guy didn't have enough experience to reach level 90, but he still did it. He said he just wanted to meet their boss. But if the bandits want to suffer, then let them attack. This speech made the bandits very angry and they rushed to attack. A fight began, which took place not far from a tavern. But Dio seemed to be waiting for just this and just smiled. At first, everything was quiet, but suddenly, someone crashed into the door. Then it was as if someone fell and hit the door. And then she flew out with a loud crunch. One of the bandits flew into her, screaming loudly. He asked their boss for help in fighting the enemy. And all who were from the Golden Dawn are enemies. Dio looked out from behind the wall and said that it was so. But he was surprised when he saw the bloody Howl boss. Did he really deserve such a title? He tossed another thug aside and thanked him for bringing him to their boss. More precisely, it was a red-haired, powerful man who immediately recognized the guy from the eastern continent that Sigmund had brought. He asked what brought the guy to them, and he replied that Sigmund had given him the task of bringing order here. But this only brought a smile to the bloody Howl boss's face. He laughed and said it was all a lie. This proud, handsome Sigmund won't send some stranger to solve a problem in an alley. And then it was as if something exploded behind the guy. It was all energy coming from the boss. He said that if Dio was really sent here, then they came to declare war? This action would definitely not go unpunished. But the guy calmly looked at the boss and said that this was absolutely not true. Then the boss was very surprised and looked at the guy with an even stranger look. Dio began to explain that he had indeed come here at Sigmund's request. However, he is not his henchman, but acts out of personal interests. He came here to unite this alley. The boss thought this guy was just crazy. He raised his boys and ordered them to attack this foreigner. It was time to end this pointless conversation. The bandits decided to show what they were capable of and rushed into the attack. However, Dio stood there and didn't even move. The gang members looked quite impressive with their huge weapons. Their spear points were so eager to pierce their opponents. One of them fired an arrow at the guy, but he managed to catch it right in front of his face. The distance was about 3 meters. There were no magicians here, but about 20 people. Now he knew what strategy to use in this case. Now one of the bandits had already pounced on him with loud shouts. But Dio raised his sword, filling it with energy. And then you swung, and all the bandits were thrown aside. It was his new skill, the slash, that surprised everyone present. The bandit all fell to the floor under enormous pressure. They had never seen such strength before. Could this guy really be a magic swordsman? One of the bandits shouted to dodge his huge sword. But they didn't understand how to fight back against this guy, especially when he moved so deftly. In an instant, he found himself right in front of one of the bandits. One hit and the guy was already moving on to the next. They couldn't keep up with his quick movements and they all got hit. He told one of them that he was talking too much and not talking about anything relevant. And then he turned to the boss and asked if he was really going to stand there and stare. The boss clearly didn't like this, especially being called a Tusk. The guy added that if this continues, he will destroy all his subordinates. And the boss had no choice but to shout for everyone to disperse so he could attack himself. He rushed straight to the side Dio, but he also already calculated everything. The swords of 2 strong opponents crossed together. The boss's strength was great enough and the guy's legs slid across the ground. The boss shouted that now he would show everything he was capable of. Dio knew that even if he wasn't as good as Sigmund, this boss was definitely stronger than him. However, he definitely had some weak points. But now he clearly had the upper hand in terms of strength, throwing the guy aside. The boss then raised his axe and raised it right above Dio, saying that he had one more trump card. And then he struck down with all his might with his axe. But something strange happened. He did not injure his opponent. The axe just stopped, and I was leaning against its iron-like body. The boss didn't understand how Dio was able to block his axe with one hand, but the guy looked up at his opponent and smiled, saying that this was all his unique equipment. A steel gauntlet. It was used by characters from level 100 only, had a unique rank and huge defense. The boss was surprised to see these stats, which increased both attack and strength. But what surprised him most was that it was not just protection but an artifact. In the game, this gauntlet is called an artifact and not an unusual item, but not all players focus on this. According to the game settings, items of unique rank and above are called artifacts. Since such items are considered very valuable, many players want to get them. But the boss gave up, because he was sure that he could not be defeated with just some artifact. He lunged at the guy again, but he blocked the blow with his hand. And then he smiled and said that they had had enough. The boss didn't understand what it meant at first, but then the guy hit him with his hand so hard that he flew to the side. It was one of the most powerful blows the boss had ever experienced in his life. He sat down, not daring to move anymore, because now he needed to catch his breath. Dio was very curious about what this big guy would say when he saw the 6th set of steel gauntlets. She also added a huge amount of strength and protection, so the guy didn't have to be of a high level to land such blows. Thanks to the equipment, his strength increased by 150. so the difference in levels was nothing. However, the boss still did not want to give up. There was rage inside him. He screamed into the void so loudly that the walls shook. Dio realized that his recovery speed was simply incredible. He didn't expect it to happen so soon, so he missed one hit. And the boss at this time had already fully recovered and was even angrier than before. A new plan immediately began to form in Dio's head. No matter how unique the gauntlet is, the boss can still be dangerous. And right now, he is already about to deliver the strongest blows. However, Dio grabbed his hand mid-flight and immobilized him. The boss didn't understand where this guy got so much strength to restrain him. And then he even went and threw the boss onto his back. He hit the ground so hard that the walls shook even more. Dio loomed over him, in complete control of the situation. The boss's hand fell and could no longer move. Then Dio stood up and decided to try to talk again. First, he said that the boss needed to calm down. But then one of the bandits appeared at the door. He saw that he was lying down, and Dio was sitting in front of him with a knife in his hands. The bandits were very scared of this and no longer wanted to get into a fight. Moreover, the guy said that if they valued their boss's life, then they better not make a fuss. So they just stood opposite each other for quite a long time. However, no one attacked, and the guy exhaled because it was finally over. This may have made him stronger, but that's not all. He sat and waited for the boss to wake up and caught himself thinking that he missed Raymond. After all, this young man was his first comrade. Dio hoped that this guy was okay now. However, this was far from the case, unfortunately. Raymond was captured by the enemy and tortured there. And not just him, but many like him. He was already begging for mercy, but no one cared. Suddenly, he heard the most hateful steps for him now. These were the steps of the girl they called Mrs. Scarlet. She walked into the room with a languid air, holding a phone in her hands, and asked if her charges had learned anything. One of them replied that this was of course the case, and he had taken care of it. After the monster wave ended in Evra village, this strange guy just left. And according to the information provided by Kucher, on the way to North River, he suddenly asked to go to the Paramount alignment. Then Scarlet said that the mercenaries did not give up even after they were caught. Are all mercenaries really that loyal, and it's not clear to whom? They couldn't split for a long time, even though they didn't even know the main reasons. She warned that if the mercenaries continued to remain silent, a sad end awaited them. Here another guard called out to Mrs. Scarlet. He said that a carrier pigeon had arrived from Atra and given the girl a letter. It said that a suspicious mercenary had been discovered. In the North River, although the mercenary's level is not high, he is strong enough. He looks like the monster hunter Monty. If they find this mercenary, then maybe he will be able to find out about Monty's location. Although it is quite possible that this stranger is that very Monty. Scarlet smiled and said that they were heading to North River, ordering everyone to get ready. Raymond looked at the terrible woman with fear in his eyes as she told the others to finish him off. He said that Scarlet had promised to keep him alive, but she had replied that the conditions were that he tell everything. But he remained silent for a long time, and she had to find out all this herself. Therefore, the outcome of this sad episode was very cruel. Meanwhile, Dio sat and talked to the boss, who was surprised because the guy didn't destroy him. After all, he had every chance, but Dio repeated once again that he came to talk, not to fight. He had no intention of getting rid of the bloody Howl boss. Well, this statement surprised everyone and asked, "What does this guy want then?" Dio replied that as he had already said, Sigmund wanted them to unite their factions. But this will take a lot of effort and time, which is logical. But I wonder what will happen if Dio unites the alley. After all, the boss of Bloody Howl can become the main one. Therefore, he would rather delegate this task to him than do it himself. This statement greatly surprised the boss. What the guy said turned out to be simply impossible. But he said that he had proposed the same plan to the Golden Dawn, but they did not like it at all. They are the kind of people who smile in your face and then stab you in the back, and I even liked the Bloody Howl boss Dio. So he will tell Sigmund that he has united the alley, but in fact the boss will be in charge. He will become the real master of the alley, just as he always dreamed. If you delve into history, then the history of the Bloody Howl group started 10 years ago. At that time, the alleys were arranged completely differently. There, criminals could socialize and have fun together. Well, one day someone appeared who changed everything completely. It was the leader of the Bloody Howl, Tusk, who managed to suppress the crowd. He fixed the alley not only with his cruelty but also with his leadership qualities. He could even take control of the entire city, so the bandits were loyal to him. And Dio said that if the Tusk listened to him, it would soon become the master of the alley. It didn't take long to persuade the boss, as he agreed. All this time, one of the bandits was watching them, as if drilling Dio's head with his gaze. But the guy was glad that the boss fell for the trick and said that the main task was to plant bombs all over the city. The guys from Golden Dawn will run out, thinking they were ambushed, but the bomb is not very powerful, so there will be no serious damage. Tusk asked if they would be bothered by help then, but the guy replied that these guys would not touch them and would even help. This is because in the eyes of the people, everything will look different. The leader of the Bloody Howl will not allow the Golden Dawn to cause an explosion and will become a hero for the townspeople. Not only will he become popular, but he will also become the most important person in the alley. One of the bandits considered this nonsense and blamed everything on the stubborn Sigmund, who allegedly tried to unite the alleys. However, he would not put the city in such danger, so it is clear that this is a trap. The bandit told the boss to think again. Is it really possible to trust a stranger so quickly? Dio looked at the bandit with bewilderment, as if not understanding what he could be suspected of. And the boss sharply told his subordinate to shut up. This stranger could have destroyed them all, but he didn't, even though he had a great opportunity. So now they must carry out the order and plant bombs everywhere. Dio believed him. The bandit didn't understand what was going on and didn't trust this guy. However, for the sake of the boss, he still decided to do everything. When night came, Sepia went outside to walk around the yard. And there she met Dio, who was waiting to see her. The guy said that they hadn't seen each other, so he came to check on her health. The girl was surprised and replied that everything was fine with her, but she felt in her heart when a guy went far away. It was a very strange feeling and she was afraid of it, but Dio replied that if he wasn't too far away, it wasn't dangerous. He moved, mindful of the distance limitation, and thought that he would have to take Sepia with you so you don't worry. Then he said that sooner or later they would have to leave the city, so let them. Sepia will be ready to pack her things and say goodbye to everyone. The girl thought for a moment and replied that she would do everything right, but she looked upset. Dio understood her feelings because she would have to say goodbye to her family again, but he didn't even know how to comfort her. So he took her hand and told her not to worry, promising to find a way to break the treaty. And before he left, he allowed Sepia take a look at the beautiful night sky over the North River. The girl was flattered by such concern, but Dio had to leave. The guy walked out realizing that he was not one to try to please everyone. So he turned around abruptly and saw the one he had recently called out for a conversation. He really needed to talk to Sigman so that they would not have any more conflicts. Dio thanked the vice captain for waiting for him to finish talking to his sister. Now he was ready to listen, but Sigman told him to stop being sarcastic, warning the boy to be careful. He followed him for a whole week and watched his actions closely. Sigmund admitted that Dio had done a fine job, but why had he gone down into the subway if he was supposed to be working in the alley? Did he really need the money? Dio didn't like being followed, even though he assumed it was. Sigmund also added that he felt that attacking the leader of the Bloody Howl was an extremely dangerous decision. The people in this group are very cruel and will destroy a person without any hesitation. And did Dio not think about what could have happened to his sister? The boy understood that Sigmund was worried about his sister, but it was justified, so he replied that he had everything under control. Now all that was left for Sigmund to do was follow his instructions. And although the vice captain was a little dissatisfied and scared for his life and his sister's, he agreed. He raised the issue that the leader of the Blood Howl couldn't be allowed to walk around the alley freely, so they had to catch him. Dio agreed with that, but they had to let him deal with the Golden Dawn first. To begin with, the guy told the knights to gather their things and set out an hour after his signal. But Sigmund didn't understand what signal he was talking about. Dio smiled and replied that it would certainly be a big bang. Sigmund warned that this could harm civilians, but Dio replied that there was no need to worry about that. Of course, he had foreseen everything, and 4 days later that decisive moment arrived. After this time, life in the city still remained calm. No one suspected that these were the last peaceful days. Tusk said that they finished planting the bomb in the square last night, and all that was left was to wait. The bandits knew that an explosion would occur today at 12 o'clock. Tusk raised the bottle and said that today would be their day of glory. They were lucky that a person with the same goals appeared, because the unification of the alley is what they had dreamed of for so long. Golden Dawn is an opponent that can be defeated at any time if you put in enough effort. However, the problem was always with Sigmund and his knights. But this problem was solved by a guy from the eastern continent. There was now very little time left until 12 o'clock. Tusk was anticipating the triumph of his victory, so time passed very slowly for him. It was at this moment that the leader of the Bloody Howl had a premonition that he was being deceived. As a northerner from a warlike people, he could not ignore the feeling that danger was approaching. Then the rage in the boss's eyes grew stronger and stronger. He stood up, pushing aside his bandits, who did not understand what was happening. At this time, Tusk firmly grabbed the wooden chair. Then he moved it aside and picked up the wooden planks from the floor. Imagine his surprise when he discovered a bomb underneath them. They definitely didn't agree with anyone about this. Inside the box with the bomb was a piece of paper, a message from Dio. He said to see what this bomb is capable of. After that, a couple of seconds later, there was a loud explosion. Beautiful multicolored fireworks shot into the sky near the castle. The residents did not understand what it was, but they saw that it was very beautiful. They didn't understand what kind of holiday the gentleman was celebrating today because fireworks weren't just set off. The residents decided that the gentleman simply decided to please them. But it was all Dio who did it. And he didn't even realize how much joy he brought Sepia, for which it was very beautiful. After a hard day, he decided to just lie down and take a nap. Even for him, it was surprising that the guys from Bloody Howl were too trusting. They planted too many bombs, and Dio almost died running around all night to replace the bombs with Christmas fireworks. And yet, looking at the sky, he knew the effort was worth it. He kept his promise to Sepia. She would look at the beautiful North River sky one last time. Absolutely all the residents admired the fireworks, thinking that it was a gift from Sigmund. However, the happiness did not last very long. One of the residents noticed that a fire had started, as there was a fire, and ordered water to be brought. Dio didn't know about it yet, as he had already defeated the Bloody Howl boss and gained a lot of experience. No matter how strong the Tusk is, it definitely won't be able to cope with that many bombs. And the rest of the people from the group are fighting with all their might against the Golden Dawn. So the quest to clear the alley. The North River was completed, for which the boy was awarded the Knights of the City medal. Judging by the notifications, the Golden Dawn is definitely already on the edge, and there is only an hour left before the explosion. The Knights of the Alley were supposed to take care of the rest. At their head was Sigmund, who led a small military detachment. Dio watched all this from above, keeping an eye on the situation. But when I saw that everything was fine, I decided to go for it. In Sepia, while Sigmund is busy, leaving now would be the best decision, even though it will hurt my brother. But if the girl meets him, Sigmund might change his mind. But as she looked at the beautiful fireworks, she realized that this was the very gift that Dio had spoken of. So this is a sign that it is time for her to leave the city soon. She took her things and quietly got ready to go outside. But suddenly in the corridor, she heard as if someone was knocking on the door next to her. She asked who was there, because she knew for sure that the door was locked. It was necessary to check who was there so that she was not followed. However, she did not know that behind her back, that same stranger, the leader of the Golden Dawn, had already appeared. The next day, everyone continued to put out fires. Sigmund had finally completed his tasks and could head back. Dio's plan. Wondering if he had finished everything. Sigmund thought that the Bloodhowl boss had died, and the Golden Dawn had been destroyed by the Bloodhowl raid. The knights dealt with the remaining members of the bloody battle. Dio's abilities and still sent his sister with him. Luden's body be found before leaving. But then horror appeared in Sigmund's eyes when he saw the body of the gang leader. It was unclear what was happening to him, but strange purple smoke was coming out of him. Sigmund realized that this smoke resembled traces emanating from a demon, but this couldn't be. This smoke rose higher and higher into the sky. Sigmund tracked his direction and realized that he was heading towards his sister. He ordered everyone to immediately move out of the way and rush to help his sister. But he was already overtaken by Dio, who had everything go wrong because of the leader of the Golden Dawn. He didn't understand where he came from, and he even kidnapped Sepia. But the man just looked calmly at the guy and said that they needed to talk. Dio hadn't heard Luden's life story even when he played it, so he didn't know what was in store for him. This is a man who expanded the position of the Golden Dawn not by force, but by outstanding business acumen. However, he should have disappeared after Sigmund appeared. But did he really have an undisclosed secret? Moreover, he had changed a lot since their last meeting. Or maybe it was because the good old man got angry and clenched his fists. His face became more serious and his features became angry. Could it be that he was really just pretending last time? But what business does he have with Dio? Luden's clearly wanted something and was already about to tell. But first he stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. A ring of fire immediately formed around Dio, cutting off his escape route. Then the boy realized that the leader of the Golden Dawn was a wizard who blocked the room. Dio wasn't sure he could defeat him because he didn't know what he was capable of. Moreover, he held Sepia hostage, but there must always be a way out. So Dio swung and threw his sword towards the man. It hit him right in the head, clearly killing his opponent. And then the guy ran up and decided to finish what he started. After the second blow, Luden's would certainly not have been able to recover. The sword went in too deep, so there was no chance. Luden's wheezed from the pain Dio inflicted on him. The guy thought he could destroy Ludens with one blow. But for now, this will do. The main thing is to save Sepia. Dio pulled her towards him and pinned her down, holding his sword forward in defense. Luden's wounds healed, and he said that he liked Dio's attitude, because even though he was young, he was experienced in battle. Attacks like a real swordsman, but he should have noticed that Luden's was not human. He asked if Dio noticed it, but he smiled and asked what exactly. That Luden's was a vampire. Luden's was surprised that the boy knew, but Dio also knew that vampires were the only ones in Nadfand who were capable of regenerating. Luden said that Dio's abilities were not up to his expectations, but it is unclear if it is a problem with the weapon or the power. Dio understood that the vampire was right. He didn't have enough strength, and he compensated for his poor characteristics with equipment. But that's no reason to talk to him like that, so Dio threatened Luden's that he would soon get his silver stake. The vampire wanted to talk, but Dio called him a real pain. Why was he always trying to figure out who was stronger? Luden's replied that it was all for fun and that it didn't matter. Now it's time to show your real skills. The boy's eyes filled with fear as the vampire stood up, and then he pounced on him, knocking him off his feet. But the guy suddenly felt something familiar. And then he put out his sword, repelling the attack of this brute. He defended himself by jumping back and getting into a stance. And at this time, the vampire was already ready for the next blow, but his hand changed. She began to look like a huge paw. But Luden's praised the guy, saying that he was holding up well. But it was clear that Dio would not last that long. So he pushed the guy away with his paw. It was a powerful blow, but Dio withstood it. Luden's didn't understand how the guy had lasted at all, and he was so furious that he didn't notice Dio's attack. He simply took a silver candlestick and hit Luden's on the head with it. He roared in pain because this wound was too strong even for a vampire. The blows dealt by silver were much worse for the likes of Luden's. He had to pull this candlestick out himself. Dio asked if he had gone too deep, although he still planned to spread the blow to his entire head. However, Dio actually only pierced the eye on purpose. The vampire understood that this was an effective tactic against slow opponents. Dio realized that he had been found out, but if the candlestick didn't help, Luden's would quickly recover. But suddenly, the vampire began to scream unexpectedly loudly. And then, having recovered, he pointed at the guy and said that he passed the test. Dio didn't understand what you were talking about. Does the vampire really know him? Luden smiled and said that he would definitely recognize the Forgotten Henchman. Dio had heard this title, and it was surprising to him. Luden's didn't understand why Dio was so surprised because he knew him too. And the kidnapping of Sepia is a secondary thing here. Dio thought that it wouldn't be that hard to determine his origin, but could it be that Luden's had a hidden class? But he replied that he was a 1,000-year-old vampire who lived a long life and became the head of the clan. Dio realized that Luden's was a high rank, but was he high enough to become a leader? This means that this man's level is not lower than 350, which is simply incredible. If he had fought for real, Dio would have died long ago. But now it turns out that the clan is hiding in the city. Luden's told Dio not to worry, as he was the only vampire in the North River. Dio was surprised and asked why he was alone. But Luden's fell silent sadly and said nothing. And then he collected his thoughts and said that this land has a forgotten history of 1,000 years. They were depicted on the frescoes that the boy had already seen. Suddenly, a window popped up, notifying him of a class quest where he had to meet a person who remembered a forgotten story. And that was precisely the backstory called the Forgotten Henchman. Then Dio said he wanted to know more about this story. Luden said that this story began 1,000 years ago in the Divine Age. The only thing that people are burdened with now is the moon. Likewise, in the past, many gods gave teachings to people, and the gods were much more powerful than the moon god. For example, their sun god, whose tattoo was on the man's arm. He showed her a sign that he was still faithful to his gods, and Dio was surprised, since he did not know this story. However, she had already seen this pattern in the trailer for the game, and it was right on the helmet of a soldier who was going into battle. In ancient times, there were numerous confessions, the only surviving cult being the cult of the moon. Apparently, this sun pattern actually belongs to one of the lost cults. But if this confession was stronger than the culture of the moon, then why did it not survive? Then the boy asked to name the sun god. Ludens could not do this because now the world is under the control of the moon. People from the moon cult may be determined to start looking for him, so the guy also needs to be careful, since he has the powers of the sun god. This news greatly impressed Dio, because he did not know that he had divine power. He then asked the man to explain in more detail what kind of power he was talking about, but Ludens replied that the guy would hardly understand. It's actually strange that Dio doesn't even know at least part of this story. the demon war of the ancient sacred era. The demon king led his demonic beasts and invaded the human world, and the sun and moon worked together to protect the people. However, the moon became jealous of the sun's mighty power and eventually erased the sun from history. Dio thought that this sounded very arrogant, since the cult of the moon had betrayed the cult of the sun. The vampire said that the moon wanted to erase all records related to the sun. They even tracked down the believers and erased the traces. So the sun was forgotten, but the boy asked why then Ludens was still alive. He replied that he was not the only one hiding from the eyes of the moon, but all the surviving children of the sun were cursed. The people from the moon even borrowed the demon king's power to take over the sun using curses. The inability to live, die, and also made people demons. And the guy thought about the Death Knight, Adelia Dark. She was definitely a supporter of the sun. That's why the guy didn't inherit the power of the sun, and the vampire was glad that he finally understood. But it wasn't just the guy, it was also the kidnapped Sepia. The power this child uses is definitely related to the cult of the sun. Dio remembered how she fought, but who would have thought that it was the sacred power of the sun? He just thought that Sepia had amazing magic, but here's how it is. Ludens added that it was because of her that he came to North River, but unfortunately he made a mistake and decided to kidnap her. But then he met Dio. This is truly the will of the sun. And before this meeting, the guy thought that he himself chooses what to do. Is it really true that everything that happens to him is the will of the sun god, and he controls his destiny? And while the guy was thinking about this, fireworks were still thundering outside the window, and a female voice said that this city was too noisy. Her advisor added that this was the first time he had seen anything like this in the city. Scarlet sat on the chair in order to find out what happened in this city. And then suddenly she asked another question. Did they find Dio? The advisor replied that the last time he was with the vice captain of the North River, and Scarlet asked what their relationship was like. The knights hid it well, and Scarlet knew that the knights' influence here was stronger than that of the Church of the Moon. Then she said that she knew that the vice captain here was outstanding, and the advisor confirmed this. Sigmund was known as a knight of great honor and faith, but to Scarlet it was funny. She loved to destroy other people's faith and knew that many interesting things awaited her. The girl stood up and ordered her advisor to get ready. She really wanted to look at the face of this great vice captain. At this time, Dio was thinking about how he got stuck in this game. Could it be that this has something to do with the god of this game? Then he was lucky that he learned about it from Ludens. The man said that Dio had come to the right place. This time their conversation is over. This phrase surprised the guy. The new vampire explained himself and said that Sigmund was already here. Ludens understood that Dio still had a lot of questions, but he would definitely find the answers to them. First, he needs to visit Estelrum, and there he will meet his close friend. They didn't spend much time together, but he enjoyed talking to her. Dio. Finally, he asked not to doubt his words because the sun will definitely rise again. And then the man seemed to begin to dissolve in his own magic. At this time, there was a loud knock at the door and Sigmund's voice was heard. It didn't take long for him to knock down the door, and then he burst into the hall and asked where his sister's thief was, and how surprised he was when he saw her next to Dio. He began to suspect that something strange had happened, especially the fact that there were two of them in the room. Dio had a notification pop up about a class quest that he completed and received a Class 1 awakening. However, this did not save him from the suspicions of Sigmund, who put him behind bars. Dio tried to resist and even asked for good food, but in prison they don't talk about it. The desperate guy lay down on the hay, not understanding what he was guilty of. Now it will be difficult to get rid of the false accusation, since he was associated with a demon. This stupid vampire has caused so many problems, and now he has to clean them up. Suddenly the boy heard steps and Sigmund's voice and immediately called him. The guard immediately reproached him for disrespect, because how could he treat a commander like that? But Sigmund replied that everything was fine. He would like to talk to the prisoner alone. The guard obediently walked out of the corridor. Dio asked if Sigmund was being too cruel to him. He thought he was more merciful. Sigmund apologized for holding the guy up, but there were too many prying eyes. However, something worse had happened now, and Dio had preempted his words by saying that he was not connected to demons. But Sigmund said that a messenger from the moon had come to visit them. They say he is looking for a mercenary named Montel, and is curious about the huge explosion that happened in the city. They are also interested in Dio's connection with demons, but the guy is more interested in why the church is looking for him. Sigmund said that the Church of the Moon demanded that Dio be interrogated and Sepia, since they were at the scene of the incident, but he refused this demand. Dio thought that this was dangerous, because as Ludens had said, there was no place on this continent that was not under the power of the moon. Even if the knights if North River goes up against the moon, they won't succeed. Sigmund said that if an interrogation began, Sepia's abilities could be revealed. Then she would be in danger. And even though he doesn't fully trust Dio yet, this is his only option. Now only he can help save his sister. Dio asked what Sigmund was going to do after freeing him. The vice captain replied that they didn't have much time and needed to run. And immediately after that, the guards came running to them. They warned that an ambassador from the Church of the Moon had already arrived, and Sigmund said that he would come soon, and also told Dio that his sister was now in his room. As much as he didn't want to be separated from her, he had to rely on Dio now. He told the guy to take her with him and leave immediately. North River. Dio didn't answer, but he felt even more responsible for this girl. Therefore, at that very second he rushed to the place indicated by Sigmund. He knew he would do whatever it took to stop them, especially for Sepia's sake. But will he be able to put up a fight against the people of the moon? Because he knew about them even before he heard from the vampire. He thought the church moons are the player's ally and they now turn into enemies. Either it's an update or the game is even deeper than it seemed before. He was even afraid to think about what would happen if he started a war with the church. However, now Sigmund had to take care of this. He went out to meet the messenger of the Church of the Moon. The guards did not want to let her through, saying that in the name of the moon, they too would conduct a search throughout the city. The North River is under the jurisdiction of the knights, and they will not tolerate disrespect. However, Scarlet had a different opinion about this. She walked through the guards as if she did this all the time. She asked how any of them dared to stand in the way of a representative of a saint, and even talk about respect. The guard replied that they could not allow them to say anything without the permission of the Lord and Vice Captain. However, before he could come to an agreement, Scarlet neutralized him in her path. His comrade immediately ran to his friend and tried to bring him to consciousness, but it was too late. The remaining warriors armed themselves and were about to begin the fight. But Scarlet said that she had punished the guard fairly, and now they needed the Vice Captain and his sister. But what interested her most was the mercenary from the Eastern continent. If the guards had given out personal information about these two, there would have been no problems. And if they still refused, then she was going to hold an execution ceremony. Looking at her, it was not difficult to believe her words. But then a voice was heard from the crowd that stopped all the warriors, and it was Sigmund. He ordered everyone not to move without his direct order. Seeing the wounded, he told the soldiers to hurry and take him to the right place. Scarlet looked at the guy and said that according to rumors, the knight is Sigmund. She thought he was leading the knights, but he explained that he was only acting as deputy captain. He turned to the inquisitor, who was supposed to conduct a proper trial, and asked how she dared to harm the knights. Scarlet smiled and replied that he had simply stood in his way. There were cries from all around that this was simply absurd, and not the answer of someone who worshipped God. Sigmund himself was no less surprised, but raising his hand calmed the crowd. Although he allowed the knights to intervene after the investigation was completed, further action was unacceptable. Scarlet replied that it was obvious that Sigmund was trying to hide something from the church, but it was his younger sister who aroused the most suspicion, the mention of whom changed Sigmund's face. He replied that his sister was a victim unrelated to the incident, and since she was unwell, the knights would calm her down first. Only after this would Sigmund allow her to be interrogated, which did not suit Scarlet. She realized that this guy seemed to be trying to stall for time, so she took out her sword and dragged it across the tiles with a crack. And then she suddenly appeared next to Sigmund and struck him. He managed to dodge, but there was a scratch from the sword on his face. It is unknown what Scarlet was trying to achieve, but she has already shown her strength and that she hates waiting. She jumped up and pointed her sword at Sigmund, but she was amazed that he dodged her sudden attack. Then Scarlet said that apparently the rumors weren't a lie. Everyone immediately ran to the vice captain, but he was calm. Scarlet knew that if this guy was strong enough to avoid a blow, he could fight back well. But he hadn't even picked up a sword yet and wasn't going to fight. Scarlet asked him if he had been knighted despite being born in the slums. She thought it was absurd. Sigmund replied that she was right. It was much worse than Scarlet's straightforwardness on the internet Red Rose Goddess. Scarlet waved it off and admitted that this knight was also a gentleman. It was all the more interesting for her to fight with him, so she rushed into the attack. However, Sigmund was able to defend himself with the help of his armor. Scarlet said it was time for the guy to start showing off his skills. Then she turned her whip on him, which appeared around Sigmund's hand. Scarlet pulled him towards her and asked why the knight was ignoring her. Then she hit him again hard. Sigmund grabbed his shocked face and sank to the floor. At the same time, Scarlet's foot touched his shoulder. She said there was no need to waste time if Sigmund was not going to fight. He just dodged. But the guy replied that he was just being careful. He couldn't believe that they had decided to conduct such a radical investigation because of what had happened yesterday. The demonic footprints appeared in the city only yesterday at noon, but Scarlet had already been there before that. She said that the Order's goal was to interrogate two people, Sepia and the Mercenary. Well, isn't her main target a mercenary named Monty? Scarlet was surprised to hear this statement. She didn't tell anyone about her main goal, but since everyone had already guessed, she said that she thought Monty was involved in all of this. The investigation into the demonic outbreaks takes a back seat, but she wonders why Sigmund is protecting Monty. The guy replied that Scarlet just imagined it and that it was a misunderstanding because he didn't know about any Monty. The suspect in custody is also not a man named Monty. Scarlet smiled, but to her, the knight's words did not sound like a lie. Then why is he willing to risk his life to stand by his words? Knightly pride or loyalty to family? In any case, it is worth paying special attention to it. Suddenly, guards appeared behind Scarlet and called the investigator. She turned around and asked what was the matter. The guard said the suspect had simply disappeared, and this news surprised Scarlet. At this time, Dio was already in the prison underground passages and cursed Sigmund for not having done anything for him. This prison is a complex system from which it is almost impossible for newcomers to escape. But the guy had been in this game before and knew that if he moved the bed in the third prison cell on the left, he could find the exit. He did so and saw a hole in the wall leading down. I had to make my way through this inconvenient path. Eventually, he managed to do it and emerged from the ground like a mole. And this exit leads to the backyard of the mansion, where the guy immediately heard sounds. Someone asked someone to lay down their arms and spoke of rebellion against the Holy Kingdom. Apparently, the paladins were already fighting, but Dio needed to find Sepia. Sigmund told him that the girl would be on the 4th floor. The guy wanted to take on the case, but Sigmund is the only one who knows that he escaped. Neither the Templars nor the paladins of the Order should meet, but Dio could not act without humanity and leave the girl. He opened his inventory and started looking for useful items that he had picked up in North River. There was a speed potion, a boost potion, an antidote, a curse kit, and more. But all this was not it. And then Dio found something interesting. It was a level 10 magic class transformation potion that allowed one to transform into the specified target for 10 minutes. This should have been enough to get into the room. And Dio did this by turning into some unknown guy, who was suddenly recognized by the maid. She called him Ted and asked if Zeke had sent him here. The guy smiled and said that he came here on behalf of Sigmund. He knew that Ted is the chaperone the guy ran into in the backyard and knocked him down. He felt sorry, Ted. That's what he turned into, but now he was supposedly going to pick up medicine for Mr. Sigmund's sister. The maid said that Sepia was in the middle room, and the guy thought that it was good that he took the transformation potion and not the invisibility potion. It turned out to be more advantageous because he did not have to go through all the rooms, and so he knocked on Sepia's room. He introduced himself as Ted and said he had a message from Sigmund. Only after hearing this did the girl open the door a little. Ted. Dio's face immediately changed and he said that they didn't have time, but Sepia was scared. And then she started to look closely, realizing that something was wrong here. At this moment, Ted turned into Dio, and Sepia immediately recognized him. She asked how Mr. Dio got here, but suddenly the voices of the guards were heard behind her. They said that with the investigators' permission they could take it away Sepia by force, and the girl looked at Dio with fear. The guards were getting closer and closer, and Dio said that he would explain everything later, but now it was time for them to run. He looked at the girl again and asked if she trusted him. Sepia looked uncertainly at the boy's hand extended towards her, and then she smiled a little and put her hand in his. Dio smiled, now he could finally escape. Well, first of all, he poured some kind of potion on the girl, and it turned out that it was a petrification potion. It turned everything it poured onto into stone for 10 minutes. Sepia also turned to stone, and Dio opened his inventory again, after which he placed the girl as an object next to his objects. Nadfant did not allow inventory of creatures, however, even the changed creatures are classified as statues, so anything that's petrified can be put into your inventory, like the guy once did with the monster, so he could later release it in the city. He discovered the secret by experimenting with the character's characteristics, and now he could easily get out without being seen by anyone. He sat on the windowsill and jumped out of the window, after which he landed loudly on the ground. From the girl's room, I heard the guards' voices saying that the suspects had disappeared. Dio could tell that the Paladins and Templars were horrified that the two suspects had disappeared. He understood how difficult it would be for Sigmund now, and silently wished him luck. And now they had to visit First Estelrum, where Luden sent him, to his friend. But there was one catch. Estelrum is a city of the undead. and it was he who opened up a new quest for the guy, to meet a man who remembers a forgotten story, thanks to which it was possible to reveal hidden abilities. The boy looked at Sepia, which he carried with him, and thought about his childhood with Sigmund, where they were left orphans and grew up in the slums. They tried their best to survive, but people constantly tested them. And these were people of different statuses, from the scum of the alley, knights and aristocrats. The city's falcons were so unsafe that they became known throughout the continent, so Sepia adopted one unspoken law for herself. People don't do anything for no reason, they always want to have fun or get some benefit. There was a time when she was almost tricked into human trafficking by an old nice man. He pretended to be a gentleman, but wanted to use the girl to distribute illegal substances. Sepia learned to be suspicious of all people and never trusted anyone except her brother. Most likely that was the case until she met Dio. For some reason he decided to help her just like that, but she couldn't believe it. Is he really as kind as her brother? Beliefs that no one else would believe continue to haunt her. Good is never done for nothing. But even myself, Sepia has already questioned this. What if she's wrong and Dio isn't like other people? Then she opened her eyes and saw a guy in front of her who asked if she was feeling okay. Since the petrification had just been removed, she had better be careful. But the girl understood that she was weak now. She had a falling out with her brother and caused nothing but trouble to Mr. Dio. So, was she worthy of his help? She can't stay weak forever. And Dio noticed the doubt in her eyes, asking if she was feeling the side effects of the spell. But Sepia looked at the guy and decided to tell him something. Her look became more confident, and she said that now she wants to become stronger. She doesn't want to need anyone's help anymore, not Mr. Dio's, not her brother's help. She asked if she could become stronger if she followed the guy. Dio was surprised by this question because he didn't expect this from her. But then he smiled and thought that it was quite possible. However, he warned that Sepia will face all sorts of difficulties along this path. Well, the girl was ready and said that she could handle everything and would not cry or give up. Dio replied that everything was great then, and thought that when she became stronger, it would become easier for him too. Sigmund asked him to protect his sister, but when she shows such determination, he can't do anything. Then Dio decided to explain Sepia is the situation they are in now. The girl learned that her brother was accused of being a heretic, and so the persecution of the Church of the Moon began. So Dio met Ludens and learned of her abilities, but he could have abandoned her. But she was grateful that Dio kept his promise. The guy said there was no need to thank him, but Sepia was persistent and only regretted that she could not say goodbye to her brother. Dio said that there was nothing to worry about since they wouldn't necessarily meet again, although he himself couldn't guarantee it. But now he could give Sepia some of his weapons. From his inventory, he took out a crystal unique bow, which required a strength level of 5 to use. Sepia looked at the item questioningly, and Dio said that this item could be used even at low strength. Also, this bow was an artifact, and in fact, Dio was already planning on training Sepia since arriving in North River. For developing strength and dexterity, there is no better weapon than a bow, and according to Ludensa, Sepia are closer to the wizard class. To use magic well, she needs to improve her accuracy, but when you're a beginner, the possibilities are endless. Dio noticed that Sepia was very suited to this weapon and decided to start her training from the basics. Time passed, and one sunny day, huge goblins were wandering through the forest. They were carrying large bags with them when they suddenly heard a rustling sound. An arrow suddenly flew out from behind a bush. She hit the goblin, knocking him down. The second goblin began to look around questioningly, but he couldn't notice the archer, who was hiding high in the trees. Sepia began her training and could finally use the bow for its intended purpose. The second arrow flew right on target and hit the second enemy. The goblins were surprised, but they did not see who was shooting. There was only one left, and the girl decided to leave her hiding place and jump down. Her landing fell right on top of the enemy, whom she struck again. Another goblin fell down, unable to repel the attack. However, he was still armed, so he raised his axe. But for Sepia, this was not a problem at all, and she foresaw it. Therefore, by deftly parrying in the air, she easily dodged the attack. Then she used fire magic and ignited the arrowhead, after which she took the arrow in her hand and struck the goblin as if with a cutting weapon. He roared because it was a powerful attack, and Sepia, falling down, landed right on the enemy's back and moved down it. She then took her bow and pressed it to the goblin's neck. Now it was as if he was her hostage and would definitely not be able to get out. It was the girl's last blow that brought her victory. The goblins would not be able to resist such a force. They weren't as fast or agile, so the last goblin finally fell. Sepia jumped to the side and looked at the defeated enemy. She took her studies very seriously, so it took her a few seconds to relax. And then she smiled and said she knew she could handle it. At this time, quiet steps were heard from the bushes. Dio came out and smiled, saying that the girl had really done a great job. He himself did not expect this and did not understand how she managed it, because the speed of learning the Sepia was just incredible. It felt like she knew how to defend herself from the start. He was a fool because he thought she was a person who couldn't stand even the sight of blood. It was amazing that she could master the skill so quickly and become stronger, so Dio wanted to teach her a lot. In just 15 days, she had become much stronger than he had imagined. Sepia suddenly smiled again and said that she wanted to check if there were any more orcs in the area. Dio agreed, even though he never thought she could improve her skills so quickly using only physical abilities. But what surprises him most is the fact that Sepia has not yet demonstrated the power of the sun. If she uses the power skillfully, she can become very powerful, but she doesn't yet know how to control this power. That's why she uses it by accident every time. This is what happened that time when a girl was attacked by a huge werewolf. She was so scared that she was able to release her power and create an explosion. She had no control over it, but the force pushed the werewolf aside and defeated him. Every time they were in danger, Sepia lost control of herself. However, when he opened the girl's status window, Dio was surprised because Sepia's level had increased. When they first met, the level was 15, but now it had doubled, but the class was still unknown. Dio wondered how he could unlock it. Maybe there was some special quest? And then his thoughts were interrupted by the weapons that lay under his feet. Dio was distracted, looking at the huge pickaxe in surprise. I wondered what all this was doing here. Was it really dropped by the orcs? These monsters, living alone, do not engage in agriculture, which means this is a whole group of orcs. It turns out that somewhere near them there is their lair, or a whole cave. Sepia immediately asked what happened after seeing Dio's puzzled face. He only said that there were orcs somewhere nearby, so he suggested Sepia takes a look at the orc cave before heading to a room. Then the boy picked up the pickaxe and said that he would very much like to meet the witch. Sepia was surprised and asked to tell about it in more detail. Dello knew that in the game world, witches were considered monsters and NPCs. There are witches who are considered heretics and those who do evil deeds, but there are also witches who give quests or help players. The shadow witch that Dio was about to meet now was right next to him. She lived in the Cave of Shackles, and her level is around 150, and she drops various items, but she was the apprentice of the Balance Witch, the most powerful witch in the world. Compared to Dio, she had a lot more knowledge about this world, and he hoped that they could learn something about the state from her. Sepia and its unknown power. After hearing this, the girl even thought about it. She asked Mr. Dio if he really wanted to ask the witch to examine her. Can they trust this strange witch, and why is the guy so sure of it? Dio replied that he wasn't entirely sure, but she did know a lot. Moreover, witches simply cannot stand fire. Therefore, if they quarrel, they will still be able to defeat the witch with fire. Dio also had means that could calm the witch down, so there was no need to worry so much. Sepia resigned herself to this decision, and soon they entered the Hafner Valley. The entrance to the cave was quite easy to find on a large plain. As Dio thought, they were right, and there really was a witch there. The room was filled with her books and artifacts, and the witch herself was lying on the sofa. Suddenly, a large black raven flew into the room. He landed right on top of the lying witch. She mumbled discontentedly and said that she was already getting up. And then she asked the raven what had happened. At this moment, the bird's eyes lit up, as if conveying a message. The witch realized that some intruders were coming towards her. She laughed and was even happy, because everything coincided with her harvest season. After these words, she went to look for potatoes and called the orcs. She said that they had guests, so she asked to take away everything they had. The orcs accepted her orders, and the witch hoped that you would give these guys a lot of money. She hadn't eaten for several days, so she was hungry. If she had a lot of money, she would buy herself a chicken and eat one egg every day. At this time, the scout crows continued to fly over the cave. They noticed that the girl and the boy were already nearby, but they did not see either the witch or the orcs. Dio told Sepia that it was better to wait, since the witch had definitely already noticed their arrival. So if they want to meet the witches, they'll have to deal with the orcs first. Sepia became inspired and replied that now she could do it easily. But Dio tugged her by the collar and told her not to rush so quickly. Sepia asked in bewilderment, were they really not going to fight the orcs? But Dio decided to look at the map first to make sure. In Nadfant, there is no distinction between high and low-level players in terms of card-reading ability. If you can do this, your win rate increases significantly, and the appropriate level for this valley is 90. Now that Dio is with Sepia, He has to use different tactics than when he was fighting alone. So now he ordered the girl to take care of the troops on the tower. The number of orcs she could face now was no more than 3. He told her to run away if she was surrounded, but Sepia didn't want to do it, but promised that she would be careful. Dio thought that Sepia had believed in herself too much, but then he felt relieved, because pride brings death even to the strong. Then he said that the girl would take care of the security and he would take care of everything else. Once the plan was agreed upon, Sepia drew her bowstring. Then she looked confidently at her mentor and said that she was ready. The orcs, although they were expecting an attack, could not notice the cunning girl. She moved too quietly like a cat, and at that moment Dio shouted that it was time to attack. Sepia immediately took aim and fired at the enemy. The arrow whistled towards its target, and then, as usual, it caught up with her and struck her. After that, Dio shouted forward and they ran on together. When the girl saw an obstacle in her path, she jumped, and then she raised her bow over her head and struck the orc with it. She did well, but there were a lot of orcs. It was good that Dio was with her, who knew all the weak points of these monsters. The guy even thought that they were Sepia is a great team. The girl was in no hurry and was focused on the task, which was very important. With her arrows, she struck all the targets again and again, and deftly parrying between the enemies, she again struck down the orc. Soon they were all finished and Sepia exhaled. It was the first time she had fought with such a huge number of monsters. Dio took a flask out of his pocket and said that the girl had done just fine. Sepia thanked his praise and took the flask of water. Dio looked at her and thought that she didn't seem to have any injuries and that she had really improved her skills. And suddenly, the status windows opened again, showing Dio's level, 98, and the level Sepia, 49. The guy understood that she needed to reach level 50 and get the right equipment. If he had known what class she had, he could have given her more effective equipment. Although the crystal bow is a powerful weapon, it cannot destroy orcs in one blow. Sepia drank some water and suddenly turned towards Dio. She asked what about the witch now, and the guy seemed to come to his senses. Sepia asked if they should talk to her after everything they had done here. Dio replied that she would most likely be very angry, and Sepia asked in fear what they should do. But the guy replied that he had one very good ace up his sleeve. It seemed to him that there would be no fight anyway, so they shouldn't worry. So he warned the archer not to relax. She poured the water over herself and caught her breath. And Dio wondered who had raised her like that. She looked very strong and powerful. However, it was time to go to the orc cave to look for the witch. Sepia noticed that it was very quiet there. Were all the orcs outside? Dio replied that this was not so, and that there should have been orcs left in the cave, namely one orc, a shaman. But the guy wasn't going to destroy it, because it was an experiment that the Shadow Witch had put a lot of effort into creating. They have already destroyed all of the witch's subordinates, and if they do this to the shaman, then the conversation with the witch will be very serious. Dio said that they would have to bypass the shaman and go straight to the witch's laboratory. Looking at the map, Dio found a shortcut to the witch's lab. When this hole was first discovered in the game, controversy ensued. People debated whether this was a bug or a design flaw, but in the end it was concluded that it was carefully designed. Suddenly, Sepia asked how Dio knew so much. Had he really been here before? Dio was a little confused and replied that he had indeed been there, but said nothing more. He crouched down and began to crawl into the narrow passage to the laboratory. He finally crawled out and noticed that there were small books scattered on the floor. Having knocked down the bars, Dio crawled inside the room. They actually got into the witch's laboratory and saw her sitting on a chair. Dio turned to her and asked if she could hear him. Well, in response, he heard only very loud laughter. The witch turned to him and looked like she was crazy, especially with her creepy laugh. Dio suddenly said that they had come to that very place. The witch talked about orcs and potatoes, which he thought would last for 6 months. Dio said that it was amazing that the witch was fighting for food now, and Sepia was surprised at how casually the guy spoke to her. The witch suddenly asked furiously if they knew how much one orc's head was worth. She said that she would destroy both of them, and they would pay for everything they had done. Sepia was already preparing her bow to attack as the witch began to gather energy around you. Well, suddenly, he stood in front of her Dio, stopping the girl's attack. He had a bag in his hands, which he was clearly going to use against the witch. She looked questioningly and angrily straight at Dio. It felt like she already felt what was in that bag. Then Dio stepped forward and greeted her, saying that he was a doctor who had come to the witch from the Eastern Sea. The services that were in the valley reached him. Hafner is a witch who needs new knowledge, so he came here to get help, so he poured out a whole bag of coins in front of the witch. The witch angrily asked how she could help the one who had destroyed all her orcs. Dio said that he was sorry about what happened, because he didn't know that they were the witch's subordinates. But they have something she'll definitely like. The witch came closer and noticed that the bag was completely filled with gold. Dio added that it was rude of him to behave like that, so he apologized. The witch, as well as Sepia, could not believe in such a huge sum of money. The witch wondered how many chickens she could buy with this money. She knew that the path of a witch is always difficult, and even if she is hungry, she must not lose her dignity. That's why she said that it's not that easy to buy. But Dio replied that the girl had misunderstood him, and that this was money for the orcs they had destroyed. And then he handed the witch the so-called real gift. In his hand was the true essence of flame, and the witch recoiled in fear. Dio knew that the flame essence was very difficult to obtain, and was something that NPCs like players coveted. And of course, his inventory is overflowing with these entities. Dio said that in the Eastern continent, it is used as a decorative stone. However, here it is a valuable material, but we could not believe how such a thing can be used as decoration. Dio replied that he could give her as many of these essences as she needed. And now, the witch really began to hesitate in her answers. Although she should have maintained her pride, this thing was too difficult to obtain. So, to begin with, she invited the guests to sit down and talk. She introduced herself as Evelyn Lapes, a balanced witch apprentice, but to the guests, simply Evelyn. Dio also introduced himself and then looked at his partner, but she herself said that her name was Sepia. The witch suddenly said that she knew her. It seemed to her that she was the child she had heard about before. She knew that Sepia was born with the power of the sun, and asked if she was talking about the same Sepia. The girl was surprised to hear such information that almost no one knew. Dio also didn't know where the Shadow Mage got this information from. She could only have heard it from Luden's. However, it is possible that she herself is a member of the Church of the Sun. Stopping guessing, Dio asked about it directly, but the witch replied that she learned about it from her teacher. Her teacher is one of the 7 stars of Walpurgis Night, as is Luden's. Dio was interested in what this Walpurgis Night meant. The witch, seeing his look, decided to explain everything herself. But first, she looked at the fire core on the table. Dio saw her looking at the table and told the witch to take the ball. She couldn't believe her joy, and she asked if there would be any problems. And then she came to her senses and, as if coming to her senses, began her story. Walpurgis Night is a secret meeting of 7 stars united for one purpose, and they consist of the 7 most influential sun worshippers. They are called the 7 stars, and the teacher Evelyn and Luden's belong to this place. Dio knew that all 5 iconic boss monsters in the game Nadfant were called a pentagram, and the Witch of Balance was among them. It turns out that the 5 bosses and the 7 stars are separate entities, but everything is tied to the faith in the sun, which was forgotten. But her traces are still hidden across the continent, and so the mission of the 7 stars is to find her. In other words, Walpurgis Night is a gathering created to exchange information about the traces of the sun. But what they did with this information, Evelyn didn't know. However, according to her teacher, the sun's reward will restore order to the world. Dio knew that turning the world upside down under the rule of the Church of the Moon was a real cataclysm that would overturn the game's worldview. The game system led Dio along the path of the sun, and 7 stars come to the rescue. Until recently, the outcome of the fight against the Church of the Moon seemed unclear. But what if the Balance Witch, a member of the Pentagram, is on the same side? What if all 7 stars are entities of the Pentagram? They might be able to deal with the Church of the Moon, and that needs to be found out. Dio asked if there were any other witches who believed in the sun. But the witch did not know, because the situation with the sun is not discussed among witches. But teacher Evelyn's witches dedicated themselves to researching the power of the sun. Dio realized that this was why there were so many entries in the scientific journal related to fire, and this also concerned the nature of flame. Dio asked then what exactly the witches were researching. Evelyn replied that they were doing everything they could. Overall, it's a research paper about restoring the power of the sun that was lost thousands of years ago. But Evelyn seemed unhappy about helping with it. She replied that it was true because she was only 26 years old, and she couldn't even imagine that she would be able to find a power that had disappeared 1,000 years ago. But she wanted to show this old curmudgeon what she was capable of, because she even uses orcs for the household in this research. Dio noticed that the witch was too noisy, and he couldn't even stop her in her monologue. It reminded him of a graduate student who complained about everything when he drank, and this professor also didn't provide any funding for the research. And then Sepia intervened in the conversation and decided to clarify about the witch's teacher. Doesn't he rely on Mistress Evelyn? She suddenly raised her eyes and seemed to beam with joy. She said that Sepia is very good at understanding people because that's exactly how it is. After all, she is the same hardworking Shadow Witch. But Dio decided to switch the attention to himself and said that he was here for a reason. He needed Evelyn to try to unlock Sepia's power. But the witch didn't yet know whether she would be able to do this. The witch stared at Sepia and began to think and mumble something. At some point, she began to emit dark magic that enveloped both her and Sepia. She then asked the girl if this power often manifested itself when emotions ran high, and Sepia replied that it did. It seems like she only appears when her life is in danger. And then Sepia loses consciousness. The witch thought for a moment and said that this was an unconscious manifestation, and perhaps it was a more powerful force than she thought. At the moment, Evelyn couldn't help Sepia control her power. Dio exhaled, that's what he thought, and it seemed like there was nothing more he could do. But then, the witch suddenly remembered something. She can help control uncontrollable rage. Dio immediately asked how she could do that. She replied that she would use her shadow to awaken another consciousness. The shadow Evelyn was dealing with wasn't just a shadow that followed her. It is like another consciousness that thinks and moves only on its own. And this is, simply put, another personality. Sepia will no longer lose consciousness every time she manifests her power, as the shadow will allow her to gain another self-awareness. Dio said it sounded dangerous and it wouldn't be the Sepia he knew, but Evelyn replied that it would be the same Sepia, because inside a person there are many personalities. All they need to know is to simply bring out one of them. Dio felt like things were getting a little more complicated. Maybe it wasn't the best solution, but he had no other options. It would be much better if Sepia used her power consciously. But even if she was conscious, she would need training to handle that power, since they don't know how to use magic. Evelyn said that it would be nice to learn the art of magic from their witches, but it is impossible if there is no talent to control magic. Magic exists in every person, but if there is no talent, then nothing will come of it, even if you suffer until death. It was risky, so Sepia asked if the witch could teach her. Perhaps she has this very talent. Dio realized that from that day on, everything had changed, and Sepia had a strong desire to learn. So they agreed with Evelyn that she would teach the girl magic. First, she decided to let Sepia feel her magic. She asked the girl if she felt anything, but she replied that she felt nothing. Evelyn said that most likely nothing would work out now, but there was no need to be upset. Everyone has their first time. Sepia asked if she could use magic if she couldn't feel it. Evelyn replied that she couldn't, because feeling mana was the beginning of magic. But if you feel mana, it doesn't mean that it can already be used. Dio asked if Evelyn could definitely improve the situation. She replied that there was a way to awaken mana, but it took several months. But Dio said that they couldn't spend months here, so he and Sepia had to go. But suddenly Dio felt a strange glow. It was Sepia who began to release magic. Her hands began to glow, releasing light that signified mana. And at that moment, fire appeared in Sepia's hands. Evelyn couldn't believe her eyes when she saw this magic. Dio also didn't expect that Sepia's desire to learn would result in this, because he didn't understand what happened. A fire appeared around the girl, enveloping her body, but she concentrated it in her hands. Evelyn didn't understand how Sepia could do this. But then her attention turned to her laboratory. She screamed when she saw her entire lab on fire. Sepia also panicked and asked how she could stop this, but the witch didn't know and only looked at her materials with horror. Dio, who used magic, appeared in front of her face. He created a water cage that extinguished the fire and enveloped Sepia. It worked great, but everything around was flooded with water. Sepia was left standing in the middle of the room, completely wet, but with its power extinguished. Evelyn didn't understand how Sepia couldn't sense magic but could use it. Then Dio guessed that it wasn't magic at all. But Evelyn said it was definitely magic. Couldn't Dio sense the mana from the flames? But Sepia said that she simply felt the warmth, which caused the witch to attack her and start screaming. How can you not feel the magic that almost burned them now? Is this the same ego force that Evelyn has never met, but heard about? Dio said he doesn't know what this ego is, but doesn't that mean it can't be taught? But the witch replied that everything was easy, but if Sepia did not feel mana and only knew theory, then she could learn any magic. Dio realized that from what he heard, Sepia's abilities were quite game-like. Even if players do not sense or react to mana, they can easily use magic once they learn it. So, in order to use strong magic, it seems that the player's level needs to be increased. Dio then asked how long it would take for Sepia to learn all the magic, but the witch replied that it was individual and unpredictable. Personally, it took her about half a year to learn the basic theory. For Dio, It was a long time, but Evelyn said it was actually very fast. Dio replied that he couldn't spend that much time on it, since he still had a lot of work to do, but he couldn't leave Sepia either. But Evelyn asked, what's the problem if Sepia just has to follow him? Dio didn't understand what Evelyn meant. She asked, what about the research they are doing here on Sepia's power? There's a man right here who has the power of the sun, so Evelyn simply has to go with them. Dio was a little taken aback by this statement because it was all somehow strange and unexpected. Although Evelyn is an apprentice balance witch, so her presence won't hurt. Moreover, the witch was very determined. She added that if she followed them, she would definitely not be a burden and would simply keep an eye on Sepia and take notes. But Dio decided to first ask Sepia what she thought about their journey together. The girl was already completely embarrassed and confused by such attention to herself. But then she turned to Evelyn, bowed to her, and asked the teacher to take care of her. The witch was surprised that she was called a teacher, but Sepia really wanted to learn a lot from her. Dio watched this, feeling like the odd one out between the girls, as he realized that Evelyn was flattered by being called a teacher. And at this time, the meeting of the seven about the new news in the Sea of the Sun began. Luden was one of the chairmen there and proposed the idea. The head of the council was surprised why they hadn't raised this issue earlier, but someone said that Luden was always like this. At this point, one of the council members banged the table and shouted that this was not an issue that could be ignored. So where is the guy who says he has power? Luden replied that he had sent him to Estelrum to a friend. But in response, he heard condemnation because only 1,000 years had passed and they were already going to destroy him. Suddenly, the chairman sitting nearby told a certain Craas to calm down. But he looked at the empty place where Palkido should have been sitting and shouted that the full moon was approaching. Craas was very worried about this event because much depended on it. But it is still unknown to us. The only thing that happened was that Craas got really angry and used magic. He seemed to be lit up by the power of the sun, and in his hand he found a weapon, a golden bow, which he pointed at Luden's. Craas said that if all this is true, then that guy is most likely the key to gaining the power of the sun. How could he be sent to the graveyard of death? But Craas's actions made one of the council members laugh. He told the guy to stop attacking and think, because fighting was prohibited between the 7 races. Craas lowered his bow and said that the meaning of his sun was different from theirs, so he would go to Estelrum. Then he turned sharply towards the imperturbable Ludens. He sat and did not respond to Craas's statement. He knew that the way there would not be easy now, since there was snowfall there now. Dio walked through Etunia, covered with snow. The witch looked at the falling snow in surprise, catching it with her palms. Dio asked why Evelyn was so interested, but she replied that she had never seen snow, as she had never traveled outside the West. Witches rarely wander here because, if they are not careful, they can simply burn. The only witch who can travel across the continent is her teacher. Dio knew that if they met the inquisitors, there would be no mercy. And suddenly, he heard Sepia's voice. She asked him if he was cold, and he said he was patient. And suddenly, they noticed a small cave. Dio said it was a good place to get out of the wind, so he suggested they set up camp there. Sepia was glad that she would finally be able to rest and suggested making a fire. The boys collected a pile of dry leaves and small branches. And then the girl summoned the flame, but this time she controlled it well. She gathered it in her hands and moved it straight onto the dry branches. The witch was glad that Sepia was good at controlling fire, but she replied that she still had a lot to learn. Dio thought about how Sepia had grown stronger in the 2 weeks she had spent with Evelyn. This witch actually taught her how to control magic, although Dio didn't expect it because Evelyn was acting stupid, but it turned out that she was a genius. At night, the guy received a notification that he had learned about the existence of forgotten religious followers. Now he needed to find and learn the story of the Forgotten Swordsman. The reward for this task was first-class awareness. Obviously, Luden's friend from Estelrum, a forgotten follower of the sun god, one of the 7 stars that Evelyn spoke of. But maybe he is one of the NPCs he knows, like Luden's. There was no way to know until you met him in person. Anyway, the guy got something else. It was a small vessel with a potion that he took out, an elixir that can be found in a secret place in the cave. He was one of the reasons the guy wanted to stay in this cave. And thanks to him, he restored the characteristics that had decreased after the conclusion of the contract with Sepia. Moreover, Dio had fully recovered from his sleepless night, and now he heard that Sepia had woken up. He turned to the girl and asked how she slept, but she was only interested in where did Dio walk at night. The guy replied that he had looked inside the cave for a short while, and the awakened Evelyn said that he could do it with the help of magic. But Dio didn't always rely on magic, but the witch said that only those people who can't use it properly say that. Sepia said that Dio was good at using magic, But Evelyn asked why he didn't teach Sepia himself then? And she was absolutely right because the guy didn't know anything about magic theory since he used the skill window. It was simple enough, but it took skill, so he called up his inventory again. Evelyn was surprised because the guy could use the spatial pocket without any artifacts. Dio replied that it was just the magic of ones and zeros. The witch did not immediately understand the basis of programming in the guy's real world. However, she didn't ask again, especially since Dio took out a bunch of arrows from there. Then he held them out Sepia and asked to take it with him. They arrive tomorrow Estelrum, so she'll definitely need arrows. The girl didn't even know why she needed this, but Dio added that these were arrows made of the highest quality silver. In the evening, they were already at the gates of the city with Romanian motifs, Estelrum. It's no wonder that vampires actually appear here. Dio told Sepia that Luden's is also a vampire, but I wonder why they believe in the sun. But Evelyn replied that, unlike the witch, they believed in their sun. Most vampires could be bad guys. But Dio replied that witches weren't all sweet and dandy either, which angered Evelyn because witches didn't harm people. Then Dio asked, how about their attack on the farmers? Before the witch could respond, Dio smiled and said that witches could be allies. Then Evelyn asked why Dio needed a silver weapon. The guy was surprised that the witch didn't know this, because silver can destroy a vampire with one blow. Judging by the reaction Evelyn, this was also quite applicable to witches. Soon they found themselves in the city itself, but it was already getting dark. Dio didn't understand how it could be that the cemetery was right at the entrance to the city. Then he asked Evelyn stopped and asked if she could disguise them with magic. They were still being pursued by the church and the moons, but it was good that for the witch it was as easy as pie. She cast a spell on Sepia and Dio so that he would become blonde with blue eyes and look like brother and sister. But Dio still decided to put on the hood since they were still recognizable. After that, they decided to find housing and plan their next steps, and be sure to try the food from this region. Accordingly, they decided to go into some tavern. Evelyn took some of the stew and decided to try it with pleasure. She liked that it had a lot of meat in it, and Sepia supported her in this. After eating, she asked Dio what they would do next. He replied that they needed to come up with new names so that the church would not track them down. This also applied to Evelyn, and she also had to hide the fact that she was a witch. Dio also took out one of the mercenary badges from his pocket. It was the perfect cover to help them gather more information. Evelyn's eyes lit up at the possibility, and Sepia asked if they would definitely have to accept requests. Dio replied that yes, because they would never be able to integrate into the city unnoticed. But the main goal is to reach level 150 through mercenary quests. Here Dio was interrupted by hearing strange voices as if they were being followed. The guards said the inquisitor turned the entire North River upside down. One of the guards asked if that strong knight Sigmund was not there. The second replied that he had heard that the inquisitor had taken him away, and these words caused Sepia shock. She was very afraid for her brother and listened further. And the guard said that the inquisitor was looking for all the people involved in the case. Dio didn't want to listen any further and told the girl to get up and leave here. Dio left the establishment. She thought about how Sigmund had failed to stop the Church of the Moon, although maybe he will be able to do it himself. Suddenly, Evelyn asked if they were all putting themselves in danger because of Luden's. Dio replied that it was so, because this damned old man was clearly not on the same side with them. The demons, or whatever they were called, were causing quite a stir. The Church of the Moon has reasons to be angry, but Evelyn asked, there must be a reason for the actions of the 7 stars? Dio replied that there was no reason. The game was so simple that it could be made more difficult. These words again led the witch to a dead end. Soon, they reached their overnight stay. And in the morning, they were greeted at the reception at the gathering place of the Estelrum mercenaries. Dio said they came to register as mercenaries. The man asked to touch the crystal ball, which would automatically give out the rank. Dio introduced himself as Leo when asked to give his name. Sepia was apparently a D rank, while Evelyn was a C, which surprised her. The man said that the girls had registered and allowed them to see the requests on the wall. There were a lot of them, and the witch suggested hunting vampires, zombies, or ghouls. Dio didn't say anything and looked at the notice board for a long time. He suggested taking all requests from there except hunting. The witch was surprised because there were dozens of announcements, but one of the tasks was to bring 2 vampire fangs to the head of the guild. But the guy was sure that they needed to collect all this pile of ads, but he needed to step away for a while. And while the witch looked at the task with a puzzled look, Sepia wondered where the guy was going again. But she knew for sure that he definitely had a plan. And then he went into the alley and opened his inventory again. There was a chest there, and the guy thought, why collect them one by one? He had his own warehouse where there were a whole 100 vampire fangs. zombie teeth, werewolf skins, ghoul claws, and so on down the list. But let's return to the girls who were looked at with distrust when they brought a whole stack of requests. The man said that no matter how great their mercenary abilities were, it was impossible to fulfill so many requests at once. Maybe they'll leave at least a little for other mercenaries? Evelyn was about to agree, but Sepia said that they couldn't give out these requests. And then she whispered in the witch's ear that she was sure that when Dio returned, he would resolve the situation. Then the man said that nothing could be done and wanted to call security. But suddenly he was stopped by a male voice at the entrance to the building. It was Dio who took out a huge bag and placed it on the table. The mercenaries stared at him and asked, "What is this?" Dio, to the girl's surprise, replied that it contained everything that was requested. And then he explained that he finished everything in one day. He looked confident, although everyone around him couldn't believe it. The man stared at everything that spilled out of the bag and was surprised. Dio asked how long it will take to process requests, but the man was so shocked that he didn't even know what to answer. He told the boys to come inside and promised that they would take care of everything. Evelyn smiled and realized that, whatever it was, everything had ended well. Well, except for the angry looks from the other mercenaries, which they caught every second. After some time, the guys received a huge sum of money. Evelyn shouted that now they could buy a whole sack of potatoes or even 2 sacks. Dio said that the witch can take as much as she wants. He didn't need money. All he needed was experience. He liked that he could level up without doing anything. While having lunch, the boys heard that everyone was discussing them in a not very kind way. Dio felt like this was drawing too much attention to them. But their identities will not be revealed, because there is not a single mercenary who could see through magic. Evelyn. Suddenly, Sepia noticed Dio's new sword. He actually acquired a new weapon, as his style of using a huge sword and explosive magic is well known to everyone. From now on, he needs to reduce his use of the broadsword as much as possible, and this weapon against the undead, made of pure silver, is ideal. In this city, it is very appropriate, and suddenly Evelyn interrupted his thoughts and invited Sepia to go shopping with her. The girl was surprised because it would soon be sunset, but the witch was impatient to look around. She grabbed Sepia, took her hand, and quickly ran to the exit. But Dio immediately commanded them to stand, because who allowed him to walk? Evelyn asked why they couldn't go into town, but the guy replied that it would soon be night. The witch said that they are no longer children and can take care of themselves. Dio said that if they don't listen to him, he will take all the money back. This was enough for Evelyn to stop and start looking for her room. Dio went to his room and tiredly fell onto the bed. He thought about the fact that he had recently seen a shop where they sold frog kebabs and didn't want to go there tomorrow. But he didn't want to. He just decided to please the girls, who behaved like high school girls who went on a school trip. Today, he forced his body to rise several levels, and tomorrow he will force it to rest. The guy quickly fell asleep, but he didn't know that they were being followed. Their motel was quickly tracked down by guards who were pursuing their own terrible goals. They were also watched by disgruntled mercenaries because they had taken away their bread. No one remembered the names of these newcomers, but everyone hated them. Other mercenaries decided to rob them and climb up to the 4th floor to the girls and to the 3rd to the guy. Their leader decided to split up and break into the rooms simultaneously through the entrance doors and windows. This way, they would destroy everyone. He didn't want to leave anyone alive, but one of the mercenaries asked if he wasn't ashamed to treat girls like that. He replied that it was necessary because if they screamed, they would definitely be noticed. They decided to take care of the guy Joseph as his friend, and the rest went to the girls. The mercenaries moved quite quietly and professionally. There were only 10 seconds left before the simultaneous attack. Each of them was counting down to themselves, and there was very little time left. Suddenly, one of the mercenaries was destroyed by a weapon that flew at him with one blow. Hearing the scream, the other mercenaries were also in no hurry to attack. But then one of them realized that they had been noticed and rushed to attack. He saw Dio and decided to attack him from behind. But the guy felt it very well and gripped the sword tighter. His main task was not to use his usual tactics. But with these, it was much easier to deal with fools than it seems. They imagined themselves to be cool fuckers, but it wasn't so. For this attack, they suffered the most severe punishment. After the guy dealt with his attackers, he immediately went to the girls. But they were obviously fine and got it all sorted out too. Evelyn asked who these guys were and why they attacked them while they were sleeping. Dio replied that they were just thieves, scum, and all that, and then remembered that Evelyn was a powerful mage who even had her own familiar. She would have definitely managed, but suddenly the guy heard a strange rustling sound. He told the girls that it was too early to relax, but Evelyn couldn't see anyone around with her magic. However, it was possible to hear someone coming. and most likely it was a vampire who smelled blood. He is too strong for vampires and werewolves, and it could be one of them. Soon, footsteps were clearly heard along the corridor. It was really scary to wait, but everyone was so surprised. Dio certainly didn't expect to see this man in front of him. It was the same man at the reception from the Mercenary office. He seems to be a vampire hiding in human society. However, the man bowed and said that he had one request. As they may have already guessed, he is a vampire. He was indeed hiding in human society, and his name was Robert. Dio asked what it was about them that interested the vampire. He replied that it was all about the master he served. And the owner is a vampire who decided to exist with people, and the unbreakable rule of their owner is that they cannot harm people. Because of this, every time there is a full moon, they suffer from a thirst for blood, so Robert always has a supply of blood stashed away for the full moon. He could have gotten it from a funeral home or collected it directly from the body, so he came here to them today because of the smell. But when he came here, he encountered something special. He smelled a scent he had never smelled before, and it was blood. Dio. He felt that there was something special about her, so he wanted to ask her for a favor. If Dio allowed even a little of his blood to be taken, it would be a great help to his master. But the next second, the man seemed to be bound by magic. It was Evelyn who told him not to lie, because she had never heard of vampires living side by side with humans. But Robert did ask for help and said that if he came empty-handed, his master would be angry. Evelyn continued to scream and say that it was all a lie, but Dio asked the girls to leave. He decided to talk to the vampire himself and asked him to tell him about his master. But Robert said that he couldn't just tell about the owner, but he could arrange a meeting with him for the guy's blood. Evelyn was angry. Why would they go into the lair of a creature thirsty for their blood? But Sepia decided to listen to their conversation first. Evelyn didn't understand how one could trust a vampire. But Dio didn't understand her point of view, because trusting witches was much more dangerous. If this vampire treats another vampire as a master, then his master is a lord. There is a chance that he is a friend from Estelrum, which Luden spoke of. So you can go to him under the guise that they just want to give blood. Then Dio asked where Robert's master was and whether the place was dangerous. He replied that he was in a camp in the middle of the Calpael forest, but could not guarantee that it was completely safe. He was ready to accompany the boys into the forest, and although it was dangerous, Dio agreed to these conditions. However, he wasn't ready to go right now, so he simply let Robert go and told him to get ready. Sepia asked after all this if they would really be okay if they went there. Dio replied that there were werewolves and vampires living in the Calpael forest, so it was not safe. But the camp in the center that Robert spoke of is different. The monsters also tacitly made it a place of peace where any quarrels were unacceptable. It was impressive, but Sepia wondered why the guy didn't want to go right now and postponed the trip. Dio replied that he was going to meet the vampire lord, but he couldn't go to him like that. He decided to buy clothes for both himself and the girls. Evelyn really liked her new outfit, the robe of a unique rank wizard. Dio said that it was indeed much better than the cape she was wearing, and the witch was glad that she could throw away the old one. Already on the road, Dio made a gift for Sepia. It was a unique rank void amulet that nullified any effect of a fatal attack. The girl happily accepted the gift, and Dio said that it was some kind of talisman, telling her to always keep it with her. He took all the most necessary things for himself and simply shared the rest, so it was time to move on. They soon found themselves in the Calpael forest, a hunting ground inhabited mainly by vampires and werewolves. Almost all the monsters from these places were originally people, but accidentally became vampires and werewolves and fled into this forest. However, the coexistence of two different races living by hunting people was impossible. This led to an ongoing conflict that escalated to the point of mutual destruction. But after the creation of a central camp, the species were able to be saved. In the very center of the camp there was a hut where the vampire lord lived. Robert walked them out and said that the landlord was there. Dio remembered that this place was familiar to him, because the NPC herbalist lived here. This is an additional NPC character that provides various assistance to players. Strangely, he is a vampire lord. He's like Luden's, an extra NPC that you don't even notice during the game, but ends up being an important character. Suddenly, Robert called the owner and said that he had brought him guests. At this time, the door began to open slowly. A nice old man appeared at the door and laughed like Santa. He already knew that special blood would come to him, and he would never have thought that there would be such special guests. He kindly invited everyone to tea, which he asked Robert to brew. He fussed about, trying to create a cozy atmosphere, and Dio wondered if the vampire recognized Sepia in the special guest, and suddenly, he said that he saw someone familiar from these guests. Oddly enough, it was Evelyn who recognized the vampire as a certain Mr. Shuvald. The man smiled again and said that the little witch had grown a little, and asked if everything was okay with her teacher. They started a conversation, and Dio was surprised that the vampire was familiar with Evelyn's teacher. Was he really one of the 7 stars? Having led the guests inside, the vampire decided to politely introduce himself. His name was Shuvald Eindhauer, and from Luden's he knew that a certain Sepia and Dio would come to him. Sepia looked at the vampire with distrust and turned away, but he noticed her silver hair and golden eyes, saying that she looked very much like one person. Dio asked if Shuvald was a member of the 7 stars. He smiled and replied that it was so. Although he was not significant, he was still one of them. Dio looked closely at the vampire and stopped short. He apologized but said he couldn't believe Shuvald. Robert, who was standing behind him, shouted that it was very rude, but Shuvald cut him off and told him not to be rude to the guests. He said that they still know little about the 7, so he understands their caution. Dio apologized for his rudeness, as it was all because Luden's had put them in danger. He didn't yet know whether the 7 stars were reliable allies or just wanted to use them. The only thing the guy trusted was the system that prepared this quest for him. Then Dio asked if Shuvald could tell about the forgotten power that he accidentally received. He replied that it was not difficult for him at all, but he had conditions. Then he stood up so abruptly that Dio even got scared. Before this, the vampire had to check if they had the right key. Dio didn't understand what he meant by the word key, but the answer was not long in coming. He asked again what exactly Shuvald was talking about. Will he really help demonstrate the forgotten power he has gained? The man nodded, agreeing with Dio's guess. The power the boy received is not the true power of the sun. Dio didn't understand at all what the vampire was talking about and asked what he meant. Well, it seemed much more difficult to explain than to show. The boy stood in silence until the vampire suddenly raised his hand. He lowered it down as if hitting the floor. His fist split the ground, causing it to crack. Dio tried to understand what the vampire wanted to tell you. Was he really showing his power? This can be easily done if you are a level 300 martial artist, but is that really all he can do? But suddenly, Shuvald called the guy over and asked him to look at something. The crack he created in the ground began to grow. A real funnel opened up from it, sucking in air. And then the vampire said that this is the power of the sun. And then he asked Dio if he could do the same right now. The guy thought he couldn't handle it, but Shuvald insistently asked him if he wanted to learn how to deal with it or not. Then Dio asked if he could use the power of the sun if he learned from a vampire. He replied that if the guy really had the key, he could do it. But Dio didn't understand what this key was that he kept talking about. And was it somehow connected to the fact that he received power from the Death Knight? He could think about it later. But now there was no time, and he said that he asked Shuvald to teach him how to deal with this force. The vampire smiled and replied that the guy was thinking correctly. Well, before that, he would like to ask him something. Dio guessed that they were talking about his blood. It was a long conversation, so the vampire invited them to his place and began his story. Believers in the sun god were known to be cursed, but this curse affected Shuvald much more than the others. So when the full moon comes, he goes berserk and wild. Dio was surprised, because vampires that go wild during a full moon are rare. Then he said that in any case they, Sepia and Dio, would stay here while the vampire trained him. Evelyn asked what about her, and Shuvald replied that the witch had a network teacher, but she resisted. She also believed in the sun, so the vampire decided to teach her the theory, because it could be useful at any time. They rested that day and started training the next day. In the morning they needed a snack and were offered food at the inn. But Evelyn started screaming that there was only grass around. She has lost a lot of strength, so she needs to restore it, but how will she do it with grass? Then someone appeared behind her. Shuvald asked if their food was really that bad. The witch turned around in fear and replied that everything was very tasty, although she lied. But Dio noticed that she fits in well with the company. Be that as it may, vegetarian vampires lived here, but maybe that's why their leader went berserk during the full moon. When the boys had finished eating, a man stood in front of them. Shuvald, ready to tell about the plan. They went outside and the vampire asked Dio to demonstrate his skills before starting full training. The guy understood and took out his sword, although previously he mainly used the inventory. During this time, he learned how to handle weapons quite well. Something gave way under his feet and he had to jump. The earth seemed to split into small plates under the influence of the guy's force. Sepia looked at this in surprise, but the vampire was focused. Dio knew that this was not all he was capable of. He landed and got into a fighting stance to cut through those slabs. He swung his sword and began his attack, deciding to show off another ability. On one of the pieces of wood appeared the sign he drew when he wanted to create an explosion. Leaving her behind, the guy rushed forward and shouted an explosion, which immediately occurred. Shuvald smiled contentedly, and Evelyn asked in surprise, "What kind of skills were these?" Dio landed at this time and said that this was the limit of his abilities, but this was enough for the vampire. He said he missed that style of swordsmanship. Could it have been Adelia? Dark? Dio knew it was her, but he didn't know who she was. The vampire explained that she was a strong and graceful paladin, a sword with a sun shield, and was not afraid to take the initiative. This girl was cursed just like the 7 stars, and then became a Death Knight. That's why no one has been able to find her during all this time. Unfortunately, Shuvald was a monk who practiced martial arts and would hardly be able to help with swordsmanship. However, he had a different way to help the boy. After all, he had a predisposition to use the power of the sun, and if Dio learned Adelia's sword style, he would be able to use that power. Mana is determined based on individual abilities, not the power of the sun, but Dio will be able to become strong regardless of his individual abilities. The girls asked why this was so, and the vampire responded by concentrating his power in his hand. He said that the power of the sun exists wherever there is light, so Dio will be able to use this magic almost anywhere. To use the power of the sun, not only the energy of their bodies is taken, it can also be used by absorbing light from outside. If you absorb enough external light to harness the power of the sun, you can release it in a special way. After these words, the vampire concentrated all the collected power in his hand, and then he introduced it to one finger and directed a powerful beam from it. Everything that was ahead gave way to a loud and destructive explosion. Shuvald looked at this and said, "This is what the power of the sun means." Dio was also very surprised because this didn't even compare to his explosions. But the vampire spoke about it as if there was nothing complicated about it, but he replied that it was okay if the guy didn't succeed the first time. Dio, in any case, who understood that he had a difficult path ahead, but he absolutely had to get the power of the sun, so he was ready to try again and again. Shuvald began serious training 3 days later. The guy hasn't made much progress yet. First, he had to look deep within himself and find the light. It was Shuvald who told him to start with meditation, but Dio was a complete zero at it, and it seemed to him that he was not succeeding at all. The vampire also said that one should meditate with sunlight, as it can help one feel the power of the sun. Dio had no other choice, so he had to sit with his eyes closed for a long time. Suddenly, he heard women's voices and someone calling Sepia. She ran and looked back at Evelyn's mentor, asking if she was okay. The witch, out of breath, asked where the girl got so much energy from. Sepia replied that Dio made her do physical training. The guy himself turned around at the voices because he gave the girls a mission to destroy the forest monster, but they had already returned. Evelyn handed the boy 2 fangs that they had taken from 2 monsters. Then the witch began to scream again and say that she almost died, saying that Mr. Shuvald was going too far. He limited her main power, shadow magic, but Sepia supported her mentor and said that she caught the monsters only thanks to her. Shuvald did indeed place some restrictions on their powers in order to develop the power of the sun. First, they had to think that the power of the sun was always with them, even when the sunlight was blocked by the treetops. Secondly, in battle you need to use spells related to fire and light, and in this place the monsters were about level 140. Even Evelyn, at level 150, has a hard time dealing with them since her magic has been restricted, and yet there is no real danger. Dio hoped that Shuvald would protect them, and then Sepia decided to ask Mr. Dio if he had made any progress. The boy couldn't answer for himself, so the vampire answered for him and said that his advanced technique also drew power from the sun. If you try to understand its principle, you can realize the power of the sun. Dio understood that he was absorbing and then emitting the magic of the absorbed light. This was the extended technique. However, this means that he must use the power of the sun without any help from the system. She gave him the conditions for developing the skill, but the 4th condition was still unknown. The guy drank the potion, used the advanced technique all night, but felt nothing. If he gets past 1,000 uses, will he be able to learn anything new? The boys returned to the tavern in the evening, and Evelyn pounced on the food as if she had an endless stomach. Because of this, the owner of the inn even swore, but Shuvald smiled and asked if it was really unpleasant to see young people full of vitality. He turned to the innkeeper and said that they all believed in the sun, so he could be more friendly. They need to work together to get through this. And suddenly Dio asked why a vampire works as an herbalist. He said that the other 7 stars live differently. Increase their power, Luden's leads the Golden Dawn, the Balance Witch leads the other witches. But Shuvald knew that if he wanted to regain the power of the sun, he had to make wise choices, even though he had allies before. Dio asked what happened to his many allies then. Shuvald just looked down sadly and said that the curse was to blame for everything. Dio realized that their thirst for blood must have been too strong. With the onset of the full moon, vampires and werewolves lose their minds and have a huge thirst for blood. But the guy thought that such strong creatures could control it, especially Shuvald. But the vampire replied that he had been a monk before he was cursed, and monks are ascetic and practice repentance. They give up greed for anything and purify their minds, and at that time he learned the principle, do not harm others. So, even after he was cursed and his body became like this, he had no intention of harming other people, which is why he lives in such a remote place. Dio thought that with such a curse, he had no way to form a group of followers. So he asked the vampire to tell him more about the events of the past, but he again said that he would tell him everything when the boy studied the power of the sun. Dio replied that it was too difficult to feel a power he had never felt before. But the vampire said that the guy didn't know too much. At that moment, goosebumps ran through Dio's body. The monk said that the boy's thoughts were too confused precisely because he knew so much. Let's take this beautiful, innocent girl as an example, Sepia. She's like a blank slate, learning faster because she knows nothing. The compliment was dubious, but the girl smiled back. Yesterday, she definitely felt something, and that something was very warm. Dio was even a little scared by Sepia's talent, since she was able to sense something right away. She would even be able to overtake him. But then the vampire asked Dio if he knew why he advised him to start with meditation. Dio replied that it was because he felt the power but had no ability, but Shuvald said that was not the case. Doesn't the guy remember how he started their conversation? He knows too much. Dio realized that he had too much thought in this world. But that's true, because ever since he got into this world, he was constantly thinking about something. Inventory, survival, system, quest, characters. Now he will try to put these thoughts aside at least for a moment and concentrate. He went to meditate, and he even started to succeed at something. At this time, the inquisitors were also in the city. One of them went into a tavern and asked for a lot of drink. He knew that the northern region knew how to make alcohol, being an inquisitor named Galto Haunted Tooth. That's why he was glad that he was sent to the north. Well, suddenly some guards started whispering behind his back. They were also interested in why they hadn't seen anything in recent days. Gordon and Joseph? One of them replied that they had simply chosen the wrong target, since they had been working with the mercenaries who had carried out the request. How strong they are, how level they are, it's just crazy. And then the evil Galto came up to them and ordered them to shut up with just his appearance. He looked at the men at the bar and asked, "Where's the guy they are talking about?" And while Galto decided to search for the hiding mercenary, Dio continued his training. He and Sepia went hunting to improve their skills. Sepia heard someone approaching them, and then two huge monsters jumped out at them from the bushes. They all approached Dio, but he stood there and didn't even move. He concentrated, gathering mana within himself. Shuvald's words about knowing too much sounded in his head. Until then, when activating skills, Dio received help from the system, because without it, it was very difficult to use skills. One of the monsters suddenly jumped out and was about to strike the guy, but he took his sword and suddenly used the cutting skill. This blow did not destroy the monster, but rather forcibly wounded it. It turned out that the skill did not activate as it should have, so the monster only got angrier and attacked the guy again, and he barely managed to jump back. Taking up the sword, Dio decided to try his blow again and imagine the power of the sun as Shuvald sees it. But suddenly one of the clawed paws appeared right behind Dio's back. He barely had time to turn around to repel this terrible attack. But right behind it came a second one, no less powerful. Dio thought that if he used his skills, he could easily cut off his claws. But for now, we need to fight with what we have. So on both sides of the guy, there were already two huge monsters. Evelyn wondered if she should help Dio, but Sepia watched silently and fearfully, knowing that the boy could handle it. She believed in him, and hoped that Mr. Dio would believe in himself too. And the guy at this time was just fending off the attacks, trying to concentrate. The monster's claws were very powerful, but Dio managed to cope. He parried the blows, although he had to retreat back, and so he struck back but without using magic. Then he jumped back and exhaled, turning to the monsters and asking them to be a little slower. Dio knew that in order to use the power of the sun, he had to forget all the pop-up strategies that were clogging his thoughts. Shuvald said that one must meditate under the sun if he wanted to feel its power. And now, at this critical moment, there was no better time for this. Dio gritted his teeth and glared at the monsters ahead. They attacked the guy again, but he easily dodged their blows. And then suddenly he felt his sword begin to glow. He began to wave it around himself, cutting through space with light. Eventually, the light became too bright and sunny. It came from the vortex that Dio created with his sword. He looked at his weapon and smiled, realizing that he had succeeded. But now he wanted to try it again. His sword gleamed as if it were hot and fresh from the anvil. And now, with its help, he was able to create a real explosion. Raising it above his head, the guy decided to strike the monster. Now his dissection worked simply beautifully and very effectively. Sepia and Evelyn couldn't take their eyes off the meal. Dio himself couldn't believe that he had finally succeeded. There was one last monster left which already wanted to attack him. And then Evelyn noticed that Dio suddenly dropped his sword on the ground. Sepia also looked worriedly at the guy in this strange gesture. But he didn't just do it and get into a fighting stance. He wanted to try to defeat the monster without a weapon. He finally felt the power within himself and concentrated it around himself. And when the monsters attacked him, the guy just had to answer him with his fist. And this blow was so strong that it far exceeded the capabilities of the weapon. But Dio only used 2 fingers for it, in which he concentrated energy. And then, as he showed Shuvald, concentrated it in just 1 finger. After that, he directed all this energy in the form of a beam at the monster. And that's when the real explosion happened. The girls who watched this could not find words to describe their shock. Sepia recognized this as the power of the sun that Mr. Shuvald had used. Could Mr. Dio have done this himself? Here the system said that the guy had unlocked a hidden condition, the forgotten art of the sword. He also increased Sepia's self-confidence to 8 points, which is quite a lot. But Dio was glad that hidden condition number 4 was finally unlocked. It was a relief to him, as he could now use the power of the sun more easily. But then he noticed that the conditions were only half fulfilled. Now he could only use half the power of the sun. But that was already good. Moreover, he heard the joyful voices of Sepia and Evelyn, who were already running to congratulate him. Then he remembered Sepia's faith in him and smiled, realizing that she was worried that he would not be able to awaken the power within himself. So after all the congratulations, he asked how the girls were doing with their training. And at that moment, he suddenly felt his heart begin to squeeze. It was getting warmer and warmer. Was this a side effect of the sun's power? But it got to the point that the guy even started to choke and cough feverishly. And then he fell to the ground, unable to move anymore. At that moment, a strange vision came to him. He saw a girl praying to God and asking him to hear her prayers. Her eyes shone like the sun when she prayed. She asked the sun goddess to send a hero who would save them. And at that moment, Dio woke up, his eyes wide open. He saw in front of him a satisfied Sepia and Shuvald, who were asking how the guy was feeling. He stood up and asked how long he had been asleep. The vampire replied that he had been unconscious for almost half a day. For Dio, it was quite a long time, but what happened? Shuvald replied that it was a message from the power of the sun. But Dio went too far, and if he doesn't hold it in next time, it could become life-threatening. But the guy replied that everything would be fine, because he already understood how it worked. But the vampire looked at Dio warningly and said that he shouldn't run right after he learned to stand. The power of the sun is not something that can be easily grasped, even if you think you are smarter than others. Dio decided to keep that in mind, but then decided to ask if the vampire would tell him what he promised, about what happened 1,000 years ago, because the guy felt the magic of the sun as he promised. First, we need to explain what a key is and why the guy is one. But suddenly Shuvald was interrupted by a knock on the door nearby, and then a loud noise was heard in the neighboring rooms. Dio stood up abruptly and asked what was going on. The vampire just got angry and told Dio and Sepia not to leave that room. He ordered the same thing to Robert and Evelyn, but they also asked what happened. But Shuvald only got angry at this and told everyone to leave quickly. It was as if someone was trying to break the door down, and that was strange. Dio wondered who could have come here in the middle of the night. And suddenly he noticed a powerful explosion in the room. The light from it blinded Shuvald, who did not have time to do anything. Dio covered Sepia with his back, who was also slightly affected by the shockwave. And then a man's laughter was heard from the smoke. He said he knew that this hut would not be empty. He then introduced himself as Galto and then turned to Shuvald and asked if he was the owner of this place. The vampire's eyes burned with rage, clearly making it clear that the guest was not welcome here. And Dio immediately recognized Galto, because he had met him earlier in the game. He was one of the members of the 5 Swords of the Moon, but he was unable to join the Church of the Moon due to his religious beliefs. He only wanted power and became part of the Inquisition because he enjoyed defeating his rivals. For the Church of the Moon, Monty shouldn't have left such a strong influence, so why did this guy come here? Evelyn was about to ask questions, but the vampire ordered her to return to the room. Evelyn didn't understand why she had to do this, but Shuvald insisted. And then he smiled and asked why such a guest had come to visit them. And if he needed grass, he'd better come back tomorrow, but Galto just laughed. And then he looked at the old herbalist and said that he didn't need herbs, but some people. He felt the energy of these people in this place, and he could not be fooled. He knows the scent of the herbalist and the two people hiding behind the door. Then Galto ran up to Shuvald and grabbed the old man by the neck. He pinned him against the wall and asked him what was the point of hiding anything. Did he really think that a man like Galto wouldn't notice the vampire's pretense among humans? But then Roberta attacked Galto, bearing his vampire hand because he wanted to protect the boss. One blow from Robert was able to have a strong effect on Galto, who flew to the side. But that was nothing compared to how Galto threw the vampire into the wall. He suddenly felt shadow magic that someone was directing at him. It was the little witch Evelyn who helped fight. But for Galto, it was practically an empty phrase. Evelyn didn't understand why her magic didn't work. Galto was even surprised that vampires and witches were working together, and he didn't even want to come here. But then he felt that something was interfering with his magic. It was Shuvald, who activated all his mana and shone like the sun. But this was still not enough for Galto, and he attacked the vampire in response. He did not drink any human food and was therefore weak. And at this time, Dio decided to come out of hiding because he could not leave Mr. Shuvald alone. But he told Dio to take everyone and leave as quickly as possible, and he himself promised to detain Galto as long as possible. Dio asked if the old man could definitely handle it alone, but he replied that he was already experienced and could definitely handle it. And then he told Evelyn to take Robert and leave quickly. But the witch asked, "What about Mr. Shuvald?" Dio promised to think about it right after they escaped. Dio understood everything, and now he had a plan of action in his head. He unexpectedly took the surprised Sepia by the hand. He ordered Evelyn to take and help Robert. After this, he ordered everyone to run, since they would not be able to defeat such an enemy. And then he rushed towards the exit, and immediately after that there was an explosion. Dio and his group were worried that Galto was pursuing them. They wondered if Sir Shuvald could handle the threat. Dio ordered the others to remain where they were while he dealt with the situation. Sepia panics and declares that they need to go and help immediately, despite the danger. But Evelyn asked who Galto was and was told that he was one of the 5 swords, which made her want to help even more. Evelyn shouted in fury that they couldn't just give up and leave, demanding action. But Dio insisted that he was the only one who needed to go and help, despite the risks. So he took full responsibility for himself and the girls and decided to help. It was impossible to leave Shuvald alone, and the guy came up with a plan. At this time, Galto was already dealing with Shuvald, asking who he really was. He expressed disappointment, feeling that the fight was too weak, and hinted at the vampire's hidden power that he was hiding. However, it was worth admitting that Shuvald was strong and endured for a long time. Then Galto decided to declare the end of the fight and gathered mana in his fist. But then he felt that someone appeared behind him who could interfere with him. It was Dio who asked how about playing with him instead. He may have been a more worthy opponent, but Galto was not pleased. He cut Dio off, ordering him to wait his turn. The response was indignant. Isn't he strong enough for this fight? An icy laugh was heard in response. The enemy was clearly mocking their attempts to resist. He liked that kind of fighting spirit, meeting danger head-on. Shuvald's voice interrupted the discussion, briefly and darkly declaring that Galto should not dare touch the boy, and grabbed the enemy by the leg. He looked at Dio and ordered him to run quickly, but he could not leave the one who had helped them so much in the clutches of a terrible mercenary. And then, Galto simply threw the vampire aside with one blow. Shuvald hit the wall and sank to the floor. Galto then challenged Dio to a fight on equal terms and a demonstration of true strength. Dio noted with relief that the news he received was good. Then he stood up and threw a bunch of sharp kitchen utensils at Galto. But the opponent said it was nice, but not as powerful as he had hoped. He easily threw aside all those sharp knives, and then he impatiently reminded him that it was now his turn to act. He repeated his demand more insistently as if rushing things, and then he activated a huge amount of energy, applying it to himself. Dio slyly noted that his opponent had anticipated his attack, but he himself had expected such a reaction, demonstrating the mutual play of tactics and predictions in battle. Dio's irritated teeth grinding sounded in response to his opponent's failed attack attempt or provocation. Although the blow would have been very strong if the boy had not dodged Galto's attack, but Dio knew what the enemy wanted to do now and had already predicted his actions. Then he turned around abruptly and dealt Galto a crushing blow to the head. But his sword did not hurt the knight at all, but only made him laugh. Dio didn't understand why his attack didn't work. Then Galto suddenly stood up and attacked Dio, saying that he apparently liked light attacks. Dio tried to jump away from the attack, but his chest was stabbed by the blow. He realized that he needed to use magic, so he pushed Galto away with his hand. And the man found himself completely covered in something sticky and liquid. He asked what it was, but Dio only smiled slyly in response. Galto's body caught fire, and he screamed in surprise. It turned out that Dio had poured a bag of oil on the man, and Galto, using his fire magic, set himself on fire. His ability. The explosions were strong, but even they did not completely destroy Galto. His hand came out of the fire and grabbed the guy. Escaping from the flames, Galto said that he had never seen a fight like this. And then he attacked Dio so hard that his body caused the walls to crack. From such a blow and pressure, the guy himself suffered great damage and began to cough. And Galto was even upset, because he thought that he still had some fun to do. Dio coughed and sank to the floor, clutching the place where he had been hit. The system said that the guy no longer had 50% of his life force, since he had many broken bones. But Dio already knew that he had no chance of winning this fight. But the reason why the guy entered it was because Galto never kills players. Everyone knew the NPC Galto, who attacked everything that moved, but he never destroyed anyone and let go at the last moment. He looked for in his enemies only the ability to become stronger himself, and he let them go if they showed it to him. So if Dio shows him something new now, he might survive or even win. Galto was indeed intrigued by his opponent's strange abilities. The man was just dying for Dio to show him his abilities. The guy now began to activate his sun power, shining like its very first bright rays. He concentrated and begged himself to endure a little longer, to activate the power even more. The system then showed that Dio had activated a special skill, Heavenly Piercing. Galto was shocked by such power and unprecedented strength. Dio then swung his sword to attack Galto one last time, and then he lowered his sword and created a powerful shockwave. Then Galto realized that he definitely couldn't defeat such a force. But this blow took too much strength from Dio, which was already low. The injuries were too severe, and Dio couldn't even stand up properly. Still, an attack like that should have an effect even on a guy like Galto. But he was strong enough to withstand even such a blow. Dio thought that Galto would suffer much more, but he was still happy. By now, Galto should have softened and said that he was looking forward to their next meeting. However, he stood up and frowned deeply as he looked at Dio, and instead the man just said it was shameful. It's a real shame, because Galto thought the guy could actually do something. Dio was surprised, because usually this big guy's reaction was completely different. Maybe it's because Galto realized that Dio is not an ordinary player but a real sun mage, and he certainly won't let him escape and will go to the end. Something had to be thought up urgently, and suddenly Dio felt a sharp pain and heat inside. And at that moment he could no longer hold back the pain of his wounds. His blood seemed to burst out and head towards the vampire Shuvald. He had not consumed human blood for a long time, but now he was surrounded by it on all sides, and Dio realized with horror that this was nothing other than blood magic. Galto clearly didn't like this, but he had no idea what would happen next. Shuvald stood up, as if filled with enormous energy. Shuvald's hands became stronger, and he seemed to begin to feel every red drop that was in the room. He stood up, his eyes now real vampire rubies. His hands began to grow fur and huge claws. The legs turned into paws whose claws dug into the ground, and the face became a huge, toothy wolf's muzzle, which growled from the forgotten pain of transformation. And in the end, Shuvald turned into a huge and powerful werewolf. Sepia asked fearfully. What happened to Mr. Shu when she heard that roar from the room? The witch tried to understand where it came from, but realized that this sound was not from an ordinary werewolf. And then the roar was repeated again, and it gave the girls goosebumps. And then Evelyn said that it seemed like the werewolves were gathering. She felt a whole flock approaching the house. They ran from all sides to save their old leader. They gathered and attacked Galto in a crowd. But this only made him more interested, and he began to lure the wolves to himself. And then Dio realized that Shuvald was not a vampire lord. It turned out that he was a lycanthrope. Looking at this, Dio understood why Shuvald was so afraid of going crazy. Being the owner of the power of a vampire and a werewolf is insanely difficult. And suddenly Dio noticed a huge werewolf from the pack flying towards him. But suddenly someone knocked him off his trajectory, thereby protecting Dio. The guy looked at the fallen werewolf and noticed dark magic emanating from him. He looked into the distance and saw Evelyn, who shouted at him to get up quickly. Dio was so happy to see Evelyn at this moment, like never before. Then the witch extended her hand to Dio and told him to hurry up and said that it seemed like werewolves could sense her shadow. And when the guy asked where the others were, Evelyn replied that she had cast a spell on Sepia and Robert, but she wonders what happened to Mr. Shuvald. Dio replied that the man had gone mad from his blood, and then he pulled the witch aside as another werewolf flew past them. It was Galto who scattered the wolves and rejoiced in his strength. He dealt with almost everyone and then focused on the target. Galto stomped his foot on the ground with all his might, radiating power. He spread it to all the wolves and immobilized them, then raised his hand to strike. And he hit it on the ground again so hard that it cracked. The cracks began to go further and further as if it were glass. And then a bright light poured out of them, and then there was an explosion that affected all the remaining wolves. They, scorched by the fire, flew to the sides, and Galto smiled and said that now it was much quieter around. And suddenly he realized that he had forgotten to calculate something because of his confidence. Right in front of him stood his powerful and dangerous opponent. But Galto already really wanted to fight him. It was Shuvald in the form of a werewolf who had not yet entered the fight. But Galto only laughed since the wolf did not attack, and decided to attack him first. And then he jumped up and rushed at Shuvald, activating his power. He thought that if Shuvald hadn't fought all this time, then he wasn't ready to fight. So he charged at the werewolf with great confidence that he would win. But the werewolf grabbed his fist, intercepting the fist filled with mana. It turned out that the hybrid was much stronger than his werewolf friends. Galto more excited, and he wanted the fight to continue. But then he noticed something eerie, or rather felt it. He didn't really understand what happened, as he only felt pain. He couldn't even imagine such a turn of events. The walls of the house shook from this blow. Galto flew into them, destroying everything around him. He flew further straight into the forest, hitting trees. However, he managed to grab the ground in time and stop his sliding along it. He realized that he had underestimated his opponent, but this only fueled his interest. Shuvald, in the form of a monster, had already rushed towards the enemy. And then he struck Galto with all his might, but he defended himself. And then he directed his magical attack at the hybrid. He continued to deliver dozens of blows in a matter of seconds. Galto barely had time to defend himself from such a fierce onslaught, and it was as if he suddenly got tired of this, so he rushed forward and dealt the hybrid a strong blow. Galto was still full of strength, so Shuvald received a strong blow. The man laughed, asking how the wolf could sustain such damage. But suddenly, he felt someone's paw on his shoulder. Galto clearly did not expect this and was even scared. He turned around and saw his opponent in front of him, a huge wolf ready to attack. Galto was petrified by surprise and did not have time to do anything. It was then that Shuvald dealt the final blow to this annoying man. He coughed and hit the floor with all his might. Lying in the ruins, he watched as Shuvald advanced towards him. Fury steamed from his mouth and his eyes were devoid of awareness. The only thing that was in his head was the word destroy. And then the wolf turned around and saw 3 people running away from him. Dio, Sepia, and Evelyn decided to run away while they still had the chance. Dio thought that Shuvald's power was the true power of the 7 stars, but there was a price for it that Shuvald paid. But then Sepia called out to Dio and said that Mr. Schubert seemed very strange. Looking back, Dio noticed how the wolf covered his ears with his huge paws. It seemed like something was really irritating him, so he was growling into the void. Dio realized that Shuvald was fighting in his head to stay sane and not go completely crazy. And suddenly he felt something inside him squeeze hard, and it was a strong pain from the injuries. The guy felt bad, but he understood that bringing the hybrid to his senses was their only chance. And Sepia asked excitedly what Dio was planning to do. Dio replied that they would try to bring back the Shuvald they knew. Even Robert, who was running with them, wanted this so much that he was ready to help. Sepia and Evelyn were also consumed by the same desire. They could not abandon either Dio or the one who had saved them from Galto. Robert, behind him, was already eager to fight and was ready for anything they told him. Dio smiled kindly, realizing that he was no longer alone. They were a team. Little Sepia was acting especially bravely, and Dio was proud of her. But then she raised her head and said that it seemed like it was starting to rain. Dio analyzed the situation and realized that it would be harder for them to fight in the rain. But then Evelyn's voice was heard, shouting and asking everyone to wait and look away. She pointed to the forest from which a dark, tall, thin male figure appeared. It was a guy who looked like a mercenary, and he looked pretty good. Evelyn immediately pointed her staff at him, asking angrily, was this really another enemy? But Dio knew for sure that this was not the case, even though his face looked worried. He knew that the danger now threatened no longer them. The archer took a huge bow, drew an arrow, and took aim. He was not aiming at Dio, but at Shuvald, who was covering his ears. And then he shot an arrow at the monster without thinking. This was unexpected for everyone except Dio, and the arrow hit its target. The hybrid burst into a bright light, bending into various poses from the impact. A downpour began, and the figure of an archer appeared in the wet haze. If you looked closely, you could see his imperturbable face. And opposite him, a bent Shuvald sank to the ground. The archer, looking at this, suddenly asked in surprise as if to himself, did it really work? And then the haze around Shuvald cleared, and everyone saw his human face. Shuvald stood up and thanked his old friend. Now he felt better. The archer asked what exactly the man meant when he said he felt better. Dio and Sepia looked at this with surprised eyes and were afraid to hear the answer. But the guy suddenly turned to Dio and quietly asked in a low voice if he was the key. And then he suddenly realized that the rain in the field was not the best place for a conversation, so he suggested leaving first. Then Dio asked where they should go if there was a forest all around. And the archer replied that they would set out on Walpurgis night. And while Dio and his friends were heading to take shelter from the rain, their presence in the city was causing some concern. A tall, majestic man, while in his castle, was cursing at someone, calling him a fool, because this fool wanted to get to the seventh circle himself. But in the end, nothing happened. And when the servant asked what they should do, the man decided it was time to use Victor's sacrifice to find the knight's sister. And now she's traveling with the mercenary who destroyed Victor. So the man ordered to find them so as not to look like losers in front of these slaves of the moon. And now, instead of depressive thoughts, let's return to Dio, who was finally able to relax thanks to Craas and lost consciousness. And when he came to, he began to examine the place where he was. And then Evelyn appeared in front of him and said that they were in the vestibule of Walpurgis Night. This is the place where the 7 stars gather, train, and solve problems. Dio realized that he wanted to thank Craas next while Robert was serving him water. And then, while Dio was drinking, he asked how many days he had slept, but the water splashed out of his mouth when he heard the 2-week deadline. Dio couldn't believe he'd lost so much time recovering. But Robert said it was okay because the guy had used too much sun magic. Dio knew that it looked like mana depletion. 2 weeks was too much, moreover. The guy needed about a month more before he could fully recover. And also Master Evelyn needed to prepare more medicinal herbs, she agreed. But Dio ungratefully decided to buy a gift for Shuvald. And then one of the members of the pentagram, Craas, thought, it didn't burn? After all, when the world tree was healthy, the elves were stronger than any other race. But Craas burned the world tree. And for all the elves, Craas is now the worst enemy, so Dio could not trust him completely. But despite this, he is still the one who saved their lives. However, Dio was wondering where Sepia was now. Dio awkwardly, as if she didn't want to answer that. And then she said that Sepia had left to continue her studies, and she herself did not know where she had gone. Dio immediately opened the system window to see where Sepia might have gone, and it turned out that she was not far away. However, he was surprised when he saw that Sepia's level had risen to level 150. Dio's surprise did not escape Robert and Evelyn. Dio wondered how the girl was able to level up so quickly. But everything was more complicated than it seemed. And it all started just 2 weeks ago, when the guys arrived in Temburg, and Evelyn and Sepia were delighted about it. Sepia asked if Walpurgis Night would take place here, and Evelyn replied that it would because it was the meeting place of the 7 stars. The girls had already decided to relax, but Craas told them that they were not here to play. Sepia stopped short, looked at the floor, and told Craas of her gratitude for his help, because it was he who brought them here and carried Dio on his back. But Craas remained silent, and then said that Sepia was the very girl Rudens had spoken of. He had to help her, as well as her companion, because her life depended on him. And this time, to be honest, he didn't help that much. And then Sepia objected to Lord Craas, saying that this was not so, and asked him to teach her to be just as strong. Evelyn was surprised by this request, but Sepia was ready to do anything to help her brother in the future. Then Craas asked what was the point of helping her, and what was his benefit. And then he advised Sepia not to think too much because no matter how strong a human girl was, it would still not be enough. Craas continued walking, but Sepia suddenly overtook him. She stood in front of Craas and said that didn't he save her because the 7 stars needed her? It was not her plan to hide and obey everyone who told her something. This power, which was called the power of the sun, became nothing but a curse for her, so she wants help to deal with it. Or is Craas so worthless that he can't even make an ordinary girl stronger? This speech provoked and even angered Craas a little, so he turned and looked at Robert and Evelyn, addressing them. He told the two of them to carry Dio to the city so he could rest. Then he looked at Sepia and ordered her to come with him. Dio, upon learning of this, realized that Sepia was much braver than he seemed. According to Evelyn, Craas took Sepia with him, and during that time, he put her through intense, tough training, which is why she reached level 150 so quickly. So now Dio could worry less about her and decided to check his statistics. He saw that he had gained a new skill from the previous battle. More precisely, his slash skill evolved due to the application of the sun's power to it. The experiment went so well that it raised Dio's level to 200. But he was only level 140 when he was still hunting vampires and werewolves in the forests of Kalish. He looked at the system messages and realized that he was given points for avoiding Galto, the Inquisitor of the Moon, and surviving Shuvald's Berserker attack. And then, although not by his own will, he discovered Temberg for the first time, for which he received a bonus knowledge experience for such a discovery. Obtaining such a quantity of ale could not have just happened, which means that Galto probably did not survive. However, the guy didn't know how wrong he was. Galto somehow survived, suddenly waking up, coming to his senses and throwing off the snow that was attacking him. He grabbed his head, trying to remember what had happened to him, and suddenly on the ground he saw a minimalist necklace with a yellow stone. He took it, and realized that it was an artifact that their shrine had given him. The man clenched it into his fist and said, "Thank you to the shrine," because only thanks to this artifact he was able to survive. He remembered what a powerful blow the Berserker Shuvald had dealt him. He remembered the fear he felt, because he understood that it was the end for him. And when the wolf struck, no one would have a chance to survive. But a smile appeared on Galeto's face when he realized that he had managed to survive. He laughed, realizing that for the first time in his life he had lost a fight, but not a war. He stood up and promised that he would find the old herbalist Shuvald, and then a real battle awaited them. But the guys didn't know about this yet. And then Dio stood up, catching the excitement in the voices of those around him, because he was still wounded. But Dio said that he was just in a little pain, but it was bearable, and he would like to see the 7 stars. And Robert replied that Master Craas's room was on the top floor, along with the other rooms of the 7 stars. Then Dio realized that he didn't even know where the top floor was, or where he was at the moment. It turned out that they were in the center of Temberg. Restaurants and balls. Most of the beauty and conveniences were located right here. Then Dio stood up with a creak and exhaled, feeling his bones stretch. Having got used to it, he stood up and headed for the door, saying that he would like to look around and then meet at the restaurant. But Evelyn objected, saying that if Dio wandered around here, he would be scolded, and she was not a child to create as much fuss as Dio did. She wanted to go for a walk, but Dio forbade her, saying that she had better not swear and not follow him. Dio himself understood that he needed to sort everything out, so it was better to go alone. But first, he decided to look around and walk along the corridors. He walked there for quite a long time, but all the rooms around were empty. Most of them weren't even locked, although they didn't look like guest rooms. But then he came across a corridor that didn't look like a place that was often visited. Maybe this was the headquarters of the 7 stars? Temberg has always been famous for its secret passages, so it would be good if Dio discovered something here. And then behind him he saw an exit that led down the stairs. Since the rooms of the 7 stars are upstairs, then what is in the basement? The boy's curiosity was stronger than common sense, and he decided to go down. Dio went down, and this went on for several minutes as if there was no end to the stairs. Dio already thought that this was a bad idea because it would be difficult to get out of here if something happened. Dio was holding was almost burnt out, and suddenly Dio bumped into something and his hand froze. He looked ahead and couldn't believe his eyes. He saw a fresco that depicted a goddess floating in the sky, with people below reaching out to her. Here the system notification said that Dio had found a hidden part of Temberg, for which the guy received intelligence points, which immediately added a bunch of EL. But Dio was not surprised for long, as he noticed something else strange. It was some strange, unusual hole in the wall, and while Dio was looking at it, he didn't even notice that someone was standing behind it. A voice behind me asked, "Isn't it wonderful?" Dio was shocked that he didn't sense the one behind him. He immediately turned around, pointed his flashlight at the stranger and asked if he was one of the 7 stars. But the stranger smiled, revealing a snow-white smile. Then he told Dio not to be too surprised by his presence and came out of the shadows with a guitar. Dio asked if he had spoken only now to surprise him. The boy replied that Dio was half right, but Dio realized that the face in front of him was hard to read. The guy introduced himself as Calpael, the curator of this fresco, and Dio introduced himself in return. Calpael asked if Dio had a favorite song and added that he could play it. But Dio wanted to know what it meant to be the curator of a fresco. But Calpael replied that he literally looked after the thing and protected it. Then Dio asked if he could be there at all, and Calpael replied that of course not. But as the only one with the key, Dio is the only one who can open this sealed door. Dio glanced out of the corner of his eye at the strange hole in the wall again. And then he asked Calpael to provide more detailed information on this matter. But the guy replied that no explanation was needed if all this could be seen with the eyes and heard with the ears. And then he took his instrument and began to sing about 1,000 years ago, when the key was supposed to come, but Dio did not really listen. He only understood that there was a door in front of him. And he is the key to this door. Does that mean his blood can open this door? Then Dio put down the lantern and decided to check something. He walked closer to the fresco in the hole, looking at them carefully, and saw spikes on the wall that seemed to scream for the guy to give them blood. Then he decided to try his idea, but he was interrupted. More precisely, he himself froze, thinking that this guardian of Calpael was not even trying to stop him. So Dio reached out his hand to the wall, deciding to just feel it first. But suddenly I felt a strong impulse that passed through my whole body. He pulled his hand back and there was blood on the wall. And then he looked at the wall again to see what would happen now, but then his face twisted into an unexpected grimace. He looked at the keeper and asked why nothing happened. And then, a second later, he turned around and saw a strong glow. The hole in the wall was emitting a beautiful bright light pouring out of it. Dio realized that he had managed to open the passage. Not even a passage, but a whole portal. And then he asked what was behind it. It turned out to be a dimensional crack, the only place where players can use currency and change. It was a place where players could connect with the real world through calls and emails. Then Dio asked, "Does this door really lead to reality?" But Calpael said that he himself was not sure, because Dio should know this better than him. The boy was scared. Does Calpael really know that he is not a real inhabitant of this world? So he said that he does not know what he means. But Calpael knew that this was not the case. But he said nothing in response as Dio approached the portal. He said that he just didn't expect to find this passage in this place, but why is it exactly next to the 7 stars? Calpael replied that none of the 7 stars could get there. But Dio is different. He proved that he has the key inside him, so he has the right to go there. The guy didn't believe it and thought it was a trap, since this dimensional gap appeared too suddenly. So Dio decided to first learn more about the 7 stars and what kind of place it was. Hear about it from someone else, not just Calpael. But Calpael just smiled and said that Dio would be fine. And then suddenly his gaze changed and he pushed Dio forward towards the portal with his strength. His smile dropped and his eyes turned serious as he did this. Dio screamed, his eyes lighting up as his body touched the portal. And at that moment, he suddenly heard a pleasant female voice that congratulated him as he had passed through the dimensions. The boy raised his head and saw the beautiful goddess of the sun, Solaria, standing above him. Dio did not understand what had happened and thought it was just a vision. But when he opened his eyes, he heard someone asking him to wake up. It was Calpael who asked how the boy was feeling now. He was surprised when he entered the portal, but Dio replied that Calpael himself had shoved him there, so there was no need to be surprised. But why did he do it? But Calpael laughed and said that everything was fine. He said it was a surprise for him too, so he apologized for the trip, which fortunately went well. Calpael plucked the strings of his lute and asked if the boy had had a good meeting with the goddess, and he nodded, believing that he had. Then Calpael decided to sing a song in honor of the goddess and had already started playing the melody, but Dio replied that he was not in the mood. Calpael immediately stopped and asked if he had been too insistent, but Dio, rising, said that was not the case. He just wants to think things over and be alone. And Calpael smiled awkwardly and added that he was too inconsiderate. So he plucked the strings one last time and said it was time for him to go, and then began to walk away into the darkness. Dio was left alone with these incomprehensible events and emotions that needed to be sorted out. The first thing he thought about was Solaria, the beautiful goddess of the sun. She was still alive and existing. Until now, Dio lived here and completed tasks only to become stronger, but now everything has changed, and now he had a specific goal in this world, to stop the moon and destroy the Demon King. In gratitude for such intentions, Solaria gave Dio a portion of her power when he entered the portal, which Dio decided to look at in the system. It was a blessing from the sun goddess Solaria, so the accumulation of all points increased twofold. Dio will receive twice as many points for any task, and he didn't understand how this was possible. If you use basic math skills, you can calculate that when Dio reaches level 350, he will reach the maximum level in the game, 700. So far, with his skills, it was difficult to complete his goals, but if he reaches level 350, everything will be different. But then Dio felt as if he had been doused with cold water and he realized that he couldn't relax at all now. This power was given to him so that he could improve in the future and not leave it as it is right now. This means that he will have to work incredibly hard and diligently for some time. These thoughts were enough for Dio for now, and he decided to test his new skill. He opened the skill window and saw Sun's Blessing there, and then noticed that his inventory had been increased and the limitation on storing items had disappeared. The player could also fill all items in the inventory with the Blessing of the Sun, which would double their stats. But it was unclear whether the blessing would work on any items, including those that were not equipment. And Dio decided to test this by taking out a regular potion to use as an experiment. He transferred the blessing to the potion, and it suddenly shone like a small sun in Dio's hands. It worked, and the potion improved. Now it went from being a normal potion to a high-quality sun potion. The cooldown of this fancy solar skill was 7 days, but Dio didn't care since he had plenty of time now. And now that he had checked everything, it was time to get out of this creepy dungeon. But you had to remember where this door was. And to do that, you had to remember the way back. Dio took his lantern and began to climb that endless staircase again. Dio's difficult path. He walked, looking at the walls, trying to find something else interesting or hear sounds. Dio's attention was drawn to one of the doors, which he had not seen since last time. The entrance to it was closed by huge doors, which looked more like gates. To his surprise, the door opened too easily, and it turned out to be the usurper's room. Outside the door, before he entered it, he heard heavy sighs. And then the guy decided to open it, and for Dio opening this area, he received 81372 intelligence points. But strangely enough, there was a woman inside, and at the same time the clanking of weapons was heard. Dio was very surprised when he saw the girl's face. The female body turned towards him and froze. It was Sepia, but she had changed. Her long hair had become a bob, and she seemed to have grown. The girl was very surprised to see Dio. But the guy's gaze was already looking for the owner of this room. And then he heard those familiar steps belonging to Craas. He stepped out of the shadows and stated the fact. Dio had finally woken up, but his face did not express joy. He asked how the boy found the place, and Dio replied that he was just wandering around and became interested in the massive iron doors. And then he added that if he somehow interfered with their training, he would simply leave and go upstairs. But Craas said that it was already the end of training, turned around and left the hall. He knew that the girl needed to talk to her mentor, and he was right, since Sepia was overjoyed to tears that Dio had woken up safely. Dio said that he had already heard from Evelyn that Sepia had gone out to train, and she suddenly lowered her head and apologized for acting on her own. But Dio replied that there was no need to apologize because she was a great girl, and the increase in her strength could be easily seen without even checking. Sepia was delighted, and Dio understood to himself that he was not saying this just to cheer her up. Dio felt like Sepia could become as strong as him, who had received the sun's blessing, and while he was thinking about the possibilities, Sepia awkwardly looked at her bust, where the thoughtful Dio was staring. She blushed and suddenly felt Dio place his hand on her head in approval. He smiled and told the out-of-breath, tired but strong girl that she had done a great job. These words encouraged Sepia, who smiled and was overjoyed at Dio's approval. And then she lowered her eyes again and became embarrassed again. The girl awkwardly turned away and thanked her mentor for his support. And then she said that she actually succeeded because she trained and thought about Dio. But he stared at Craas, who had been standing at the door all this time. Dio wanted. He smiled and said that he wanted to thank Craas for teaching Sepia, but he replied with displeasure that there was no need to come here to talk about it. He wiped his sword and told Dio to get down to business quickly, as he hated pleasantries and empty words. Dio exhaled, and his face also became serious. After which he asked the question that caused Craas indignation. Why did he burn the world tree? After this question, the elf could not remain indifferent and his eyes filled with rage. He turned around abruptly and pointed his sharp sword at Dio, rudely asking what he just said. Craas. It wasn't just Elpenalud who reacted harshly. He was the dark elf who burned the world tree several hundred years ago. He turned the elves who opposed the invasion of the demon king Ladamos against himself and became their enemy. This caused quarrels and battles between players who wanted to eradicate the sapling that grew after the tree was destroyed. But of course, Craas's actions had to be explained somehow, and this is what Dio decided to find out. But Craas didn't want to talk about it. because for him it was a kind of taboo subject. But Dio had to know this before he borrowed the power and enlisted the support of the Seven Stars. So he repeated his question again and asked why Craas burned the world tree. At first, Craas didn't understand how Dio could even know this information. But then he remembered that he was wandering through the corridors and he realized that he had definitely seen the fresco. After this realization, Craas's sword fell to the ground, and the elf's hands dropped in helplessness. After a long silence, he said that the world tree was as much a follower of the sun as they were. Dio was surprised how a tree could be loyal. It is not a person. But he decided to listen to the elf further. But he remained silent, so Dio asked uncertainly if that was really how it was. The elf obviously had his reasons. Craas replied that after the sun had fallen and set, the power of the moon began to penetrate the roots of the tree like an infection. The moon that exists today was different from the moon goddess of that time who existed many years ago, and she was worried about this, being very weak. The sun lost that battle, but the moon did not forgive his remaining followers and destroyed them all, and then wanted the power of the world tree. The world tree was like the mother of all elves, and it was in it that all the power that they drew and used was contained. Indeed, this place contained an impossibly huge amount of mana. But the elves did not know that this tree had been controlled and eaten by the moon all this time. Craas is also an elf, and not just any elf. He is the highest elf in power and has the status of a lord. So even if all his countrymen become his enemies, he will still do what he must and eradicate the moon from their shrine. Dio understood why Craas destroyed the infected tree, and he asked if Dio knew about this before. The boy knew that even the world tree was damaged, but the details eluded him. And that means he's now going to have to fight the elves who used to be his friends, because they were fighting for the moon, and that's terrible. Then he turned to Craas and asked how he had trained Sepia to fight. But he replied that it was not difficult. He simply showed her the techniques and ways to use weapons and the power of the sun. And then she did the rest herself. But Dio didn't believe it was that simple, since he had challenged Craas in other games many times. He fought him with maximum characters dozens of times and could only barely defeat Craas. So he knew better than anyone how experienced this elf was. So he suddenly asked if Craas could teach him something too. But he replied with displeasure that he had already spent a lot of time training the human girl. And then the guy asked, was it really all because of the Tree of Life? The elf remained silent. And then the boy shouted after Craas that the world tree could not be completely destroyed by any weapon. And even with Vijaya, it would be a difficult task. And Dio wasn't sure if Craas knew about it either. And then he opened the system window and a big, beautiful weapon appeared from his inventory, and he pulled it out. Craas couldn't believe his eyes and stuttered as he asked where Dio got Nidhog from. It is renowned as one of the best weapons for battles among top players, which can destroy the world tree completely. Thus, it was both the object that Craas needed most and the one he was anxiously seeking. So Dio showed the elf the weapon and asked if it was this one he had been looking for so long. Craas still couldn't believe his eyes and stuttered when he asked how Dio had managed to get it. But Dio had no idea where it was, since he got it in the past when he destroyed Craas with max characters. He said it didn't matter where he got it from, but the elf had already pounced on the guy. He couldn't just give this weapon to Dio and decided to take it away, but he jumped back. And then Craas looked at Dio with anger and said that this is not what a guy should have. Dio knew that Craas could only get this with his hand, but with the blessing of the sun goddess, this would not happen. Dio said he had a proposal, and Craas immediately fell silent, ready to listen. Dio wanted to learn everything Craas could do, and for this knowledge he would give the elf his precious weapon. And then Craas remembered, as if in reality, how the tree of the world told him that the moon wanted to destroy the world, so the mother tree asked him to cut off her infected roots. Therefore, the mother tree itself asked Craas to cut her roots, but the elf cried and said that he did not want to do this. But the tree said that it was all for the good of herself and her people. She believed that Craas was the only one who could protect them all, and the elf took it hard. In the era when dragons ruled, there lived in this world a dragon called the Mana Destroyer, and Nidhog was created from the tooth of this dragon. Craas's only hope, and he wandered the world for over 100 years because of it. After much wandering, the elf finally managed to find this weapon in the Howling Cauldron, which was also called the Gates of Hell. And then Craas returned and fulfilled his mother's wish, even though it was an incredible pain. But how unexpected it was when a new sprout of the Tree of Life appeared from the ground. But it turned out that the weapon was right under his nose all this time, being with Dio. But how did he get it? Craas looked at the boy and asked if the goddess had given Dio the task of destroying the world tree, but he also didn't understand why the last mission was then given to the key. What was the whole point of his life then? But Dio approached the elf and said that she had said nothing of the sort, and to have this weapon at his disposal is just the wish of the goddess. Therefore, he was not against passing this artifact on to someone. And this is also the desire of the god, because Dio is only an intermediary in this request, and therefore he extended the weapon to the perplexed Craas. He couldn't believe that he would finally have it and was grateful for such generosity. He knelt before Dio as a sign of respect and gratitude, and Dio said that he had now shown his sun. Craas realized that the sun had completely disappeared for the moon. It was unable to protect the world tree with its light, and the elves who served the tree, as expected, turned away from the sun but not Craas. In the end, he had to destroy his mother with his own hands. At that moment, he simply screamed and begged for help, but it was all in vain. The sun did not respond. So the explosion still happened, tearing the tree apart. But now, it seems, Craas understood why all this happened to him. He saw in Dio's hands hope, the sunlight that would help him fulfill his mother's request. He took the glowing weapon in his hands and tears flowed from his eyes. He realized that the sun had not left them. For him, it was more than a hope. It was the meaning of his life. Dio looked at Craas, who was kneeling before him, but was still wary. More precisely, he felt a little awkward from such a gesture from the Elf Lord. He realized that as much as he wanted Craas to train him, he had to leave the elf for a while. Sepia asked what happened, as it was the first time she had seen Sir Craas in such a state, and Dio replied that he had simply asked him to train and given him a gift. The elf's face was too calm and peaceful, and Dio realized that Sepia was also uncomfortable about it. She wondered what kind of gift it was that caused the elf to have such a violent reaction. And suddenly Dio turned to the girl and asked what she had learned, and the girl clenched her hands tightly in response, on which calluses had already appeared. She stood up and pulled the arrow, saying that now she would simply show everything. And then she fired. But this shot was different from the usual one in its extraordinary power. The arrow began to light up as if it were made of fire and flew at great speed. Dio realized that it was all due to the power of the sun, but now it was much stronger than before. And then suddenly the tip of the arrow began to glow more brightly, as if small solar sparks appeared in it. She accelerated and hit the target exactly, but didn't just stick into it but pierced the wooden circle right through. No ordinary arrow could have achieved this without additional force. Dio was also surprised because it was the first time he saw a crack on such a target. Then Sepia turned to the guy and asked what he thought about it. Dio looked at her work-worn hands and realized that using such power was quite difficult. Sepia had been practicing this move for a long time, so Dio smiled and said that she had done a great job. The girl was embarrassed by this compliment, but was grateful that her abilities were appreciated. So she said that it was all thanks to Craas, so her abilities were expected. Dio then asked if Sepia could stop overloading herself since she could already control everything, but Sepia replied, disappointed, that she had not tried it yet, and Craas did not know the answer to that. But he advised that the Witch of Balance might know about this power. Then Dio decided to open the system, as he had a new quest there, to meet the Witch of Balance. She was located in the eastern part of the continent, and if you do her a favor, you can count on her help in difficult situations. The reward was the revelation of Sepia's class, and for Dio it was unexpected. He didn't like the part about the favor he would have to do for the witch, but in any case they had nothing to do yet, so he told the joyful Sepia that they would meet her. And then the man's voice and the sounds of the lute were heard again, and Calpael said that he had already arranged everything. His appearance was sudden for Dio, and he definitely didn't want to hear those sounds again. But Calpael came out and sang something like that they met so soon after parting. But Dio didn't understand what this screamer was doing here. And then Calpael turned to the guy and asked if they would start right now. But Dio did not understand that they should start with him. The lights suddenly went out, but despite this, Dio could still sense where the others were. Then Craas said that they had already heard from Shuvald about his advanced fighting techniques, so Dio still needed to learn something. And then Calpael began to play his lute again, but this time a pink light poured out of it. And at that moment, the space in the room began to distort, as if a crack had appeared in it. And then it started to get bigger and bigger until it formed a real portal. It was a real hole through which one could get into another world or dimension. But Dio didn't realize how dangerous it was for him. But Calpael said that only he himself could find out. But even without entering, Dio had already seen many monsters on the other side of the portal, and he definitely didn't want to go there. But Dio understood that this was what his training consisted of, so he exhaled and smiled. The guy took a step towards the portal, saying that he would now evaluate what this training was like. But then he heard Sepia's voice calling him, but the girl did not stop him. Her gaze seemed very suspicious and not good for this situation to Dio, and then he began to be sucked into the portal, and any of his requests to wait a minute were not fulfilled. The guy was sucked inside and no one heard or saw him again. But there was one moment, or rather a character, who also missed Dio. And not only about him, but about a fun and varied life with adventures. It was Evelyn who was waiting for Dio, who said that he would return soon, but he was not there. And Robert was also missing. But without Robert, who suddenly had things to do, it was even calmer. But Evelyn really wanted to find Dio, but she was afraid to go looking because she could be scolded again for it. But the witch did not think for long. Boredom was eating her up from the inside, and she decided everything. As someone who had been to this city before, she could help newcomers, so Evelyn put on her hat and went to look for Sepia and Dio. Evelyn knew where to look for her friends and went into the dark corridors of the castle. She walked, looking around, hoping to hear sounds. The witch wondered where they might have gone after Dio woke up. And then her gaze turned in the direction from which the sound of footsteps was heard. She turned around and saw Robert, after which she became upset and said that she did not wander here to find Robert. But he was adamant and seemed hypnotized, and then he told Evelyn that Master Shuvald was looking for her. This was too sudden for the witch, and she asked what had happened that required her presence. But Robert didn't answer and just turned around, telling them to follow him. Evelyn noticed that Robert was acting very strangely, but she did not see that Robert's face became emotionless and his eyes turned white. Meanwhile, Dio had already been transported to another world. He jumped out of the portal and immediately got into a fighting stance. But there were no enemies around. Dio was sure he had seen a whole bunch of monsters here, but it was strange that there was no trace of them here. Could it be that Calpael made a mistake and sent him to the wrong place because this world was very beautiful? But then Dio heard the strings and melody that were already familiar to him. And then he saw Calpael, who asked Dio what he thought about this wonderful, peaceful place. Calpael said that this place was a paradise 1,000 years ago and it was the most beautiful on the continent. That's why it was called paradise, but now it is a completely different place which is called Leave It. This paradise became a hellish place due to the fight between gods and demons, and everything the boy saw before was an illusion created by Calpael's magic. And he could have gone on and on about the war and the struggle between the sun and the moon. But Craas, who appeared behind him, interrupted him, saying that there was enough chatter. Then Calpael smiled and said that this was getting boring, and then asked if Dio was ready. But he was already standing there with a slightly irritated face and asked what he should be ready for. Calpael's face changed again to a creepy one, and he took the lute in his hand. He said again that Dio needed to get ready and pluck the strings. At that moment, the place began to change. The butterflies that were flying there began to disappear, as if burning into thin air. All the green trees suddenly turned into withered sticks and branches, and the ground became charred and hard instead of soft grass. And then Dio looked around and realized that he was far from being in paradise, but in a terrible place reminiscent of hell, the Levitt swamps. This was precisely the eerie space that he saw through the portal. Craas said that they had known for a long time that paradise no longer existed here. Levitt is now a nest of devils, and gaining experience here will be very useful. Dio smiled and agreed with this, then asked where the enemies were. Craas didn't answer, but the ground beneath him began to shake and break apart. A huge number of cracks appeared all over it, and then they became so huge that any person could easily fall into them. One of them crawled towards the feet of the frightened Dio, who did not expect this. But he was even more surprised when hands began to emerge from them, clinging to the ledges to get out from under the ground. There were hundreds of them, and they were the hands of monsters that seemed to be crawling out of the underworld. The monsters looked simply terrifying. Some even had 2 heads, powerful fangs, and red skin. It was as if there were additional gates inside the earth that opened their portals, and from them jumped out terrible monsters, ready to destroy everyone in their path. And then one of them, like the main one, jumped out of the ground and landed firmly on his hooves. Looking at all this obscurantism, Dio swallowed nervously, realizing that it would be difficult. But then he gathered all his strength into a fist and realized that he simply had to pass this test well. Dio decided to ask Craas if he should fight them at all. The elf replied that yes. And the point of this battle was to see how Dio uses the power of the sun, because monsters are powerless against this power. And Dio was glad for this opportunity, and so he smiled and began to take out his sword. He had an ordinary silver sword, which belonged to the ordinary class of weapons, but it was not scary. He confidently took it out, stood up and said, "Let's go." And at that moment, the monsters, like dogs unleashed, pounced on Dio. But he was no slouch and immediately took off from the ground, jumping up. He flew right above the crowd of monsters, preparing to attack. Well, as Craas said, he had to activate the power of the sun, and Dio began to do so. He created a real solar whirlwind that destroyed all the approaching monsters. Now he realized that he was lucky to drink a potion that restored his strength. Otherwise, he would not have recovered after using this power. But how good it was to know that with just one sunny glance, Dio could destroy demons. The monsters were indeed powerless against the sun, and for their destruction a lot of experience was given, which increased the level. Dio could only rejoice at this, but suddenly, while he was looking at his statistics, that same Minotaur monster attacked him. The guy turned around sharply, sensing his presence, and used the power of the sun. Dio defeated this huge monster with one blow. The guy himself, upon landing, smiled, saying that it was simply amazing. And while Dio was fighting the monsters, a black messenger crow flew to Tamburg. The bird flew into the window where the person to whom the message needed to be delivered was located. She flew into the room where Robert was. At first, he did not understand what was happening and where this strange bird came from. But when she sat on the door handle, Robert was able to take a closer look at her. On closer inspection, Robert recognized her as one of Evelyn's acquaintances. The bird began to behave strangely and knock on the door handle as if asking to come out. Robert realized that the bird wanted him to follow it. So he found himself in that very long dungeon with a large staircase. The bird sat on his shoulder and seemed to show him the way. Walking a little further, Robert came across a surprised Sepia standing in the middle of the room. He was surprised to see the girl, as he didn't know she trained here, but he was glad to see her. But the girl's look was strange, and Robert did not understand why she was so scared. She asked if Robert had entered the room with her teacher. But he did not understand what the girl was talking about. Does she mean that he came here with Evelyn before? But that can't be true. But Sepia was sure that Robert had not been here for the first time and should already know about this dungeon. But Sepia was sure that when she left training, she met Robert and Evelyn on the way. And then the bird, which had been sitting peacefully on Robert's shoulder, began to scream loudly. Robert realized that the bird sensed that its owner was in danger, and that was why it called him. Robert realized that he was guilty of something, and decided to go through the portal too. But Sepia did not want to let him go alone, and decided to do it too. But Robert stopped her and kindly asked her to find Master Shuvald and report what had happened. Robert realized that someone had disguised himself or bewitched him to lure Evelyn into a trap. And there is only one of the 7 stars that could do this, and his name is Calpael. And while Robert decided to fix the situation, Dio continued to fight the monsters. He jumped into the air above the next one, raising his sword above his head. Then he landed and attacked the monster with a sunstroke with all his might, and it immediately fell. Looking at the battle Dio, Craas was perplexed by such strength and asked himself, "Who is this guy anyway?" The elf admitted to himself that he had greatly underestimated this guy because his power was much more special. He was able to become stronger even in such difficult moments, and that's admirable. Of course, he was protected here by this enormous power of the sun, but that is not all. And here it is, Dio was about to rush into another fight, but Craas abruptly stopped him. Dio didn't want to pay attention to him and replied that he was a little busy right now. But Craas suddenly handed the guy the handcuffs and told him to take them. But he wondered why he needed them. The elf replied that in all of Dio's previous battles, he had defeated his opponents with just strength. But that wasn't the only thing Craas wanted to teach him. Once the boy puts on these handcuffs, he will not be able to use the sun's power to its full extent, and this will teach him to fight without it. Dio agreed and made them, and at that moment new monsters began to approach him. One of them was simply huge and hung right over the guy with his powerful weapon and 2 heads. Craas immediately shouted and warned him of the danger, because he was truly worried about Dio, since he was now chained. But the boy returned too quickly and immediately raised his sword to attack. And at that moment the power of the sun began to act again, but it felt like Dio didn't even put on the handcuffs that bound her. He struck such a blow that the monster flew to the side and seemed to evaporate from the strong light and heat of the sun. Now he had no chance of winning, and the guy's strength was superior. The monster's club flew off to the side and could no longer pose a danger to Dio. Craas didn't understand how the boy could feel the power of the sun while in these shackles. Did the goddess Celeria give him so much power that he now feels this power constantly? This angered the elf, because the goddess did not share even a drop of her power with them, but she was very generous with this stranger. And then Craas clenched his teeth in anger and called out to Calpael, who was standing behind him. And then he ordered him to prepare for Dio the strongest opponent that was in this place. Calpael, as he knew how, smiled slyly and even a little maliciously. He said it as if to remind him that Crassus himself had said it and made such a condition, and not he. And then he took up his instrument and began to pluck the strings again, producing a melody. Crassus immediately covered his ears, as the melody was unbearable, but it was the very call that summoned the strongest enemy. Finally, Crassus couldn't take it anymore and ordered Calpael to stop for at least a second, as it was impossible to listen to. But Calpael only smiled and said that no matter how bad it was too late. His melody seemed to open up another dimension and patterns appeared in the sky. Dio looked at them in surprise, asking what was going on and what this was, since he had never seen anything like this in the game before. The patterns merged into one large circle that emitted a huge amount of energy. But Dio thought that these were just some strong mobs that he didn't know about. But that was for the best. He wanted to fight the strongest opponent to increase his level. Even if this opponent is twice as strong as the previous one, he will still cope, although it looks very scary. And then his eyes widened when he noticed that something was wrong around him. At first, he felt a very powerful black magic that was already familiar to him. But Dio decided that this shouldn't bother him in any way, so he gathered himself and prepared for battle. And so, just like the previous times, the ground in front of him parted, and from its core appeared the figure of his future enemy, but it was not as massive as the previous monsters. And when the guy saw his opponent, his eyes were filled with misunderstanding and fear. Standing before him with an empty look and shabby clothes was his friend, the witch Evelyn. The witch stood like a lifeless doll, and there was a feeling that someone was controlling her. Dio looked at her with surprised eyes and suddenly asked Evelyn if it was her. But before the guy could finish speaking, a projectile from Evelyn flew at him. It was a sword that Dio was able to dodge, and it flew into a tree, piercing it almost completely. Dio thought that the girl had simply gone crazy and did not understand what she was doing. So he gripped the sword in his hand tighter, but did not dare to attack his friend. Dio think these people from the 7 stars wanted from him? Was he and Evelyn supposed to fight until there was only one left? Crassus and Calpael were standing behind the witch, and the elf grabbed him by the cloak and shouted something, clearly also not happy with what was happening. But no matter how much he shouted at Calpael, he didn't care. He just smiled and watched as Dio looked at the witch in confusion. And then the guy realized that this terrible prank was the work of Calpael. What a vile and cunning man he was, who frightened everyone with his duplicity. And suddenly Dio noticed how Calpael and Crassus simply disappeared out of nowhere, as if they hadn't been there a second ago. The guy immediately began to look around, looking for this coward to refuse such a test. He also wanted to know if the Evelyn in front of him was real, because if so, he wouldn't be able to resist her. But then the witch raised her staff and said that she wished Dio luck. And then, concentrating the power in the weapon, she aimed it straight at Dio. The guy tried to dodge, as he still hoped that Evelyn would not attack him. But her power was enormous. Although the witch had not yet reached level 160, she used spells that were available at level 300 or higher. Calpael was involved in this, because he made her like this. Evelyn no longer looked like herself, but became a terrible monster in the guise of a witch. She used magic she didn't know yet, gathering circles of mana above her with her scream. Sharp black tips began to emerge from them, like arrows that were aimed at Dio. And then, with one swing, the witch directed them straight at her target. Dio immediately took his sword and began to cut the sharp objects attacking him in half. Dio said that the witch would not be able to attack him for long, much less defeat him. But when he turned around, he saw a crowd of monsters approaching him. Dio had already forgotten that these guys lived here, but that didn't change the fact that he would have to defend himself. So he took his sword and filled it with the power of the sun again, preparing to attack. And then he swung it so hard that it created a real wave of fire. She flew straight towards the monsters and stopped them. As expected, the power of the sun was strong. The monsters screamed in the fire, but it was too late to retreat. Dio had dealt with them. He looked at the huge explosion he was able to create and couldn't believe it himself. Suddenly, the sound of hooves was heard and, as if from the fire, that same monster emerged. It was a huge minotaur that charged at Dio, brandishing its weapon. But the guy seemed to have foreseen this and managed to dodge to the side and then grab the blade of the axe that the monster was swinging right into his hand. The minotaur was surprised because the tip did not even wound his opponent. And Dio smiled and asked what the monster thought about his weak attack. And then he swung his sword, completely destroying his opponent. No monster could stand against the power of the sun. That was the last attack, and it was time to return to Evelyn, who most likely sent these monsters to Dio. It wasn't that the boy couldn't defeat the witch, but that he couldn't let her stay in that state. Dio first decided to suppress her with his power. He took off from the ground and rushed straight towards Evelyn. He didn't expect it to be easy, but he couldn't forgive himself if he didn't save her. So Dio almost approached the witch who was overflowing with energy and was about to attack. But suddenly, Evelyn's eyes seemed to come alive when they saw Dio up close. Her staff immediately fell to the ground, as if she had woken up from hypnosis. The witch immediately grabbed her head, trying to suppress the dark magic within herself. It was very hard for her, and she was like a bomb that was about to explode. All the dark shadows that burst out from the witch flew towards Dio. The guy understood that these were the darkness's last attempts to attack him, but he was no slouch either. His eyes glowed red from how much energy he concentrated within himself, and then it seemed to jump out of the ground and attack all the sharp shadows. He flew forward, pushing through them to get to Evelyn. She stood there, still not quite understanding what was happening to her. And then she looked up and remembered her whole life. How she was a little witch, and her parents brought her a lot of food. How her mentor, the Balance Witch, later taught her cool techniques. And how she broke out of her cave, starting to travel with Dio and Sepia, who had already become like family to her. And now she was fighting against Dio, who suffered because of her. She remembered everything, including Dio, but he had already decided to go all the way. Evelyn only had time to say his name, and then warmth spread inside her. It felt as if a real little sun had grown inside her and driven out the darkness. But Dio decided to play it safe and knocked Evelyn off her feet with one not super strong blow. He shouted at Evelyn to pull herself together and come to her senses right now. This was the only way to bring her to her senses, and even then it wasn't certain. Dio used sunlight to reduce the darkness's effects when he struck, so Evelyn flew to the side with even greater force. But after that, Dio asked if Evelyn was okay. He only hoped that the girl had survived after that. And the witch was alive, but she lay motionless with her eyes closed. But Dio wondered why Calpael had left him to fight Evelyn. Surely he had a motive. If he wanted to destroy Dio, he would have sent one of the 7 stars to do it, but definitely not Evelyn. Dio realized that he had to finish the hunt first, and in his thoughts he didn't notice Evelyn standing up. The guy looked for the monsters, not understanding why they weren't coming out, when suddenly he heard a cough. Evelyn stood up, covered in sweat, but she was doing a poor job of it so far. So Dio helped her to hold on, picking her up in his arms, worried and asking how she was feeling. The girl couldn't even say anything and just closed her eyes. And then at one point she opened them, and it turned out that the darkness was still inside her. She grabbed her chest and started screaming loudly. A hole appeared on Evelyn's chest, emitting dark energy. Like a funnel, it sucked into Evelyn everything dark that was in this place. The girl couldn't help but submit to it. But her body also had a hard time withstanding it. A beam from her body shot high into the sky, cutting through the clouds as the girl screamed. Dio looked at the sky and didn't understand why it became so bright. And then he realized, when he saw the space breaking apart, that this world was about to split into pieces. So there was only one way to survive. Find a way out. Calpael definitely had to leave a loophole. Dio's head. He stopped abruptly and thought, he could get rid of this exit by overcoming space and time. Before this, Dio was sure that none of the 7 stars wanted to destroy him. But apparently this is not the case, and if the stars themselves wanted it, then he is powerless. They really want to destroy him and bury him along with the monsters in this dimension. If this world continues to fall apart, what will happen to Dio? Will he also fall apart? He had seen dungeons being destroyed before, and now, when the sky and earth cracked, it was like what he had seen. The end of the world. And then it suddenly dawned on Dio when he thought about dungeons. If this place was created according to the rules of the dungeon, then he and Evelyn still have a chance to get out. The main plot of all dungeons is this. To get out, you need to destroy the main boss in the dungeon. So, Calpael wanted Dio to destroy this main enemy, but he created it himself. It turns out that Dio must now destroy Evelyn to get out. But it's impossible to decide. Is this really the only way out and there are no other options? In any case, it's better if there's only one person left here and at least someone survives. So Dio decided to turn off his feelings and turn on logic. So he stood up. He clenched his fists and looked at Evelyn. The girl was still lying unconscious. Dio looked at his sword lying to the side. Then he picked it up, trying to get the unnecessary out of his head in order to survive. The girl looked straight at Dio, who raised his sword over her, but she could do nothing. The last thing Dio wanted to say was to apologize to Evelyn for not being able to save her. He looked at Evelyn with a regretful look, and she understood everything. Tears began to flow from the witch's eyes. She didn't want to die like this. But Dio lowered his sword and stuck it into the ground without saying another word. His eyes were full of regret and his teeth were almost grinding against each other. His hands were shaking and Dio was scared of himself. How could he even think of doing something like that? How could he think of destroying a living being, especially one dear to him? He couldn't do it, so his sword ended up in the ground. He sat down next to Evelyn and his sword stuck in the ground, and then said that seeing such a sight before death wasn't so bad. He watched everything collapse and burn, and it was truly impressive. So he asked Evelyn how she felt about it all, but the girl didn't answer. But then Dio heard a voice calling him, and the boy immediately began to look around. Meanwhile, Craas ran into Calpael and screamed, asking how he could have allowed himself to do such a thing. But Calpael played his lute calmly and asked Craas to calm down. And then the elf simply took and snatched the lute from the hands of this non-musician. He raised it above his head, intending to smash it on the hard floor. This is how tired Craas was of these stories and the actions of his annoying friend. Craas shouted that Calpael's actions now were no different from breaking the alliance on Walpurgis Night. He didn't want anything bad to happen to the key and to the witch Calliope's apprentice. But Calpael just smiled as always. Craas is even more angry. He said that it was not worth playing games with him, and in rage he activated all his power. Calpael smiled and suggested to Craas that they not fight among themselves, as it was pointless. First, he offered the elf to look at something and pointed his hand to the side. There was a puddle from the portal, which showed the world where Dio was now, and Calpael wanted to see how this hero would overcome adversity. But then the faces in the portal changed, which left Calpael perplexed. In his puddle, he saw a new guest, Robert, with a raven on his shoulder. Suddenly, the raven took off and rushed forward towards its mistress. He rushed through the collapsing world straight towards Dio and Evelyn. The first thing he did was land on the witch. He immediately began to look at her face, but Evelyn did not react. Dio was surprised because he hadn't even noticed this bird before. Dio was okay. He was surprised to see his friend here, but how did he get here? But Robert said not to worry about it. Now is definitely not the time. He said that Miss Sepia had already gone to ask Shuvald for help, so they needed to hold out a little longer. And then another layer of earth exploded behind Robert, and he realized that the situation was not the most pleasant. But Dio said that they no longer had a choice and they would all die. But Robert replied that there was definitely a way out and that this was not their destiny. Calpael is the strongest enemy that can turn illusions into reality, and they are in the same imaginary world created by his magic, and in this world, there is a core. And if you destroy it, you can destroy the illusion, but where can you find the mana core in this huge world? And then it dawned on Dio that this could be done with his blood magic. Robert said that it was no problem. To destroy this core, they need a power that will surpass the power of Calpael himself. And then Dio raised his head and told Robert to find it. At first, he didn't understand what exactly. But then, when Dio shouted immediately, he understood everything. And then he suddenly began to bite his finger to make it bleed. He did it pretty quickly, and that's what Dio needed. He placed his hand on the ground and began to collect the red liquid around him. Robert gathered a whole bunch of mana around himself. Darkness and light gathered towards him, mixing into one. And then Robert suddenly pointed to Evelyn, who was still lying down. It turned out that right underneath it, the mana core is located in this area. But Roberto didn't understand why Dio didn't say anything. But at this time, he opened the system window and looked at his parameters. He was looking for something in the inventory and knew what he would find. Robert had already started screaming and calling Dio because he thought he was doing nothing. They were in danger, but Dio finally found what he was looking for. And at that very moment, weapons began to appear in his hands. This was not the first time Dio defeated Craas, and he had many such weapons. Then Dio grabbed Evelyn's shoulder to push her away. Then he took a swing and said that Calpael would definitely not win this time. And then he stuck that very spear into the ground. A blue light poured out of it, which was supposed to save them. And then Dio called Robert and shouted at him to get ready. And then he stuck his sword into the ground. And then a huge dome of light rose above him. There was a loud sound, and Robert even had to cover his ears. Dio himself covered Evelyn with his body so that she would not be harmed by the shockwave. And then, from above, pieces of sky appeared as if they were floating. Dio, holding the witch in his arms, admired how the illusion dissipated. And Craas, who was looking into the puddle and watching this, was surprised. The guy destroyed an entire space with the weapon he was given. And because of this, the place where Craas and Calpael were also began to crack. But Calpael only smiled slyly again because of all this. He was thinking about destroying Dio. And if he was going to ruin everything because of personal grudges like the great warriors of the past, The only solution to get out of this is to sacrifice a companion, but Dio got out of this situation. And for the first time in 1,000 years after the war, something interesting and funny happened to Calpael. Calpael laughed as his world crumbled. Shuvald came up to him and started shouting, "What the hell did Calpael do? Whatever he has done will definitely not remain irresponsible." And suddenly the portal narrowed, and Dio and Evelyn found themselves on the floor of the room. Dio looked up and smiled because he did it. He was able to save himself and his friends. He was glad that from the moment Craas and Calpael went behind them, and Evelyn, who briefly lost consciousness due to the illusion magic being disrupted, was brought to the infiltration chamber by Sepia. Shuvald asked if Dio was okay, but he replied that he felt fine. But he wouldn't have been able to find a solution if it weren't for Robert, who helped a lot with his magic. But he didn't know that Robert would be so worried about Evelyn, even though the vampire denied it. And then Shuvald smiled and told Robert to go and rest already, and not to object, because it was hard for him. Robert agreed and decided that he really needed to rest. Then Shuvald asked Dio what he was going to do, and the boy replied that he wanted to find the Witch of Balance. Shuvald was surprised, and Dio asked if the vampire knew where she was. But Shuvald was not sure, since this witch was constantly traveling. Shuvald thought it was because of Evelyn, but Dio didn't only want to find this witch because of that. She can help him figure things out, and he would like to meet all seven. Shuvald understood how much work Dio had on his shoulders, but he still had one request. And then Dio said, "Would the vampire really ask for at least a little of his blood again?" Shuvald smiled and said that that would be nice, but that was not what he wanted to ask. He wanted to talk about Robert and ask Dio to take him with him on the journey. He could be of great help to them in their affairs, and Dio was all for such an adventure. Robert proved that he could be trusted, because it was only thanks to him that he and Evelyn survived. Shuvald smiled and asked when Dio was going to leave. Dio thought he got too much promotion thanks to Calpael, and he hasn't fully explored Temberg yet, so he'll take as much experience from here as he can.